know what? It's a compliment, y'all. They hate me, but I'm in such high regard. I get it. I get it. You have to put me in high regard. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yes, projection. Yes. Dark man, brother. Still out here fighting a good fight. What? I don't want to be the nigga that has somebody up here for 30 fucking minutes in a back chat. And then I hate when people do that, and I'm not gonna be that nigga, but I'm just like, straight like that. So no, I know what you're saying is from a good place. So, and I ain't got, and Joey, I don't know you, so it just depends. But so you let a nigga that you don't know up there. But once again, I'm the walking contradiction, antithesis to everything that you believe in, and you espouse on the internet. Okay, so you got two guys that, you know what I'm saying? Like, when your lifestyle directly contradicts everything they say, you are a problem.
He said Edward Panderson.
Yo, this nigga's talking about niggas fucking kids. Fuck that. And fuck y'all. Wow. Yeah, if y'all don't know that, then you should. So don't. Yes. So, so no. Wow. So now you got the other dummies that are gonna take Edward's word. So you got the other dummies that take Edward's words for it. So you see how that is?
What's going on, RG3?
You understand how?
Welcome, man. Welcome.
Rightfully.
Chilling, getting to these beats, man. How you doing, man? And good morning.
Now you're
I hope all is well.
You're slandering me. You understand? And you're not giving proper context. Now, this shit right here is some fighting words. If I was to see Ed in person, it would not go well for Ed. Okay? This is the type of shit that would get you beat the fuck up. Okay? All right? This is the type of shit that would get you smacked up.
Third Ward killing me, man.
He's trying to refer to is when I was one of the few people that was like, yeah, you passport dudes, don't act like y'all ain't going over there.
Let me know if you wanna if you want me to patch. Let me know. Let me see if I have the cable beside me. Well, y'all my audience. I'll get up for y'all. Let me know if y'all want me to patch it in so you guys can hear it. If you guys can't hear it clearly through the mic, because I'm about to mute my shit. I'm about to mute my MP so y'all can hear it. Well, let's listen to this for a minute. I'm gonna be listening to it with y'all, but I'm gonna be making beats in the background. I think that's where he's. Oh, I have it right here. I'll patch the sound in. Give me 1 second, all right, y'all. Still in very poor context. Once again, the show is also on my community tab. If you guys want to head to Super Sly's other channel and like and subscribe. Let's do this. Okay, my word. If they had this manosphere meet up in Atlanta like they keep talking about, I'll make it I'll just patch it in. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll make it a personal mission to be there and press anybody that got something against. If y'all having the manosphere meet up in Atlanta, I make it my personal mission to pull up and check the temperature. Okay, I'm not coming to start trouble, but I plan on showing up. So don't take the pussy route and say no, Sly can't come. Sly. And say Sly can't come. Because a lot of these dudes get away with too much shit on this internet shit. I need to check these dudes' temperature in real time, in person, face to face. And say Sly can't come. All right? Okay.
Let's continue on with this gay shit.
No, that's
I
not
fuck with Sly
negotiable.
What's
though,
going on,
but I don't
Taylor?
know. You said that.
JR, what's going
He
on,
said that
man?
more than once.
Let's make
I
something
said
happen.
this
What's going
more
on,
than
Taylor?
once.
JR,
Once
what's going
again,
on?
and you niggas on the panel are dumb enough to believe this shit.
I'm up. I'm up
Okay.
working now.
So
Capable
yeah, that's
season,
the nigga
y'all.
you fucking
Man,
with.
Welcome.
So anyway,
Super Sly on that.
like I said, Joey, I didn't even hear.
See, now you hear niggas talking about he on that C Boogie shit. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Cause C Boogie beat your fucking ass.
Yeah, I'm up working too, JR. Let me know if you want to make something happen in the next couple of hours. You know,
I'm the nice one.
he's talking about son husbands and stuff. I guess it was like a crazy burning internet bridges. I guess that's the season. Niggas chose violence.
No, Ed.
Niggas chose violence this February, so you know. And look at Sexy Red. She gonna show up over there because she came here first, and then now she over there. I be knowing y'all moves, man.
Ass rant from
Come on now,
little Eddie.
Let's watch this play out.
Little son husband.
I'm gonna start letting y'all.
The second part.
When I tell y'all I be everywhere, trust me, I be everywhere. Okay, I be everywhere. So I'm gonna start bringing y'all on my drills. I'm gonna start bringing y'all on an escapade. All right, and I'm gonna narrate everything. I'm gonna show y'all exactly how this shit play out. Y'all wanna get in content creators businesses? All right, let me show you. Let me show you a little bit of my shoes. I'm gonna show y'all something.
And yeah, Supersize. Somehow you still
go on
listening
mute.
to me. He said, "I never said that."
What's going on,
I
UFO?
just said you was a son husband. No, you have
Peace.
said I lived with my mother before.
Nigga, but that's what you do. You live with your mother. Where's the line what I said? So who do you live with, Ed? Who do you live with, Ed? Who does Edward Anderson live with, y'all? Who does Edward Anderson live with, y'all? You are the example you set. Remember, he was trying to, well, this is what a son husband means. Okay, you're it. And remember when I said, you know, it's commendable that as a child, you should take care of your parents when they get older. Does anybody forget that stream? When I first went in on him, I even gave him kudos. I said, you know what? If my parents, because my daddy has a wife. Sorry. So that's not, so my wife would take care of my daddy if he got sick. So I said, if my mom got sick, yeah, I'd bring her home and I take care of her. I said, that's what you would hope if you raise a half decent child. When you as a parent get sick, you would hope to basically die at your kid's home. You would hope to die in your home of your children, not in a freaking nursing home or a hospice. Okay, if you got some half decent kids, you're not dying in a hospice or in the hospital. You're dying at home with your kids. Your kids bring you home. Mima, come home. We're gonna take her home. My mother did the same thing for my grandmother. Brought mom's home, grandmother home. She died at the house. Okay. Every time I go in my mom's room, there's a cold spot in the room. Get the chills in the back of your neck. I was like, it's time to dip out. It's time for me to dip. I know what that means. But I'm just, and I even said it's commendable, Edward, you doing what you're supposed to do. But I said it comes at a cost. Son husband, being a son husband comes at a cost. A very great, expensive cost. That means you sacrifice your life. You sacrifice your life to take care of your sick parent. If you didn't have a life. So the only life you have, sir, is to come on to YouTube. Because 24/7, you're taking care of your sick moms or your crazy auntie that you told us about. Nobody went asking, looking for information. Hey, let's give
what's going on, Brownie?
Information on Edward Anderson, the son husband. Give me the deets. Nobody went looking for deets on Edward Anderson. Your goofy ass told us all your fucking business.
Taking y'all on a drill today.
2, 3, 4 in the morning. Hey, y'all.
You said you wouldn't want to die at your kid's house?
My mom to the hospital. She fell.
I can see both sides.
Whose business was that?
I can see both sides.
Whose business was that?
I feel for Ed, man.
Why did you feel compelled to get up at 3, 4, 5 in the morning to come tell us you're going to take your mom to the hospital because she fell? You can't hold your own family. You think your mother wants her business out here like that, Edward? You think your sick ass mama wants her business out here like that? Why are you telling your family business to us on the internet? And then we would be like, well, okay, yeah, nigga, you are that. No, Super Sly, I'm not letting you on. Bitch ass nigga, nobody asked for your family history, medical history. But yet every day you come in this motherfucker and tell us all your business that nobody asked for. Okay? I had to get up and take my mom to the hospital because she fell and she got through chemo. I wouldn't have nothing to talk about if you kept your freaking mouth shut. Okay? Trust me, there are people that are happy to hear about your mom's being sick, bruh. I'm not one of them. There are people happy you're going through it with your family the way you are. We wouldn't know your business if you kept it to your fucking self. We wouldn't know you had a crazy auntie if you kept it to yourself. We wouldn't know you had an issue with stepfathers if you kept that story to yourself. You know, the story where his mother chose her husband over him and had him put into foster care for a year where he was getting his sweet ass beat every fucking day. I'm sure they was whooping your ass in foster care. I know they was beating your sweet marshmallow Stay Puffed ass. They was punking you in foster care for that entire year. This is why you so angry. You're angry because your mother chose her husband over your silly ass and had you put in the foster care for a year. Well, I'm sure them kids was beating your motherfucking ass every goddamn day, treating you like NBA young boy. Yo, bro, why you hitting me, bro? Why you punching me up, bro? What I do to you, bro? You know, NBA young boy out here telling this story of how he was getting beat up every day in foster care after his grandmama died. And look what it turned him into. With Edward, it had the opposite effect to a certain extent. Ed, you ain't tough. You just had a tough night. Edward, you ain't tough. You just had a tough night. Bars. This is why he hates stepfather so much, y'all. This is the source of Edward Anderson's bane with stepfathers. This is why every chance he gets, he projects that shit on, and let him find out you're a stepfather. He'll project that onto you or onto that person. Okay? Once again, his mama chose her husband over him at a very crucial developmental stage in his life where he had to go sit down in the foster care for a year. He's never gotten over it. He's never worked through those issues. He's never did the mirror work, right? He's never taken the steps to resolve and rectify those issues. Okay? He is the last person, and I mean the absolute last person, to come onto YouTube to talk about what women are doing. Nigga, go talk to your mama first. Go resolve those issues. Mama, I'm still mad you chose your husband over me 20 years ago. Have that conversation with your mother first. Okay? Now, the second part of his anger is because, once again, once you take on the role of caretaker for your sick parent, you have to sacrifice your life. Okay? You have to sacrifice your life to take care of your sick parent. That's another source of his anger. Okay? You ain't never seen this nigga not one time go outside and touch some freaking grass. He can tell you all the stories. Yeah, when I was dating these women, I like Asian women. No, Eddie. No. No, Eddie. No Asian poom poom for you, Eddie. No, Eddie. We don't like you, Eddie. No, Eddie. No. There's no Asian woman for you to like. You don't have time to date, bruh. Oh, then he said, well, if I'm dating, you're not going to see her. Hold up. He said, well, if I'm dating and I have somebody, you're not going to see her. But you come online to tell us your mama got cancer. Your mama going through chemo. Your auntie is 5150, and you take care of both of them. You tell us all your family medical history. But if I'm dating somebody, you're not gonna see her. Now, if y'all believe that, wait. Once again, I know your mama and crazy auntie's entire family medical history, but for some odd reason, I have a girlfriend and you're never gonna see her if I'm dating. Nigga, there's nobody for you to date. It's called your hand. Or what are you, right-handed or left-handed? What are you, right-handed or left-handed? There's your date. That's why we never see them. Okay. All right. Don't do this, Ed. Ed, don't do this. I gave you props for being a son husband because a lot of kids will not take on the responsibilities of taking care of their parents. So the other sibling said, "Nah, I'm good," but you said, "Mom, I'll do it, Mom. I'll step up to the plate and be the man you need me to be." By golly. All right. Okay. Once again, I want to thank Edward Anderson for sponsoring today's live stream, because without him, none of this is possible. I did not know. I lived in Edward Anderson's head rent free. I did not know this. Like, I had nothing personal against Ed. I just like picking on him because I can, because he's a soft target and he does it to himself. I don't even frequent that man's channel. The only reason I was over there because my man AM1 was upsetting these niggas to the point.
What's going on, Nicer?
Talking point turned into, you want us to stop talking.
How you doing? Thank you so much.
Them niggas in the chat.
Thank you, love. How are you?
Well, AM1, you want to silence us. You want us to stop talking about Keisha. These niggas love Keisha. They just want Keisha to love on them. That's all. They just want Keisha to act right. That's it. There's no beef, really. They just want Keisha to act right, and Keisha don't want to act right. What movie was that?
What up, Link?
Kid and Play movie. Kid and Play movie where they switched lifestyles.
How you doing?
The big muscle dude.
How's everybody tonight? Well, this morning. Shout outs to Wes. Shout outs to you, man.
Play with my frog.
I was gonna I need your email so I can send you I didn't want to say it in this chat. I wanted to send you a Curtis King slump pack.
Kid was a nerd.
I didn't want to say it in this chat though. He was reading all my messages. I was like, oh shit, I can't say this.
Class act. How come you don't repair my frog?
Let me know, Wes. I'm gonna send you
That's what you niggas sound like.
I sent it to Nicer. I don't know if she received it. But I don't know if she can use it. I gotta ask her. But I want to send you the slump pack. I want to send you Neon Sunset, Neo Soul Quest. What's the other one?
And all this extra shit.
Let me see.
And all AM1 was saying,
I be forgetting. I got a short memory.
The majority of y'all content is based on what
I got them all on here so I can find it. Hold on.
Then Ed,
I want to send you all these. I want to send you Bolo's drums.
Is about men building
some El Dre drums if you into that. And some lo-fi stuff if you're into that. You said, am I stepping out tonight? Nah. I'm in tonight. I'm cleaning up and doing some stuff.
Or
doing laundry and stuff tonight.
To the problem. These dudes don't want to fix.
Y'all got me for the rest of the night. What's going on?
Do like the women have done for the last 40 years and talk and run their mouths.
You said all good. I sponsored somebody when he dropped it. You said but I ain't pick it up. That's what I'm saying. Give me your email. I'll send it to you.
Shout out to Tosin and Ramil. They've been saying
I'll send it to you. You don't gotta do nothing. You don't gotta do none of that. Anytime I got something, I send it. That's why I'm waiting for Nicer. I'm gonna see if she downloaded Cakewalk and some other stuff, because I do want to kind of mess around with VSTs. Don't tell nobody I said that. But anything that I get, like I share it between. I want to share it between you, Nicer, Star P. I gotta wait till Star P gets like some type of computer. I want to share it between you, Star P. We're gonna get War Master making beats while he on the road. But I want to share it between you, Nicer.
Full of shit. And number two, you called me a son husband because I drove my mother to the hospital.
Tony and what you call it, and my brother Curlin.
We wouldn't know that.
You said create a Discord. Okay.
We don't need
all right, I'll make one tonight.
Why did you feel it was important to?
I actually have one, but I don't know if it's gonna name it
your mother fell
after me. Nah, but
I
mean, y'all, I'm here making some beats.
That is the definition of a son husband.
And the sad part, Wes, is that the beat that I sent Curtis King, I ain't gonna lie, I made that shit in like 10 minutes before I sent it to him. I lost track of time. That's why I sound bad. I lost track of time. I was like, oh shit. Let me go send it to him.
Why?
I was here with the isotope, had to hurry up and put something together. So it sounded bad. So, but
who does that?
Long as I, long as I get a little bit of traction on what I'm doing, nothing wrong with that, man.
Edward,
but give me 1 minute. I'm gonna sit here, put something together.
Business out here.
Don't want to talk to the podcast. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, y'all.
I don't even know this woman, but I'm goddamn.
Thank you again, man. Hold on. Shout outs to Wes. Let me know, and I got you, bro.
Y'all make it make sense. They love Keisha. They love Keisha. They just mad because Keisha won't play with their frog. How come you won't play with my frog, Keisha? That's all. Y'all just want Keisha to play with y'all frog. That's it. That's all. Once again, Edward.
Won't you play with my frog?
Nobody knew your mama fell if you kept your freaking mouth shut. Nobody needs to know all your business. Nobody's trying to dox Edward Anderson and find out where he lives and all that. Well, you know what? That other nigga do. That's his. No. I listen. That nigga got up at what 3, 4, 5 in the morning.
Why won't you play with my toad, Keisha?
First thing you want to tell people,
come play with my toad.
Why, dude? And ain't nobody said why you. Why
won't you play with my macaque?
People that support Edward Anderson. Ain't none of y'all said, hey, you don't need to know that, bro. That's cool. Keep that to yourself. The fuck? You think I'm going to come on here and tell you what's going on with my parents' health? Why? Because I know there's people like actively happy for that. There are people actively happy your mama is sick, bro. Stop feeding them people information about your family. Nobody needs to know your auntie is 5150. Keep that to yourself. That's in-house stuff. What the hell? Man, what the fuck? Come on.
Fell on the ground. And then again, because I was driving her, because she literally got a third of her lung taken out. So
I don't need to know that.
Yeah, you know what though? Yeah. You want to know why?
Your mother has a third of her lungs.
Hold on, let me hold on, let me turn this down a bit. You want to know why? Because when you press when you have on track mutes and you press stop on here, it still plays the rest of the beat out. So like if you want to stop the beat and you want to have like a dramatic ending, that's cool. But I should have cut it, because I ain't gonna lie, when I silenced the beat, it kept going. I was like, this sounds off, but fuck it, But one thing he said, which I got a lot of game from it still, he said there's a lot going on. So that
on how to deal with women.
That kind of showed me something. My bad, y'all.
Hilarious. You want to
I'm thankful for his input.
This guy has the inside track on how to deal with women.
I had his book for a long time too, listening to it, and
got to be. Why?
I ain't gonna lie, I put it down for a little bit.
Why? See, even Red knows the business. I don't even know. Why would he tell people this? Why, Edward? So wait a minute, Edward. So you done told us you're not your mother's favorite child. So that means I know the mama give you extra hell. So you're the son that stepped up. All the other kids said, "Nah, we cool. Little Eddie, you take care of it. You're the whipping boy of the family. You take care of it. Nobody respects you anyway. So go ahead and wipe mama's ass because we don't want to do it." Like what else he say? What else did he snitch on about himself, Sexy Red? What else did he say about himself? He said, he said his mother doesn't even listen to him. Okay. Oh, that's right. The cigarette thing, the smoking, because she liked to smoke cigarettes. and that's contributed.
No, I didn't catch it. We can watch it tonight together. Link. I was gonna do what's going on, Dusty?
Stop smoking cigarettes, you gonna die.
I was gonna do Jason. I was gonna do the Jason Whitlock stuff, and then there's something over at Valuetainment I want to show y'all too. So I was gonna do that probably tomorrow morning, which is the afternoon in y'all time.
Okay. Nobody wants to. Nobody needs to know that you had to argue with your mother and threaten to beat up your mama because she wouldn't stop smoking cigarettes, bruh. That's no. Yeah, he on the zesty spectrum. Edward is on the zesty spectrum. Edward Anderson is on the zesty spectrum.
I'll definitely review it for you guys. I got you.
Edward on the zesty spectrum.
This is happening right now, Dusty.
Edward he on the zesty spectrum. Let's continue. Let's see what else he said.
In a situation where I'm sharing my life.
Once again, parts of your life don't need to be shared, bruh. Once again, and none of you goofballs that fuck with him ain't said, hey, bruh, you might want to keep that to yourself. None of you goofballs that follow Ed, BGS, your old decrepit ass, you ain't told that young man, hey, you might not want to be sharing all that information on the internet, man, because you know there's weird people out here. There are weirdos out here that get off on that type of stuff. So none of you clowns went to Ed and said, hey, enough. None of y'all. So y'all basically enjoy him telling his problems because guess what? It makes your life, when you look at it, not as bad. Well, goddamn, Edward mama, she going through all this. Well, shit, my life ain't so bad. Thank you, Edward, for reminding me how bad my life is not. Stop telling your business. Once again, I know this man's entire family medical tree. And you want to sit here and tell me this guy deals with women? If I had a girlfriend, if I was dating, you wouldn't know about it. We don't know because she don't exist. There's your girlfriends right here. Left hand, right hand. Which one? Heidi and Missy. These are Edward's girlfriends. Heidi and Missy. We never see him because we never see him. That's why we never see him. Okay? Edward is on the zesty spectrum. Don't let this nigga, ladies. And I'm light skinned. I'm light, nigga. You were one of them ugly light skin. You know what? Let me go T.I. real quick. T.I. is like the first. T.I.'s family is like the first group of ugly light skinned mofos, because usually light skinned people are fairly attractive, right? Usually, the majority of light skinned people are fairly attractive, but when we saw T.I.
Yeah, I saw that, Larry. He was talking about how he wouldn't let him on the panel last night. I was like, wow, okay.
That one for yourself is your light skin. That's it. And that ain't hey, wait. How did I know Edward's pre-diabetic?
I'm minding my business, but apparently y'all chose violence this February. Shit.
We know that Cass, what you're supposed Cass, why are you here? You out in another country, sis. Why are you here with this nonsense? I want my t-shirt. Okay. Don't bring me back no goddamn shells. Okay. No, where you at? Let me pull you back up. Don't bring me back no damn shells. I'm looking directly in the camera. Cass, don't bring me no damn seashells by the seashore. Okay. You better bring me back a damn t-shirt. Don't bring me. Sly, all they had was these seashells by the seashore. Nah. Don't bring me no motherfucking seashells by the seashore. I'm not playing with you. You better bring me a medium t-shirt. Okay? Medium. Now ask me. Yes, T.I. kids are ugly. Damn what y'all talking about. Now ask me, how do we know that Edward is pre-diabetic? Ask it. Ty City, get in here. See, horsemen show up, goddammit.
You know what, Fasting? I wanted to ask him about that. I would like to do a stream with you, me, and him,
Being honest
and talk about Satanism.
Contradictory lifestyle to his talking points. That's it. Yes!
Just an interesting stream,
Exactly.
you know.
So ask me, how do we
What's going on, Dollar Washer? Yeah, they chose Black History Month to I'm over here making beats, minding my business,
how we know?
and some idiot threw a chair at me.
I got you. Thank you.
You know?
Don't bring me
Trying
no
to drag me
seashells
into fuckery.
But Sly, look, they're beautiful. I got them off the coast. I got them off the Ivory Coast, and it's a rare specimen of seashell. Bring no damn seashells by the seashore. Okay, all right. So how do we know that he's because he told us. Because he told us. Yeah, I know I need to work out, but you guys, I have a little secret to tell you. I'm pre-diabetic. Oh, really? Never would have guessed. I mean, your little chunky cheeks. How old are you? Are you what is Ed? Like 34, 35? Got a gut? Ain't seen his dick in, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 10 years? So you bark at your mama for smoking cigarettes, but you won't take your little fat ass to the gym. So your entire family is in poor health. I should not know none of this. This is not my business to know. Transparency is one thing, but damn, bro, like, turn off the faucet. Turn off the faucet. Quit telling us all your goddamn business. This nigga is 35.
It's on YouTube.
Like 45.
You can go to my community tab. I posted in the community tab if you guys want to be a part of the chat.
45. You look unwell, Ed. You look old in the face, bro. You look old in the face. You like that nasty beige color, and you got moles on your face. Come on, get the fuck out of here. Ain't no woman checking for you, bro. Stop. Ain't no woman checking for you. Yeah, Edward 35, looking like Colt 45. Oh, old face ass. Oh, pre-diabetic ass. We didn't need to know none of that. Okay, let's see. Is there anything else he said? Let's listen. Anything else, Ed?
Just to let people know, you still got to get shit done, even though shit can happen with you in chaos. Even in a new year, you decide to turn that into I'm a son husband. That's who the fuck you is,
nigga. You are a son husband. I am a real husband. Okay, you're a son husband. I'm a real husband. Okay. The fuck? That's who the fuck you is. No, old face Ed. No. Stop sharing your family medical history, because there's people out here that generally are happy that you're going through it. I'm not one of those people. Okay. Some sage brotherly advice. And yes, I like I said, tell Obsidian and Theo, don't be pussies and not let me in to the Manosphere meetup that's in Atlanta. If y'all niggas even have this shit. Edward, I hope you show up. I hope a lot of you niggas show up so I can check temperatures and see what it really is. But because like I said, if it wasn't for this internet, a lot of you guys would have offed yourselves. And now I'm like, you know what? Maybe y'all not need to be here. Maybe y'all need to be in the upper room somewhere. But anywho, getting back to A&1's point, at the end of the day, all they want is for Keisha to play with their frogs. That's it, y'all. You're trying to silence us from talking about Keisha. Who says this shit? And listen, no diss to Charles Merchant. No diss to Charles Merchant. That dude got issues, man. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Once again, no diss to Charles Merchant. All you gotta do is go back to that lot. Go through, just look at the chat, y'all.
What's going on, Toya?
Chat.
Good morning.
Them dudes got issues.
Listen, y'all, I woke up to this shit too. I'm not trying to be messy. I woke up to this shit too. Apparently,
that's who the fuck you
for
is.
Black History Month, niggas chose violence.
Niggas like that.
You dig?
Just like I can't keep you niggas from listening to Steve the Dean, even though he lived with a white, he a stepdaddy to white kids, even though I can't.
See, I tell you that stepdaddy shit bothers the fuck out of it. Ain't Steve the Dean married to his wife? Steve the Dean married to his wife? What is this? He lived with his wife. He's married.
I'm trying to chill now. I got to be on deck all month and deal with nigga shit. Here we go.
Edward, he'll freak out. I told y'all, he got he's still mad at his mama years ago for choosing to step her husband over him. He calls his mother. I assume they're divorced now because obviously he's nowhere to be found. But the fact that he goes out of his way to call him the stepfather and not your mother's
Tony.
husband.
Tony, did you get my email? I sent you and
that was your mother's husband.
Curl in the slump pack. Check your email.
It didn't work out, and I'm sure you're part of the problem. I
need to check my email also because I just forwarded from Google.
Her husband and her are no longer together.
So I guess it should show up in your email.
Her husband is no longer there. Then yeah, little Eddie, come wipe mommy's ass. Come wipe mommy's ass because the other siblings don't want to be bothered. Once again, it's a commendable thing to do to take care of one's sickly parent, but it comes at a very, very high cost. And you can listen to this man and tell he's paying the ultimate price. Your life is over, bruh. Your life is solely dedicated to taking care of your mother and your crazy auntie. Nigga, you ain't got time to go outside and touch grass. Okay? So all that woman whisperer shit don't mean nothing if you can't apply it out in the real world with real women. You are a walking contradiction. He is the last person to ever talk about the dynamics between men and women. Nigga,
right, I got too much emails fasting. I got another email I gotta manage now for the artist page. I need to figure that shit out.
Those are the only dynamics you need to speak on that you're an expert in. Is mommy and
That's
son.
why I make sure I'm live. So if people want to contact me, I should be live and you should be able to contact me.
Okay. I got 30 minutes left before I get up out of here.
Hold on, y'all.
And and go outside and touch grass. Is there anything else, Edward, you want to say to us tonight? Is there anything else?
Can't keep y'all listening to Lucario, even though he got I can't control who you fuckers listen to. And I've accepted that.
What Lucario got to do with this? Okay, so Lucario, Mr. Lucario lives a lifestyle y'all don't agree with. Okay, cool. But guess what? He's still getting Keisha. He's still getting Keisha. Or a version of Keisha. He getting a European Keisha, or an Asian Keisha, but he getting him a Keisha. Regardless if you agree with his lifestyle or not. He's still getting Keisha. And all you niggas want to do is, you want us to silence us from talking about y'all do what the fuck y'all want. Let's go.
What's going on, now, J3? Shout outs to you.
So it is what it is. And
niggas, nah. She don't got no algorithm lit. She's running around here trying to make allies and friends. Like how long you gonna be running into every single chat room? I'm innocent. Okay, we don't care. You dig what I'm saying? Whole leech out here. All right, let's get it.
Doing what I'm doing.
Ladies, is this light-skinned nigga making you moist right now? Do you need to run to the bathroom and get a feminine wipe to wipe yourself because he just made you the shit run down your leg? Yes or no? Is this man making this shit run down your leg? Yes or no? You want Edward Anderson on top of you sucking on your titties? Yes or no? Yes or no? You know what? Let's do this. I got time. I got 30 minutes to play with y'all. This is what we gonna do. Let me find a motherfucker. Yeah, okay.
Right, Tony.
I get it red.
Ladies, y'all letting light skin in? You gonna let light skin in between your guts? You gonna let this light skin man with you gonna let this light skin man in into your sugar walls? You want Edward on top of you? Do 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 you want Edward inside of you? Do you want Edward inside of you? Do you want him to kiss on you and lick on you? Huh? Yes or no? Do you want his little nasty hands on touching your body? Do you want his fingers inside of you? Yes or no? Yes or no? Let's let Edward. Come on, Edward. Here's your application. Here you go. Let's
Yeah,
go.
bro, I'm hip.
Channel, so I don't feel
I'm
like
hip,
shout out
Tony.
to Red. I don't feel like waiting. And I'm not gonna wait to call in. I'm just gonna say what I want to say. First of all, you got Red Supreme playing Clarence, and Red is acting like it's basically doing I don't know who this guy is. I don't know this. I don't know that. You know, and then playing the shit. Basically, Clarence is shitting on Austin. Shitting on Austin Holler.
Ladies, do you want Edward Anderson inside you? Let me do this real quick. I ain't forgot y'all. Let me get to these super chats. Ladies, I'll let you make up your minds. Do you want this man on top of you, inside of you? Okay. First, Macbone, thank you for the $5 super chat. It's a lot of reason why Mr. Anderson said towards you the sex trafficking comments, because he's hating the fact that you happily have multiple. You know what? I'll take that. My man Chapman, thank you for the 20 super chat. They are the epitome of sexual suppression. Yes. Macbone again. Thank you for the $5 super chat. This song is dedicated to the crybabies in the space. Go On and Cry by Bloodstone. You go on and cry. And Big Pontiac, aka Mr. NFL is rigged. Give Miss Flowers. Give Miss Flowers. NFL is stupid rigged. Everybody, I implore you to look up, go to Big Pontiac's channel. Also look up the 1964 Sports Betting Act. Ladies, let's play some more of that sexy Edward Anderson video that y'all just so dying to watch and listen to.
Which, whatever. But Red is playing the I don't know game. I don't know who this person is. And then at the same time doing a video about game. And basically superimposing a lot of shit. Let me be very clear here. This is black men, and it's black men. I'm going to tell you right now, black men will never be anything worth being anything as a collective group if black men don't get this game shit under control and get this.
Edward, you're a son husband. The game that cannot help you, sir. Edward, you are a son husband until your mama closes her eyes. Okay? Let me be serious for a hot minute, y'all. Let me take a serious turn right now. Edward,
Right, I feel you, Tony.
you are in prison.
But Ed kind of be throwing
Edward,
stones though. He throw a lot of
prison.
stones, man.
You are in son husband prison until your mama closes her eyes.
I would like to help, you know? Shit.
Edward will never be truly free.
I'll see what happens when I help something.
Closes her eyes. That's the reality. You are in prison, sir. And it's taking its toll on you. Clearly. It's taking its toll on you. You will never be free until your mama closes her eyes. She may not go out for another 20 years, bruh. And you're going to be 50. By the time
RG3 Sly on Sly smoking a different strand of weed, bro. Sly on some other shit. You know? Sly on some other shit,
you're
man.
Be in your 50s, nigga.
I feel you, Tony. Yeah. Brown paper bag.
You're gonna be in your 50s. Still talking this nonsense.
What happened to Cool and Dre, man?
With no real life applications, no life experiences, nothing to really, gauge anything from. You're going to be sitting here watching life pass you by, interjecting what you think should and shouldn't happen. You're going to be on the sidelines, bruh. You will not be free until your mama closes her eyes. And then if your auntie's still around, nigga, you doing 2 life sentences right now. Yeah. He volunteered for the gynocracy. I'm sure he can spread the responsibility with his other siblings so if he can have them. Nah. Listen, he's the whipping boy. The other siblings are like, nah, little Eddie got it. Let little Eddie get it. He got it. Nah, they not nobody stepping up to help this dude. Nah. Yo, you doing 2 life sentences, man. So you serving one with your mother and another one with your auntie. Once again, I commend Edward Anderson for stepping up to the plate to take care of his sick family, but the cost is too high. You're going to pay a price that's greatly affecting you moving forward. Okay? What you need to do is go talk to your mama about what really happened and why she chose her husband over you. Okay? Ladies, is he making you moist yet? Are we still waiting for y'all to get moist? You have to.
Damn, I didn't know Christina
do all
Milian
that.
happened to
Which one you gotta
Cool and Dre. I thought she
Yeah,
happened to
no,
Lil
yeah,
Wayne.
what?
Didn't she
What we doing?
leave? What's the
Ladies,
name?
what we doing?
Cool for Lil Wayne.
Ladies, what we doing?
Actually, I
Classic
somewhat
Creole, are
remember
you
that.
moist yet?
Now that you say something about that, I somewhat remember that.
Let me ask y'all one by one. Let me do this. Sexy Red, are you moist? Is he making you moist? Classic Creole, is he making you moist? Yes or no? Lil Hurler.
The other girl,
Are you moist?
I liked,
Karen,
what's her name? But
respectfully,
she
is
kind
Edward
of
making you
fell.
moist?
What's her name?
Yeah,
Nivea. I like Nivea.
Is Edward making you moist?
She look crazy now
Huh?
though.
Anybody? You still doing it? No? Yeah? Yeah? No? Yes? No? Maybe? Possibly? Farron, are you moist? Does Edward Anderson make you moist? Yes? No? Natasha, Thundercat. Is the Thundercat purring? Is the Thundercat purring right now for Edward Anderson? Yes or no? No? Martina, is he making you moist? Are you glistening? Is there a glistening? No? Yes? Yes? No? T, are you moist? Melanin Ma, are you moist?
Clue said Nivea is fat
is there
now.
sliver-
Yeah, she looking crazy,
sliver
man.
Juice anywhere?
She kind of got the junkie jaw
Anywhere?
now, and it's
No,
like,
yes. Nick, are you
you
moist?
know. But
Is he
Nivea
writing
can
you
sing.
moist?
Truth
Edward
be
Anderson
told,
right now.
Nivea.
Don't be shy.
There was another girl that he got with too when he put out his rock album called Chanel or SNL or whatever. And remember, she used to do. I never tell girls to do this. I
Carrie,
had
thank you for the
girls that
chat.
wanted this, and
Edward
they
is
just
this
like,
generation's
nah,
Norman
I
Bates.
wouldn't do that.
Holy shit.
You know, the like where they have like the nose ring going from like the ear ring
Wow.
that
Okay.
connects to like the septum or
prepared for
like
that
the
statement.
nose or like I'm like that's the dumbest
Mac
thing you
Bone,
could ever
thank
have.
again for the two to
You
two
know,
chat. Light skin trauma bond.
something pulling at your nasal lobe and your earlobe and shit like that. Let that shit get caught in something, you know. But Nivea was I think talented. She was very talented, more talented than Christina Milian. I think Nivea had.
That's
I like Nivea.
For dry.
You know, I'm not even gonna go into details. I like Nivea.
Ma'am, I don't know you, but
I didn't know the Dream and Lil Wayne was beefing, but hey, man. I think the
Shit,
Dream
right.
got like the
problem that I
better
have
end of
with
the stick.
Gang,
you know,
it's not
being
Gang itself. It's how black men disseminate it.
I think the writers are get the better end of the stick
right now. Listen to this man talk.
But let's go. This is almost done.
Are you listen to this light skinned man talk about game? Yes or no? Yes or no? Don't everybody answer at once. Only reason why I'm playing
this also is because Toya, I don't know what's going on. If we call in the future, but Jesus Christ, we damn near talked about this shit that day too.
Nobody's moist, huh? Listen,
we talked about this shit that day too. It wasn't we having a conversation. I was like, I don't think I would listen to Ed's opinion on game and stuff like that. That's
somebody just lied
respectfully.
Yeah.
And look,
my mouth watering like I have to throw up. Lord have mercy.
I'm gonna have to go sit my ass down. The shit the shit getting manifested.
When airdrop receipts, Sly go act like it. Wait, what else? Listen, I wouldn't be here. Once again, let me be clear. I had every intention on going on Ed's panel with proper respect. I wasn't gonna blow it up. I wasn't going to turn into something else. I was only going to back up AM1's points.
Yes, I'll get to that a little bit later, Brad. Let me save your comment.
Space
I got you.
90% women.
I definitely was going to touch on that. Solutions. Give me 1 second.
Right? And Ty, if you go through the chat, it's just you and Ramil. That's all. Ty City and Ramil want to silence us from talking about Keisha. So let them tell it. This is Ty City and Ramil's fault for trying to convince men to stop talking about Keisha. That's all they said in the chat, bro. All last night. All y'all between you, Ramil, and AM1, y'all trying to silence the men from talking about Keisha. That's all they kept saying. That's all they kept saying. Hilarious. Dr. Wiley. Oh, that's funny. Mega Man. I love that. Edward Anderson be buying BGS more underwear. Oh, no.
Well, Fantastic isn't even a passport, bro. So he's grifting also, and he's trying to start beef with people, and he acting like people don't see it. I already ran down his playbook. You a big goofy ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? I could bust Fantastic down like a swisher. Big goofy nigga.
I'm not doing this with y'all.
These people's playbook is obvious, y'all.
So we're not gonna do this.
It usually streams like this. I would watch on my own and keep it to myself. But I'm taking y'all on drills with me. Every time I start doing drills, I'm gonna take y'all on drills with me. All right? Give me 1 second.
Edward, no. Red, thank you, bro, for the followers.
I be knowing what I'm talking about. I'm everywhere. I am the watcher.
Peace with me.
Okay.
Edward's beyond help. He is the reason I improve. Wow. He is the reason you improve. Yeah. No, bruh. I know you got the but I text you late last time. Like, yo, they in here. They was in here wilding last night. They wilding on yeah, I like SB. You pay the bills for sure. For sure. All right, so nobody wants to admit that they're wet for him. Okay. All right. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna leave little Eddie alone. Let me just say this, Edward. I'm not looking for a response. Don't run over to Red Supreme because now that's your little friend now. Hey, Ty City. Him and Red Supreme, they internet friend, they YouTube friends now. Ed got him a new YouTube friend now. So he be over there. So don't run looking for help, Edward. Matter of fact, Edward, don't even respond to me, bruh. You done already gave me enough control of your life. Once again, I commend you for stepping up to the plate to take care of your sickly folks, but stop telling everybody all of your business. It's not everybody for us to know. I'm serious. Like, I'm saying this seriously now, okay? And don't respond. I'm not worth the time. I'm not worth the energy. Don't even address me, bro. Like, seriously, don't address me. I didn't tag you. I'm not that petty. But once again, I didn't know I was living in your head like this, rent free. Don't let me do that to you. Don't give me the power over you like that. I don't want it. I have nothing to gain from it. So, you don't, it's okay if you don't ever want to talk to me. I get it. It's okay. I don't take offense to it. So I officially can never go over to Edward Anderson's. He'll never let me on his panel, y'all. I wonder why. So let me get up out of here. Yeah, like Kevin said, I'm gonna need the Light Skin Coalition to get this man in line. AM1, Third Ward, okay. Chapman, come get your light skinned brethren. Pull him to the side and be like, "Hey, bro, you need to chill, okay?" I guess I'm not invited to the party. I guess not. But I was shocked, but I'll take it as a compliment. Once again, shout out to the Four Horsemen, Ty City, Ramil, AM1, and my goddamn self for being the walking anti-black manosphere antithesis. We are the complete opposites. We are what happened. We're real life versus the internet, and when they clash, it just doesn't work. Okay. It doesn't work. When manosphere talking points meet real life, it does not work. And it turns into we're trying to silence these guys from talking about Keisha. Never in my life did. This nigga should not ever be talking about no goddamn game. Anywho, I'm gonna get out of here. I have enough fuckery for the morning. We don't claim him. Listen, optics, bro. See, even Classy is like, he ain't making y'all look good. Y'all need to get that brother, reel him in, rein him in, be like, bro, you doing too much right now. Light Skin Coalition is bigger than just you. All right. Light Skin Coalition, get y'all brethren in order. Get him in order, please. ASAP. He's off the hinges. So I'm gonna get out of here. Thank all of y'all. Wait, talk to your man like an after school special. Talk to your man like an after school special. All right. Give us a couple hours. Me and AM1 we'll go back in on this, and then later on tonight, music therapy. So I got 2 shows lined up for today and tonight. So I'm gonna be a busy guy. This is day 26, y'all. Day 26. Let me send you guys out.
Tony, you about to be on the slide?
All right.
Oh my God, he should have played this.
Okay, what breaking news now before I get up out of here, hold up. Everybody come back in. Everybody come back in. Hold up. Everybody come back in. Now this is why
Yeah, we gonna get to that, Young Jay. What's going on, player?
Mindful of shit you say on this internet when you're trying to accuse people of something. Now, I'm in a Discord server. I'm in Ramil's Discord. So this nigga here says this is why when I see Ed, it's gonna be a problem. So this nigga, I don't know who you can see this. Hold up, let me get all this shit out the way first. Okay, now wait. Let me see if you can see that. Hold up. Focus. Okay, it says, did Super Sly really say that about guys messing with kids? Shit, come on, focus now. Now, do you understand why you need to be more mindful of shit you say without proper context? Now Edward, it's gonna get personal. See, because you out here accusing me of shit with you don't have the sound bites, you don't have a clip, you putting shit out of you putting shit out in with no context. See, now you're gonna get people out here thinking the wrong thing about me. See, now Ed, now you're gonna make this shit personal. Ed, you're gonna make this shit personal. You're gonna take this shit into the streets, and I know that's not what you want to do. Ed, we're gonna have a problem. Now this roasting back and forth on the internet is cool, but now you got because some of your people are too dumb.
Look at this instigating bitch. Nothing happens in there.
Might be a little on the spectrum. Damn, so
she in all y'all business but her own.
Edward,
she even in here.
Edward. Let me see. I'm gonna be in Atlanta next month. North Carolina ain't but what 8-hour drive, 10-hour drive.
Young Jay, I probably didn't.
Edward.
I showed y'all what's going on with my email, bro. I'm compromised too, bro. I don't even get my email. I showed y'all this yesterday. Look on the screen, y'all.
Edward, we might have.
Look at this. Look at this.
You might have a problem.
I have a problem.
I'll tell you what.
It is really hard to sift through.
You know what?
And this is unread. It's really hard. My email is it is really hard to sift through 60,418 emails. Look at this.
You say like the gospel. I think your mama and your crazy ass auntie.
Look at that.
Enough content.
Y'all never seen no shit. I never seen no shit like this.
We'll see how this goes.
I am not in control.
We'll see how this goes. But Edward, we might have a problem, bro.
60,418. Okay. So when if y'all think I be lying, I don't be lying. Like
I'm gonna get out of here.
I don't be lying, y'all.
The rest of my day, and actually,
I'm sorry. This is why I go live so y'all can speak to me. I'm sorry, okay?
Call my mother because
I'm trying to figure out. I need to hire somebody to help me with that shit.
Her own ass. I'll call my father because I.
Give me 1 second, y'all.
And he can wipe his own ass too. And he has a wife if he needs his ass wiped, so I'm gonna call my parents, see how they doing, because, they can wipe their own asses, and, so I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do that today. But Edward, we might have a problem, brother. With that being said, enjoy the rest of y'all day. I'll see y'all in a couple hours. Peace.
Shoot. Well, shout outs to Super Sly, man. Here go the young lady, also African Tigress. She's I don't know. I gotta see if she back home. She lost on the streets. Laos. She doesn't know how the streets work out here. I figured out how the streets work my first time out here. I run around after nighttime and and learn shit. You know. So let's get into it, man. Shout outs to everybody here. I'm gonna patch back in my until we'll listen to something else. Shout outs to Link. Link wanted me to go over what did you want me to go over again? That guy in the Passport Bros things. I'm a little bit behind. And then I want to show y'all something on the Valuetainment channel, right? Of this sister and that Femme Sapien girl. You know what I'm saying? That shit was crazy. You know what I'm saying? Shout outs to everybody commenting on the Passport Bro eating that chicken wing. That shit is funny. Like somebody said he ate the arm of the chicken. That nigga ate the bones and everything, right? He's actually funny. He's not in Thailand. It was actually a funny video. He actually got a whole page, I think. I saw like probably a couple of months ago or something like that. That's an old video, but that shit is funny. What was I about to say? There's so much stuff that I'm backed up on. I got crazy material, so I'm about to take a little trip real soon. So I'm just here washing clothes and doing some stuff. So just decided to kind of sit down. Let me go back in there. I'm washing my bed sheets and everything, so I come home to a clean, nice, wonderful smelling bed. Ain't nothing like being home and then just Jeff Hardy fucking somersault into your damn bed and under the covers in one motion and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? I got a friend out here. She's like, "Ooh, when you leave, let me watch it." Nope. You don't even know where I live. Nope. No. 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 Oh no. Brad earlier asked me the current thoughts on the Red and Sheep Stay Sleep stream. What's going on, Let's Troll? How you doing, love? You said I heard Just Pearly Things is dying. What you mean? She's sick? She does look a little sickly. Is she sick? I hope she's not. She has cancer or something. I hope not. My thoughts, shit. Shout out to my brother DS1. Did she say that? I hope not. I hope that young lady's doing well. Shout out to my brother DS1. He had his thoughts on it. I understand where he's coming from because, like I said, every time we tap back in with each other, something is going on and stuff like that. He got a lot of things right. There's certain things that, needed context, that I believe that he got wrong, but ain't no problems with, anything that he said. But one thing that he did said that I got to put in context is, I wasn't trying to sell any brothers out, because of non-recognition in the manosphere. It wasn't like that. I wasn't trying to sell the brothers out and arm women. My thing is, and I said this, and I said that this will happen. My thing is that, telling people to go get microphones and equipment and stuff like that. Because a lot of men don't know how to look at business and things of that sort. Because honestly, yeah, you don't take the money that you work and start a business with it. You either get sponsored or you get a loan or something like that. So it's a lot of people don't bet on themselves. You understand what I'm saying? It's like a risk versus reward thing. So I already knew ahead of sight, telling brothers, hey, take the money that you work for and go and buy yourself a microphone and equipment and stuff and bet the house on yourself, because that's what I did. I know to a certain degree I made a mistake by doing that. Didn't make a mistake, but as much as you live stream, like YouTube is one of those businesses, I would say, if you're going to be doing YouTube for a long time, then you can go ahead and make those purchases because basically you're going to be here for a long time and you bet the house on yourself. You understand what I'm saying? So is really not like any other traditional businesses, business out here. So what I'm saying is like same thing with this NPC, starving artists. What we do is we take money and we go. Why you think that? Why you think music labels and advance checks and all that stuff people have interest in it. You get you know what I'm saying, like a opportunity. You understand what I'm saying? Shout outs to my brother L. I'm not gonna say your name. I got to make sure I take my phone off the screen when y'all support the show. Thank you, broski. L dropping the huge 5 on it. Thank you, bro. I got you. And I'm definitely gonna check it out. We about to check out Jason Whitlock. Shout outs to my brother L. But what I'm saying is this. It's like you have to bet the bank on yourself. So I knew that what type of work that I'm willing to put in to be to live stream and stuff like that. And these guys are sitting on the internet all fucking day. So as an artist or a content creator, you want the canvas and the paintbrush and everything you use to be of some quality. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be coloring with some weak ass pastels and that fucks up your art and stuff like that. And things like that. So I understood what DS1 was saying, that I armed them with the weaponry and all this other shit. But let me tell y'all something. Women have, and this holds true with what I've been saying about women and their nature and stuff like that. Women have more of a business sense than men do. You know what I'm saying? Women have more of a business sense than men do. Women recognize that they're running a business, and I hate to say it like that, which is, it comes with owning a coochie. They have, they just piggyback off of shit. So they have a lot of, they have more of a business sense than men do. Men, you got to sit up there and convince him to take his resources and start a business. Women have excess resources because dudes give it to them. You understand what I'm saying? So women don't give no damn about risking anything and starting no goddamn business, because especially if she got simps or somebody around her, the simps are going to take up the loss that she would have taken should the business tank or should the business fail. The simps are going to keep the business going. You understand what I'm saying? So it makes them lousy opportunists if they don't understand that. But if they do understand that, they can get some business done on the back end. So a lot of women understood the game. The game that I was giving out was clear as day to women. The game wasn't clear as day to men, because they would have to follow up with me to get exactly what I'm talking about, so they can have their aha moment. So when I was talking, a lot of women were all ears because they're smart and they understand when somebody's laying out a blueprint and giving them the knowledge, and they're very quick to act on it. I can't blame women for that. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of women were hitting me up. And that's why I was really talking about my displeasement with the men. It's like, bro, I'm giving out some fire fucking game, and it's sad that women are capitalizing on the game than men are. If I'm doing consultations and giving advice and stuff like that, and I have a group of women that's saying, hey, I like what you're talking about. What you're saying is true. I got an idea, got a business plan. I know how I can make it work. I'm not going to take no L's. I put the bank on myself. Women can put the bank on themselves because, I hate to say it, they have a coochie. A coochie is like a credit card. It's like a credit card. You can't, she's born with a black card that she didn't have to earn. You understand what I'm saying? She didn't have to have a good credit score to get one. She didn't have to do none of that shit. Women are automatically born with a black card, with a American Express card. You dig what I'm saying? But the thing is that I didn't. What's going on, prime time? I didn't want no. There's no women here. You can ever say that I was in their DMs. Notice all the she can't say shit to me. Notice all the shit and lies that she was telling on her show yesterday and the day before that. Now, one time as she said that nigga tried to holler at me. Have you noticed that? Even insinuated that I'm probably gay. What's going on, CJ? Not one time. So I definitely kept it business. I wasn't on no slick shit. I wasn't on some, hey man, you don't gotta pay me for my services. You can just slide me some pictures, and you don't see. There's no CUDA dick pics don't exist. None of that shit. None of that weird shit is going around about me behind the scenes. None of it. What's going on, AB? So my thing is, I didn't sell the women out. You know what I'm saying? Dia's brother, he came to me. I definitely helped him out with the mic advice and told him what to get, what mic will fit his voice and everything. And exactly, shout outs to DS1. Very smart brother. I armed him. There's brothers that did see the value in what I'm talking about, but not as fast. So, like I said, the manosphere at that time was trying to compete with women. Women have more of a business savvy mind than men. It just is than black men. It just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's why even out here in Southeast Asia, the guys leave the women to run the business. Women can run the business. You give her some instructions and stuff, but she can run the business. So it just is what it is. They came to me. I'm not gonna turn down no customers, even if it is women. They came to me and they soaked up the game. They had their mind right. I didn't have to tell them 40, 50 times. They were very pleasant. We did good business. We did great business. Wasn't, with that whole thing with Red, though, that wasn't really a business transaction. She didn't do business with me. She just say, hey, here's $100. Can you tell me something, what to get, blah, blah, blah. That's what that was. It wasn't no business. She gonna ride that $100 to the wheel fall off, So not even for the game that she get on top of that. I gave her hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of game, you know. Funny thing about men, though, we can give people game even if it's not working for us or had worked for us in the past. We can give people game, and your listeners and people that are listening, they're in position to make it happen. So that's the beauty of information. Even if you've made it happen before, did something with it, and then you come back. Sometimes those times in your life comes around. Sometimes right now somebody is getting blessed with an abundance of money, don't know what to do with it, but want to start a business and stuff like that, and they could come to Player Talk and say, okay, now I got a course of action that I can take, but that's really what it was. I didn't sell out the brothers and stuff like that. If anything, I got sold out, but my intentions wasn't to do it to sell out the brothers. Did the women arm themselves? Yeah, because women are fucking smart. Women are smart. Of course they arm themselves. It was the problem with the manosphere was that, because if niggas armed themselves like if the men had the microphones, then it wouldn't be looked at as the women armed themselves. You understand what I'm saying? If we had the gear and the production and minded our business and came out, like the manosphere died during the pandemic. They didn't come out the pandemic better. Women know the importance of hiring an editor. You know what I'm saying? Or getting they simp boyfriends to do it. They know their tea channels, their glitter channels. It got glitter, it got tea, it got the information and stuff like that. She can get on here and gossip all she wants. All her settings, she got a set and forget studio, meaning that all she got to do is flip a couple of buttons, go get dressed, come right back, sit right down, flip another button, and turn it on, and all her mic settings and everything will be at the proper settings. Look at Tasha K. Her husband run her production. You understand what I'm saying? So they were beating men at the game that men were trying to be. A lot of dudes here was trying to be like O'Shea, who took some of my tech advice also. A lot of dudes are trying to be like O'Shea and try to do the you know what I'm saying? They were trying to do the whole hold on, y'all. They were trying to do the whole celebrity gossip shit. But they didn't have the equipment to even compete with women. So it's not even the women in the space. The women before the space was whipping these brothers' ass in that department. And then the thing is that brothers were trying to do Gossip Girl tea shows. They were trying to do Gossip Girl tea shows, but the thing is that even when they tried to do Gossip Girl tea shows, they didn't have the production to do it or keep up with women. And then they forgot the most important part as to why men speak about those topics. Yeah, you could gossip, you could do a tea show, but at the end, you got to make sure you're teaching men how not to get in these situations or what these situations mean for men and to try to help men. They didn't do that. They were shitting on the men right along with the women, thinking that they could compete with women by doing that. And then the thing is that I gave them the game. It's like, bro, you're not going to be able to keep up with women by doing that and shitting on other men. You should have been You should have been, taking that information and teaching brothers how to, how to not avoid that situation, but they didn't. Shout out to my brother Ro in the building. What's going on? Yes, sir. You said keep eating, man. You said don't worry why the heat coming or who is coming from. Yeah, I'm good. You got to establish an entire year of integrity and have your day half of your day shared daily in discipline ethic. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. No. And after a while, y'all, respectfully, I speak on this, but I'm gonna politely, and respectfully too, ask y'all to stop asking me about it, because then she eavesdrop over here and then hear it and then go back to her channel and try to get content. Like all of a sudden she going in on Ed and all this other stuff. All she can do is piggyback off of men. She has no original thought, no nothing like that. So to a certain degree, I'm not going to be speaking on this because it's just not a big, you understand what I'm saying? It's just not a big situation. People think that I got caught by her when really she got caught by me. So she on her sympathy tour. I'm innocent. I'm the victim. She's doing that shit. So it's like, nah, nigga. I taught you something. You thought you could train a gun at me. I come home and you got caught in my snare trap. I took your body out and threw it in the trash. Because that's what you are. You piece of shit. Piece of shit. No ifs, ands, or buts. Yeah, she a piece of shit. And honestly, too, I would say this to a certain degree. Some of us too, even though probably a lot of people may disagree with Ed, some of us gotta turn on that type of content. It's like, unless it's somebody from the manosphere or somebody that's outside of this fair game, women shouldn't be in this space like that, openly doing shows on men in this space that actually gave her the tools to be in this space. Because hate it or love it, Ed put work into this space as to why she can be in this nigga's domain or in his house or in his ecosystem talking shit about him. So it ain't about me. Y'all got now there's a queen on the loose, or whatever you want to call it. There's a loose woman on the loose. So do with her as y'all will. I ain't protecting her. She don't come from my tribe anymore. You did. So it's just moral principle that you don't do shit like that to people that helped you out. You know what I'm saying? I help you up off the side of a cliff, and then you're gonna try to push me off, and then I fucking dip, and then your dumb ass fall off the cliff. It's cool that Simps gave her a parachute, but hey, man, when she land on that ground or wherever she lands, you know what I'm saying? Hey, do with her as you will, bro. Off with her head. So I ain't gonna address that shit no more. You dig what I'm saying? She grabbing for content. So anything from this point out, that's y'all problem. You dig? Yeah, that's exactly why you can't help everybody. I told y'all. I've done streams telling y'all that y'all can't help everybody, but I did the most manly thing that I could have done. I sat here, I explained the story, I showed y'all. I'm like, yo, if I was an innocent, which I am an innocent man, if I was innocent, I definitely would have been in jail right now if I didn't have enough smarts and stuff like that. I know how to move around women. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. I know women do stuff like this, but honestly, it just surprised me, and that's the part of betrayal. Like, you probably never. It's just you never seen it coming from certain people. You did. That's all it really is. I wasn't surprised. Like, she got caught in my trap. I shit tested her, and she went nuclear. That's what you do. So as a man, if you really want to know who's really around you, you definitely got to run them shit tests. You definitely got to run them shit tests. I'm like, okay, let me test the waters. Okay, you want to put something disparaging out about me to run a false narrative? You want to slander me? Because there's a difference if your friends make fun of you. You got friends that's going to put out content and probably make fun of you. It's like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge thing. But like something that involves slander, oh no. Because those be the women that get on the news and then sit up here and talk big shit on the news about the manosphere and throw the manosphere under the bus. You know, if y'all want any examples, if y'all are new here, look at Paris Ballad, look at Cynthia G, look at all of these women. They did not get off the ground on their own talents and stuff like that. They got off the ground, with the help of men. Good, bad, right, or wrong. Even Cynthia G done turned on the black community after she turned on Tariq Nasheed and then turned into a full divester. How you go from Miss Pro black to divester? Ain't got shit to do with nobody turning on somebody, but it does have shit to do with your character. And a lot of women don't understand. Character. But a lot of men also understands it though, because a lot of times, and that's kind of what I was talking about years ago when I played that show last night. We know what type of men y'all been fucking with. We know y'all ex. Some of y'all be thinking that these women are amazing, and I said it then. I'm like, you're not dating her, you dating her ex. And I hate to say it like that, no homo, but it's like, I've turned women into wives for other men. I've made women better for other men. And there's women that I've been with that made me better and gave me the key to start getting other women and stuff like that. That's just how life is. So sometimes it's good, bad, right, or wrong, but you just gotta look at the situation for what it is. And I clean my hands of the situation. I did what I did, rightfully, y'all. I got integrity. I came to y'all and I said, this what happened, this what it is. I gave y'all the real story. I don't have to run around with no narrative and do no damn sympathy tour, you know? So if you decide to let that snake in your house or whatever, don't be surprised if you wake up dead. You know what I'm saying? Everybody should take that as a hint. If somebody will turn somebody like me in and I don't be bothering nobody, I'm over here, she could have put out some content and say, hey, a friend that helped me is making beats and stuff like that. If you're looking for some free beats, these beats are free for the most part. Now this batch is for sale, but these beats are free for the most part. She could have pointed people to the free shit. But it is what it is. She rather put out information slandering me because I'm cool with Angry Man. When she used to be the same way she is with all these other people. She used to be an Angry Man groupie, big choosy Susie, Angry Man groupie, and it didn't work. He cursed her ass out for probably something or fell out with her, rightfully so. She be falling out with herself, so don't worry about that. Like I said, I don't mean to bring signs into it, but I know how Aquariuses are, bro. They need you damn near gonna spend the whole relationship saving that motherfucker from themselves, and they still gonna be ungrateful. How the hell you look like as a man taking the patience to like and learn somebody, and then they do shit like that, I get out of those relationships really quickly. You know what I'm saying? As a man, if you've ever been in a relationship where you have to save this woman from her own self and her own nature, you probably observed something she never got a chance to observe, So she gonna make the manosphere her man. You said YouTube shorts get people more subs too. Yeah, they do, but it's a different audience. It's a little different now though, prime time, because it's fused with your real page now. It's easier for people to find your real page now, yeah. Yeah, definitely too much time on her hands. Yeah, Ed ain't a bad guy. He does drop gems, but it's just the shit talking and some of the stuff that he does. He does some whole ass shit from time to time. But he's human. You know what I'm saying? He's definitely human. He said Edward Anderson makes some great points, but for some reason people don't take him seriously. Some things that he say, a lot of things that he say aren't congruent. But then again, I mean, I don't peer deep into people's lives like that because it's like, okay, take the information for what it is, because I got my own life to live, him not getting women and shit like that, that has nothing to do with me. I'm at a point too where I gotta repel certain women in certain times and shit like that, because it's like, okay, I gotta be about my business. I gotta get certain things off the ground. I gotta really sit down and learn how to master some of the things that I'm trying to do. I gotta, you know what I'm saying? So I could only probably deal with hanging out with one or two at a time, because they'll be like, oh, let's go here. Oh, let's go here. What you doing? Let's go here. Hey, what you doing? Let's go here. They start thinking that they start encroaching on time and shit like that, you know? So you just gotta pace yourself, you know? And I'm meeting more artists out here to work with and stuff. So that's another reason why I'm sitting down doing a whole bunch of beats and stuff like that. So then when I'm taking the time, when I have a lot of time on my hands to actually dedicate to something, I make sure I take advantage of that. So if y'all see me here a lot, sitting here making beats and stuff like that, and most of my live streams like 4 hours of me sitting down making beats instead of 1 hour out of the day, I'm really trying to make leaps and bounds and stuff like that. Stuff that I know I should have done when I was younger. But now that I'm still young and I got the time to do it, I'm gonna take the time and do it. You know what I'm saying? Instead of being out, hanging out, getting shit faced and doing all kinds of shit, you know, in paradise and stuff. So I'm on my job, you know, keeping that integrity intact. You did? You said, like I said, you and Ed are well-established fixtures in the space and have been longer than most of the current participating, including myself. Yeah, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like, but she could do a whole live stream going in on that nigga, but you know, and like I'm not gonna lie. I mean, even when I was cool with her, I'm like, okay, you know, there was times where I was supposed to go to her channel and literally say, okay, first of all, because to a certain degree, sometimes if you're in somewhere with somebody's blessing or something like that, yo, how she get in here type shit. Every time something's negative, people blame it on me. They never blame the positive stuff on me, you know? Because anytime something's negative, people blame it on me. So to a certain degree, if I help somebody with something every once in a while, I know I'm doing my show, I know they doing their shows, and we intersect sometimes, but I can't. I got to a certain degree. I gotta go over there when I get the time, when I get off air, and I gotta be like, hey, look, like what you're doing. I'm glad that you're here putting in work and stuff like that. I'm proud of you. But hey, if you need any help with something, let me know. But kind of, I don't tell people how to do their content. But if I notice that your content revolves around beefing 24/7, whether I'm cool with somebody or not, it's like, bruh, like I have to make a stop at some point and be like, you know, but I haven't got a chance to do that with her. But I have to make a stop at some point and be like, okay, listen, like you gotta find something else to do. Like this one trick, like you can't keep swiping this credit card, shorty. Like that's cool and all and shit like that, but just don't have your whole content based on beef. How you start is how you end. So she gonna beef with the wrong one, which she did with me. So she got a timer on herself right now, you know, because she's just a big baby. Like she can't really handle shit. She appears tough on the internet, and then I know in her real life she be crying and shit like that. That's exactly how these women are, dog. You know, so she gonna beef with the wrong one, and she gonna contemplate even doing this shit anymore. She don't know what she signed up for. And you can't build your shit off of beef when you don't know shit. You're new here. You just got monetized and now you burning bridges and shit. Like it don't work like you moving like that. You big and sloppy. You huge and sloppy, no pun intended. You know, you huge and sloppy and you don't see it. I don't give a damn what you call yourself doing. You're huge and you're sloppy and you don't know what you're doing, and everybody not gonna treat you with kid gloves like I did. I'm still treating her with kid gloves, you know. But she gonna run into the right one, and it's curtains, dog. So she don't got people in her corner. You don't burn people that protect you. You haven't learned that yet. That's why women haven't learned shit. That's why you can't deal with no woman that doesn't listen. How the fuck you gonna protect somebody that doesn't take instructions or don't listen? Security if you hire security or you want people to protect and provide and secure and all this other shit, right? And security tells you, yo, step over here. Why? Why do I have to step over there? What's going? Listen, shut the fuck up and go step over there. Stop fucking you, nigga. You hired me for this. Don't worry about why and stuff like that. Then you get hit with a sniper round. Then you get hit with a sniper round arguing with this nigga, right? And he just says, yo, step over there. Hurry up and take my instructions so you can live. Step over here. I don't want to step over there. Why are you gonna tell me to stay? You're not my daddy. And then now you're dead. That emotional shit. See, dudes, we learned in times of war, we had to leave our emotions out of shit. You can't be fighting niggas crying because guess what? You get angry and you run and go to swing at a nigga, you already made a mistake. He gonna sidestep and beat the shit out you. You can't make no mistakes like that as men. That's why we've mastered the art of fighting and being quiet and shit like that. You know? So the irony that took her out the game is that when I said men are to be heard, women are to be seen, she just proved my fucking point. Women don't even know when they're sitting up there proving your damn point. You know, shout out to War Master. Mark Twain did say that quote. It's better to be thought of as an enemy than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. You know? So that ain't my girl. That's not my woman. You know what I'm saying? You know? Oh shit. Let me catch up on these damn comments. My bad, y'all. You said once he told us who he was, people stopped taking him seriously and his points are irrelevant. Being right doesn't mean, well, this is the thing, man. And the other day, you know, what's going on, One Man Show? The other day I just didn't, you know, I was trying to help Ed. I was like, you know, there's certain things, even with that show I was using, I was like, there's certain things that, that I couldn't really see guys doing. Like, you know, I'm like, okay, when a guy is sitting here telling you or trying to teach you about something, a lot of that stuff is relevant to his life. Everything I'm telling and teaching y'all, some of that stuff is not super relevant to my life, but a lot of things that I know is super relevant to my life and my dealings with women. So a lot of times when dudes get on here and they talk about their dealings with women, you can kind of tell where their problem is. It's like, oh, okay, I know what your problem is. You're looking at it like that. When honestly, I'm not always right, and my dealings with women is not always right neither. I understand that. But it's like you want to help and stuff like that. So, you know, he's running around saying the game doesn't exist and all this other stuff. And he may have some cool talking points against the game because, you know, you get older, you start learning more, and you start picking up talking points and cool, whether he lived it or not. But it's like, I know why the game ain't working for him. So that's what I was talking about. You know, some guys need to be transparent enough to say, listen, I understand the game is a real thing. And a lot of guys have been transparent with themselves. I understand that it's a real thing, but it hasn't worked for me, you know? And then guys that don't believe it doesn't exist, knowing damn well it is something, they don't know how to make it work for them. So they just will run around and say it doesn't exist. You know, that's what it really is. He said, don't say nothing bad about BGS around Edward. He will snap. He said, ain't nobody got time for boundary steppers with titties. Laugh out loud. You said, I got one or two. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a job and shit. Shout out to my brother Marco, man. Yeah, man. I was a little sleep I was a little sleep, but I was listening to everything, man. I was laughing. Those were some really good times, man. Shout out to my brother Marco, man. Yeah, that was the heart and core of the space. You know what I'm saying? That was the heart and core of the space. Definitely some good times, you know. Zero had me laughing, and in that whole playback, Marco had me dying laughing. Zero had me laughing. Jessica had me laughing. It was good times, man. You know, it was good times. Definitely, I want to do a 24-hour show. And I'm gonna do another 24-hour stream, but instead of lo-fi, I want to actually do two channels. I'm gonna do a 24-hour lo-fi stream with a lot of my stuff and a lot of my friends content, and just do one big playlist and get it playing again. And then I want to do another one too, or it could be lo-fi mixed with player talk radio. So I might just do like one 24-hour channel, and then what I'll do is I'll have I'll just have everything queued. You know, I have everything queued, and it'll be just like a network, because that's what it was supposed to be in the beginning. It was supposed to be basically be a network. You know. Yeah, the shit is just messy, bro. Like, she new here too. Like, she doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She doesn't know the history. She's new here. So it's like when she was replaying all those streams and stuff like that, I was like, oh, you a bum. You a gump. Go ahead and do what everybody else does, you know? You dig? He said, shout outs to Ed on the road. That's when he's at his best. Yeah, because it's tunnel vision. You get to drive and you get to talk and stuff. That's why I was trying to get a lot of the truck drivers here to do content. You could do a lot of content like that and pre-records and stuff like that. You know, granted that you get your audio together and, you know, or get like a lavalier mic and just get something that can catch and record it like the P4 or something like that. And then you could clean it up and then slap a picture on it and publish it, your thoughts on certain stuff. Because, you know, I used to do a little bit of content while I was driving also. You know, I would have my GoPro set up and stuff. I got some of those videos laying around. I just never really published them and stuff like that. So I really practice and, I really practice and made sure, you know, I become who I say I was, you know, before you guys even knew me, you know. Yeah, let them crash and burn, man. You know, to be continued. Y'all are gonna see how this year gonna play out. You know what I'm saying? To be continued. You said keep your eyes on them folks. You said that was all over there. Yeah. We got some straightening. We got some straightening that's gonna take place. You know. Also, too, shout outs to Aunt T, man. Shout outs to Aunt T. Shout outs to my brother Aunt T. Shout outs to Marco again. Yeah, yo. So when I was playing the classics last night, they were like, "Where's Marco?" Because I know exactly what Marco was about to say. Never listen to old holes, you know, and it that shit stood the test of time, Marco. That shit stood the test of time, you know. Even Marco, when he came on the panel, we were talking about the women over there, old hoes, you know, old hoes. He said, fasting is life, Don. He said, don't forget Congolese trick. Yo. Those were some good times, y'all. Them times were honest. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You said the Colombian king is life. The tricking king is life. Yeah. Shout outs to Marco. Shout outs to fasting is life. Shout outs to fasting is life. Mama's boy, you're correct, you know. The thing is though, y'all, you can teach game, but after a certain age, if people didn't have like a certain experience with women, and then you're talking about something in theory that they may have experienced or something close to it, they're not going to be able to learn. You know what I'm saying? So if you haven't seen certain things or haven't been around certain things and stuff, definitely what you're saying is absolutely correct. You can't teach game. And then even if you can, people are going to be ungrateful and stuff like that. Because there is a thing, y'all. There is definitely a thing where, let's say if I give somebody a good nugget of game, right? And then they start getting a little bit of traction. They start getting a little bit of motion with women by just redoing this, by just, you know, rinse, wash, repeat. Then guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna be like, okay, I don't need the game anymore. And then the Dunning-Kruger's effect kicked in, and then now they're like, okay, well, I got the game. I learned how to attract women, but damn, now I need to learn how to keep women. Because let me tell you something, man. And I talk about this all the time. It's terrible to get the girl and miss the bitch. It's a horrible feeling to get the girl and miss the bitch. And what I mean by that is you get a girl, or you get the girl that you may want, and you may want something further with her, but she may not want something further with you, or she may have gotten away from you. There is a such thing as the girl that got away. And usually when guys speak about the woman that got away, she probably never gave them no action anyway. But it's a different type of pain, and it's a different type of fucked upness, fellas, when you actually get the chance with the girl that you really want, and certain things transpire and you lose her, whether she was your girlfriend, whether you were en route to being in a relationship or whatever. Getting a girl but missing the bitch, like somebody that, like, yo, like, she perfect. That'll be the one that, you know, if she was to get pregnant or whatever, or I wanted some kids, that would be her. You know, the one that, you know, that looked out for me, and then just a circumstance or a situation or a series of things happened, and she got out on you, or it just went bad. That's even worse, you know. What's even worse is having a bunch of women at your disposal, and none of them are the ones that you want. It's like you're in a crowded room, but you're still lonely. That's a different type of loneliness, you know? So sometimes as a man, you got to look at your itinerary. What I was talking about in that video, how God does he blesses you. You learn a very valuable lesson as a man in life, how God blesses you with the gift of rejection. How else is God gonna, you know, like I said, if you got everything you want, you'll be fucked up. Like if I got everything I want, I wouldn't be blessed. Because I'll be like, okay, damn, I got this. But sometimes God stops certain things in your life to give you something better. And then when you're with something that's better and you looked at the thing that you wanted initially, it's like, damn, that wasn't shit compared to what I got right now. That wasn't shit compared to what I got right now. And all you can do is look to the sky and just be like, yo, big man up above, thank you, bro. I can't thank you no more. You know, to even wake up today and open two gifts called eyes and be able to wake up and be coherent and can get on to sharpening your gifts and the things that you can learn today. Sometimes we gotta stop and smell the roses and look at the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? But thank God along every single step along the way. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes we get what we want. We don't know God no more, which is crazy. Which is crazy to me. Sometimes we get what we want. We don't know God no more. Sometimes you get that Ferrari and you think you know speed and stuff. That car can take you as fast as you want to go and as fast as you don't want to go. You start throwing logic out the window. You start throwing logic out the window like, damn, God bless me with a Ferrari, but he better bless you with the skills to drive that motherfucker or figure out when you stomp on them brakes what type of behavior that car is gonna exhibit. Can it stop before you hit that wall? You know, we start getting blessed and start forgetting all kinds of shit God has for us, you know. So you know, no matter what type of content that I do and stuff like that, and it's a shame. To a certain degree, I do hope the young lady, just Pearly, I do hope she's okay. And I do hope if she has cancer or something like that, she caught it before it reaches later stages and stuff like that. Cause I don't want that young lady to be sick. She's a young girl. She got the rest of her life to live. And you never know when you're watching somebody in the last years of their life. You never know, man. You know. But I said to myself, I'm like, man, I done seen some of my friends. They got kids. They stressed. They grade up and shit like that. I ain't got one. Nigga, I'm going to flip. You think I'm freaking out now? I'm going to flip the fuck out when I see that first gray hair. Y'all not going to hear from me. You did? That first gray hair? Oh, nah. Oh, nah, pimping. One gray hair, I'm gonna be in aisle 7 looking at Just for Men products and shit like that. Oh, this is the Beijing. Okay. In Southeast Asia. This is the Beijing. Okay. I'm gonna travel to China to get the Beijing at that point. You said Flatfoot tricking can't buy the time loose. Doing certain shit you can pay for doing certain shit, but you can pay for a good time. Yeah, you can pay for a good time. Like I don't mind dudes tricking. You know, tricking is a part of the game, but I don't think dudes should really be tricking like that until they hit about 35, where they just kind of had enough. You know what I'm saying? You know. West said one gray. I started getting gray at 17. Some of y'all don't realize that's a birthmark. I'm talking about stress. Nigga, the sometimes that's a birthmark. The gray from stress, that's a white hair, you know? Gray hair on Zeus, you know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second, Charles. This is a beat that I'm working on. I need to go get my charger and go pour myself something else to drink. Y'all got me for the duration of tonight. Link. If you have the link, no pun intended, to that show that you want me to go over, definitely. If you could put it in the chat. Also, too, probably later on today, we're gonna do another show on Valuetainment. With the Femme Sapien chick. Speaking of Just Pearly, the Femme Sapien chick, she was talking to this other woman about, like, you know, marriage and stuff like that, her being content, being on an allowance and all this other stuff. And there was just some boneheaded bozo chick that was there talking about some unrealistic shit. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like the women always have like, if you really like, when you start getting with a lot of women, you'll start realizing their dating situation is goofy as hell. And sometimes they don't know how to bring a close to certain things. You know, they don't know how to bring an ending to certain things, you know? So it's like another black sister on there, got some masculine arms and shit like that. Obviously claims to be a model. You know what that means, right, y'all? And she was talking about certain things like marriage and shit like that and what type of man she wants. And then she was talking about how when she was young, she dated a dude older than her father, you know? And it's a woman that had a father in her life, you know? So sometimes you see certain things play out when ladies don't have a father in their life. You understand what I'm saying? And then don't think that won't stop a woman from being goofy and stuff like that when they do have fathers in their lives. Because there's a lot of women that don't get that don't get examined when they do have good fathers in their lives, but then they still choose to do some fucked up shit or have a fucked up dating pool or a series of the wrong niggas and then basically set their sexual appetite and their sexual their sexual what's the word I'm looking for, their sexual temperature, it's set wrong, you know. And no matter how good that father may have treated them, sometimes it's in resentment to the father. Or even if the father treated the daughter well, but he saw how the father treated the mother or something like that. Even if you're one of these good fathers that stayed in a relationship, it's cheaper to keep her, you know, stayed in a relationship for the sake of the kids and what you guys have going on. So it is what it is and it ain't what it ain't. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. All right. Um, let's take a look at this real quick. I'm gonna probably go on mute and listen to this with y'all. I don't really listen to Jason Whitlock. I really don't. I really don't see the hype. No, not going in on the brother. I just don't really, you know. He just looked like somebody I wouldn't listen to. I don't know why. You know. Hold on, y'all. So he said the passport bros sector signifies massive disconnect between black men and black women. All right. Now y'all know. Damn it, this fucking charger shit fell on the floor. Hold on, y'all. Now y'all know I throw my criticisms at the passport bros. I don't have no problem with them. My thing is that they just got the wrong guys really representing them, which for some reason the whole black manosphere and a whole bunch of brothers here, you know, got the wrong brothers representing them and stuff like that. My thing is that I gotta watch what the hell they say, do, and talk about, because I potentially can you know, I potentially can get fucked up for shit that they say while they're not in these countries and they're not going through any of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? They're not in these countries. They're not going through any of this stuff. They're just sitting there making buku money off of you guys staying in America, telling y'all to get your passports when they don't even own theirs. They don't even show you the forms, how to fill it out. You know, they don't have no links for y'all. They don't even give y'all a link to go find out where to go apply for one. They're not giving y'all no significant information. And then even in the past, I've put out content, you know what I'm saying? I've put out content protecting them. So you would think that, okay, listen, while all these manosphere cats were going in on y'all, and now y'all found a way to get into the manosphere, the cool group, quote unquote, to them. I had manosphere cats going at me, telling them to get, you know, telling brothers to go travel and stuff. Stop listening to these niggas. Take your ass out there, go travel. You know, it's a little bit fear mongering, but listen, good stuff can happen also. You know what I'm saying? Granted that you cool and you're not doing no stupid shit, you gonna be all right. But the sad part is that a lot of these dudes aren't cool. A lot of these dudes are doing stupid shit. A lot of these dudes, you understand what I'm saying? They got some other stuff going on. But I still defend it they right. I defend any man's right to go travel. You know, as men, we were nomads. You know, as men, we travel and we go to certain places and we you know, I wouldn't say we colonize, but that's you know, that's what we did, you know. Other than women, because women wasn't the first concept of land. Land was the first concept of land, of the first concept of real ownership, aside from weaponry and stuff like that. You know, that's why I'm trying to figure out how is motherfuckers going to be in here try to teach y'all a history lesson when they don't know shit. They're just going to be regurgitating what they hear other men say, and basically steal content. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, you know, just talking about that on topic. So dudes was trying to bang on me and say, "Oh man, you were talking shit about the passport bros." Like, I'm really not, but I do throw jabs because there's people out here making black people in these other countries look goofy, like the other guy. She's so pretty. It's like, bruh, he probably don't even have that girl right now. Women can't stand guys like that. They can't. She tolerating you, you know. The Thai man know not to go live with that girl talking about she's so pretty. You know, it's like, come on, dog. You know. So it's like, you know, it's just a movement that they have to that they have to fix up. You know, Aaron Ferris, all them other cats. Like y'all need to grab the reins. You know, take hold of it and stuff like that. But when you a man and you got a woman and you got other shit going on in your life and stuff like that, and you see something that might be good, you're not really worried about none of that shit. You know, you're like, okay, well, look, I got a whole girl to worry about. You probably gonna have kids soon. I got to, you know, I got to worry about my visa. I got to worry about a whole bunch of different things. You know, okay, there's a young man that's leading the movement. Cool, just let him grab the reins for a little bit, but that could come back to harm you. Dudes getting kicked out of countries and stuff like that. Like, look at all the fuck shit Nature Boy did. He didn't even get kicked out of it. He still stayed in that country. Look how long it took for Nature Boy to get kicked out of one country. And this nigga got kicked out of like 5. You dig what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is, it's like you gotta control that, because it's different abroad. They're not gonna look at, like, black people don't understand how people outside of the states look at black people and stuff. It's a you know, they stereotype. You know what I'm saying? They're not walking around with no chip on their shoulder. They didn't, like, out here. They didn't enslave us for 400 years out here. They're not walking around afraid of the word nigga and all this. They're not worried about none of that shit. So as a black man, when I was warning you guys that you got to move with your head on a swivel, and y'all slashed my face behind that too, and then everybody started lying. What's going on, though? Everybody started lying and faking and was like, oh, I was telling him he need an OG. I was telling you, y'all weren't telling him shit. Y'all were talking shit about me. Y'all was saying that I was hating on them. Even now, you got this fucking toad over there talking about some. He's just mad because he went to Thailand and nobody cared, and they care about Austin. I'm like, bitch, you just got here. You don't even know shit. You don't know a damn thing. Loud and wrong. Just loud and wrong and sloppy. Properly gassed up, you just will say anything. Nobody mad at Austin Holloman. I'm trying to help the young brother because he needs some real friends. You don't have no real friends and shit like that. And you gotta be careful with that damn quote unquote tour guide. I'm gonna be close to Chiang Mai in the next couple of days in Nong Khai. If he wants to, y'all can let him know. If he wants to come pull up on me, you can pull up on me. I'll give him some information. Without that chick in the room. Hey, look, yeah, she can stay right there. Come talk. Let me holler at you for a second. Talk to you about something. And I'll give him the game. If you don't want to listen from that point, then all right. Yeah, I did air quotes too, y'all. I did air quotes too. Hold on. Tour guide. He out there eating all that shit and his stomach ain't right and shit like that, boy. You better get your ass an EpiPen or something like that. You said Angry Man had Whitlock on the show last night. It was iconic. Angry Man got invited to a show as well. Yeah, Angry Man doing some crazy shit. I'm gonna see if we can find that too. Let's see what he's talking about here, though, because it's so weird. Guys that's in his age and that look like him, these are the original Passport Bros. You know, the Passport Bros were really for older men, you know, probably got out of crazy marriage, probably got out of something like that, and, you know, probably, you know, want to go on the fucking Michael Basin or the fucking Tom Joyner tour, the Tom Joyner cruise and shit like that, and probably smoke a cigar, drink some scotch, and then, you know, go back home, check in with their children, and go on about their damn business. You know, pops, you know, dad. You know, when you supposed to hook up with that 9, you know what I mean? You know, when you supposed to hook up with that 9 or that 8 or that cute shorty that you chasing, this her pops, whether he with the mother or not. I love my daughter now and shit. Yeah, you know, you get to hang out with the dad and start talking about Corvettes and shit like that. He may have one in his garage and he's like, yo, you know, you a cool brother. You know, I look at you kind of like a son. You know, let's go for a ride in the Stingray. It's like, damn, you own one? Yeah, man, I own the C4. You know, damn, they'll probably get a shit to you. He probably sell it to you. That's what these niggas look like. Accomplished older men. But honestly, when you grow older, people start dying. Times have changed. Now you got guys like this going in on guys when he should be doing that. Like, if he's not with a woman or something like that, and even if they have a woman, them niggas are traveling with they ladies. So it's like at the point where you got men that don't hear themselves. Okay, well, as a man, you can't enjoy your youth, and then at the same time, damn, I can't enjoy my elder years neither. I can't hang out on a boat and go smoke cigars somewhere in the Philippines and stuff like that, and wear nigga shorts and shit like that, and sandals and shit. I can't wear them slightly African sandals and be flipping shit on the grill. I can't go put a tomahawk steak on the grill when I want to, right? Come on, man. I'm getting a little too old for this shit. You know? So we're gonna take a look at this and see what's going on. Shout outs to Wes. He said niggas don't know how goofy they look walking around with a bitch dressed like a prostitute. Exactly, man. That shit kind of make Thailand look bad a little bit too, but that's not really what it is. I really can't explain to y'all the temperature here because you guys aren't here. And I really can't explain to y'all the temperature of what it is to the passport bros because them niggas ain't here neither. And when you have a young one like Austin Holloman that said, yo, I want to travel, I want to do something, and he has enough balls to get up and go do it, you want to make sure you arm them with the right information. I don't want them to do something and then I'm walking around here not knowing I have a target on my back. You know what I'm saying? I don't look over my shoulder out here. Police sirens, I know they're not chasing me. All kinds of stuff. It's a relief. I want to enjoy myself. Will I be back in the States at some point? Yeah. Then I'll take on the stress of that pressure. But for now, just chill. Go somewhere where your dollar goes further. Enjoy the weather. Go work on your skills and go work on your crafts. I heard Fantastic over there talking about he running from something. He can't afford to live here. Talking about he sold all his gear. You dumb bitch. You don't know shit. I got all my gear. Ain't nobody sold shit. This is what happens when you harboring shit and you ain't got shit going on and you got to run around the manosphere and try to beef with any and everybody to get your shit popping. Don't nobody want to hear that nigga if he's not talking about sports or beefing with somebody. Come on now. If you're not talking about sports or beefing with somebody, don't nobody got shit to hear. Don't nobody can care about what he got to say. That he keep acting like he wasn't around here crying about women up and down the block in the manosphere. I can name about 3-4 women this man done cried about in the manosphere. Don't say shit to me. Don't go on no other woman's panel that's gonna turn your stupid ass. And she was over here talking shit about Fantastic. You don't remember that though. But that's his flavor. He suffers a little bit from colorism too. He likes little light-skinned, thick Jones. Light-skinned, thick Jones. You did? So it is what it is and it ain't what it ain't. But I'm laying paint where others can't. You said that broad is Americanized. She used to live in the one that's with Austin. I think she said she used to live in Cali. It's funny. I saw this Asian girl, the best looking Asian women poll going around on TikTok. And they were just talking about America. It was like, damn, so you can't find the finest looking Asian women in Southeast Asia or in Japan or China or nowhere. Interesting. You did? So she is Americanized. Like you see how she kind of had the little waggle in her head and the stuff. She might be a good girl. I'm not even gonna lie, but she's not really his speed. He's not getting a true Thai experience with that woman. But it is what it is. Like I said, and nothing ain't. And let me tell y'all something too. Don't get me wrong, because I'm not trying to shit on these ladies. But what I'm saying is that Both of them, the girl that he's with and the girl that the other guy's with, those are Thai Keishas. Those are Thai Keishas. Those are women that are that you know. And then the fucked up thing is that and it's reserved for you, black man. The reason why she'll be more of a Thai Keisha with you is because you're black. She's gonna kind of turn up like that because she thinks that's what you like. She thinks that's what you like. She's gonna try to adjust herself to be the woman for you. Even if she likes you. But if she was to date an Australian man or a European man and stuff like that, she's not gonna be the wagging her hips and I can cook, I can clean. She's not gonna be that type. She's not about to be like that. But she think you like, oh, okay, he kind of hip hop style. She probably listen to Summer Walker and all this other stuff. So she gonna definitely save that shit for you. And even by principle, you can't be on here saying, well, we left the Keishas of the West and the women of the West for women that can cook and clean and shit like that. And then you show up with that. Even women going clown you for that. Japan and all them other places done lost their culture to the West. It's just that Japanese dudes, and actually, if you really think about it, because y'all listening to y'all history from niggas, Japanese dudes actually went MGTOW. A lot of Asian dudes went MGTOW and came to the United States and came to California and all these other places to sit there and work and stuff like that. A lot of Chinese dudes went MGTOW. They just didn't call it MGTOW. You dig? You said for widowed or possibly, yes, sir. You said when you have been out, you said I've seen the woman looking all crazy, dressed trashy, all even when you actually in the red light district with actual boots on the ground. Yeah. Yeah. You even got hoes nowadays dressing more modest to attract dudes and kind of bring more of a professional look to what they're doing. Because times have changed. Prostitutes were mainly for married couples. That's why they were making money. They would have a regular and they'll be married. They would deal with married couples. Prostitution wasn't for the single market. You know, it wasn't for the single market. You know, she said when you've been out, you said I've seen. Okay, it's a duplicate. You did. What's going on, Mac Bones? Shout outs to you, man. Shout outs to Toya. Yeah, they'll be leaning into it. Yeah, yeah. They have outbursts and stuff out here. The women out here are like kind of notably bipolar. That's why when I played this video with you, I said with you, when I played this video for y'all, look at how this woman, right, was cool, and then she has like these outbursts. She has like these outbursts. Hold on. She has like these like outbursts. Look at her attitude. Check this out.
What would you do?
What I do?
Yeah.
I come here.
Outburst.
I miss you so much. I miss you.
I'm talking about how long did you wait outside?
I come here about 12.
West.
12.
And it's
I not see you, but
it's 5 o'clock now. So how long you been out here waiting?
I come here. I am the guy, that skinny man. He say to me that you go outside, and I'm waiting. I want to see.
How many hours did you wait?
I come here on 12.
Okay, what time?
Look at that.
is it now?
Bipolar.
I
12.
don't know. I think almost
6 o'clock.
Yes. I sit there. I look on the road. Where are you? Where are you? I miss you so much.
Imagine something like this stalking you in Southeast Asia.
Oh, it smells so good.
I come here on 12.
Miss you.
Right, Lynn?
I want to explain to you that I did not do anything wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
Look.
You know. Oh, you think it's
Look
funny?
at. Look.
Yeah, you think it's funny? You
It's
think
not funny. Why?
You think it's funny? I don't think it's funny.
You also.
I don't give a f***. You want to do something.
What I
I
just
don't know. You got to come with some cash.
What? What do you say?
You know what to do.
What I do? What I do?
Yeah, it is an act.
I miss you. Oh my god. I miss you so much. Oh my god. I miss you. Oh my god.
I kill you sleep.
Oh, I miss you.
She don't even say in. I kill you sleep.
I want to go with you. I want to go with you.
I come here on 12.
I miss you. Oh my god. I want to tell you something. I go to the club and I don't want to But I don't want to tell what lady that you have spent time with her, okay? But I know something about you. And I'm so disappointed. I feel
Let's go to
right now,
Hanamichi.
I decided to go to the club. I did not want to go looking for customer. I just want to go looking for you. I keep looking. What the fuck? Where he go? Where you been? Where have you been? What you doing? You block me. I want to know the reason why. Why you block me? What I do something wrong to you?
You know.
What I do
I
something
ain't gonna
wrong?
get into that right now.
What?
Who's the girl that said they know me?
I'm not gonna say it. I
Yes.
promise her. I promise her already. I cannot
Came here
make.
on 12.
I cannot make.
No, because people lying. So I need to know what she said.
She said when I meet her, okay, I never know that she go with you, and I like her, the way.
I don't want. What did she say?
Yeah, and then I add her Facebook, and then
I come here on 12. Young Jay telling you the truth, and it all is an act. He's telling you the truth because when they talking to amongst they you know, when they talking amongst each other and stuff like that, all they drop that act real fast. They go from 0 to 100 real quick, real fucking quick. So what I'm saying is that she's gonna have a lot of that behavior saved up for you because you're black. You dig? What's going on, Cynical One? I, I come here on 12. She sat there and wait for him. I got this chapter written in the book about how you need to be careful when you're dating and stuff like that, because you know what I'm saying. You don't let them know where you lay your head or where your passport at and stuff like that. You don't do that. You don't do that. I had my passport, nigga. I had my passport so much in my house, I lost it. I hid it for myself. My ass was in here sitting up here looking for my passport, talking about something. I come here on 12, looking for since 12 p.m. You ever hide something and really lose that shit? You ever try to keep it real and whatever you try to keep it real with really kept it? It's the worst feeling ever. So, you know, I talk about this. You know, Mr. Moneyman. If you want to be Mr. Moneyman and you want to come out here and trick, well, you better go. And some women say, I want to go with you and shit like that. Boy, you better go get that extendo stay. You better go get a little room or something like that. They have them somewhere out here. You can find them. You're Mr. Trick Man. But I'm telling you, if you take them where you lay your head, rule number 1, okay. Rule number 1, learn how to have fun. You know, rule number 2, watch what you do. Rule number 12, I come here on 12. You said, honestly, the men in Japan are going through it. Yeah, they really are. Yeah, that's something totally different. That's something totally different, you know. You said the fact that strip clubs were also not for for couples. I mean, not for, they were for couples. They were for couples and married people. You know, strip clubs were the original swingers club. You know, strip club was the original swingers club. You know, Jeepers Creepers. You said niggas be going over there with little female experience. And the first thing that they cling to, they can't get rid of. Yeah, I told y'all go to Brazil. The first thing to cook you a roast con pollo, she gonna get you up out of that water, man. Or if the grandma or the mother cook and stuff like that, and she invites you back to her place to have some dinner and meet a little bit of the family, her brother and stuff like that. Yeah, bro. Like the other night, I came out here to go get some food and buy something, and my friend introduced me to this girl, and she's like in school, she's in college, like I think she's learning like environmental science and all this other shit. And like she was like, hey, do you have a hotel? Do you have a hotel? Do you have like, why does this bitch keep asking me, do I have a hotel? I'm like, no, shorty, I live here. I'm not I don't have a hotel, you know. I'm like, nah, I'm cool, man. Let me take my ass home and go to work. And take my ass home and go to work. She was cute too, but she's young. She a student and stuff like that. She obviously, because she's young and she's a student, she's in college, really don't have no paper like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yeah, that's nice, but you enjoy your night. Enjoy your night. Y'all gotta start turning shit away, man. I turn shit away here, outside the states, Thailand. If it don't make sense, if I didn't plan for it, like I'd rather have shit. If something goes down now, I'm older now. If something have shit right now, I'd rather plan for it than spur of the moment. I just go outside and pick people up, and people, they gravitate towards me. So I got to be very careful. You say he mad and she don't care. She weird. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But see, if you don't know how to cut ties and stuff like that, if somebody decides that they want to stalk you and stuff like that, and then not even that, like women like this know how to ride motorbikes and motorcycles and shit. So if she want to hawk you down on some pull up type shit, let me tell you something. Somebody hawking you down on a motorbike is a lot different than somebody hawking you down. In Brazil and Medellin and all them other places, they'll tell you women that ride motorbikes think a little bit different than bitches that ride motherfucking trucks and cars and shit like that. When you riding motorcycles and motorbikes, one wheels, skateboards, fucking EUCs and all that other shit, there's a certain danger that that can happen to you, but you throw it out the window, to a certain degree. I was watching Jordan Peterson talk about kids and stuff like that, and how people thought people were stupid. They're like, okay, well, these kids, they wear their helmet and stuff like that, and they're being real safe. Their elbow pads and stuff like that when they're riding skateboards and stuff like that. And he said, I used to think that people that didn't wear that stuff were stupid. But he was like, to a certain degree, he learned how to have respect for people that just say it is what it is. Not off some stupidity type shit, because not everybody that don't wear that shit or that's fully geared up every time they go out. It's not that it's not like they're dumb, even though that's what you should do. It's just that you already know that you live on the edge of life. You know something could happen though. And then if it was meant for you, hey bro, it was meant for you. Rest in peace to my brother Rick. Lost him, motorcycle accident. Them joints are fatality. So I'm just kind of getting you into the psyche of the type of person that you're dealing with, And it's easy to conceal a motorbike than it is to conceal a car, Yeah, the women in DR are doing the same thing too. It is an act, and they gas it up when they're dealing with Farang, you know. You said, is that her P or something? No, he's just a regular man. I'm trying to tell you, but a lot of people can't handle being a player. So let's say let me tell you, if you're in the United States and you don't have a taste of what the game is like, and you don't have no game, and you come out here, and let's just say for you it's different. Let's just say for you it's different, and you go somewhere and you're a player, you're in big trouble because you're forgetting a couple of the P's that you need to do to remain a P. You have to pace the shit. That's why I was saying that, like, I'd rather shit be planned, because now it's like, I don't care. After a while, you're going to have more trouble getting women. Okay? Getting women is not hard after a while, Attracting women is not hard. Allocating your time, what y'all going to do, your resources, and who you're dealing with, and getting to know them, and all of that shit is hard. Pacing yourself. There's another P. Pace. So a lot of these dudes are like, well, I don't have a jawline, or I don't have this. And man, when you start getting women at any rate, not even a high rate, if you get one, let's say, even, I'm telling you as a man, if one woman is attracted to you and makes a pass at you and is like forward with you per week, you're in trouble. You are in trouble if you don't know how to deal with it. Because they'll even make passes at you when you with your woman. You know what I'm saying? Or with another woman. Dating for you can be very hard. Imagine if you go outside and you went on a date and you pull a little beautiful joint, somebody that you can wife up, and y'all having a good night. Y'all been drinking. Y'all have a nice night. Had a great night on the town, and you headed back to your apartment or wherever the hell you live, because you trust her enough to take her wherever you lay your head. And this motherfucker outside waiting for you. Talking about something. I came at 12.
And then I asked, do you know him? She said, yes, you go with him. She go with you. And you give.
Come on.
So imagine that. Now you got two bitches fighting in front of your apartment, and then the people at the desk gonna probably look at that shit and be like, "Yeah, bro, you gotta go. You bring in drama and shit. You gotta go. You got motherfuckers waiting and stalking you and shit like that." And then that other dude, she's so pretty and stuff like that. Imagine the stress if you don't know how to deal with women. Imagine the stress dealing with a woman that wants to go outside all the time and you can't let her leave your sight. Nobody thinks about that until they get one of these girls or been in that situation. You don't have to be in that situation with an attractive woman. You can go through that shit with an average girl. That shit ain't relegated for just attractive women. You can't even relax because you can't let this motherfucker out your sight. You probably don't know how to fight. So it's like, even if you can't let her out your sight and some shit happens and you got to step in, what you gonna do? You know? And it's a little attractive too, though, Young Jay, when they put on that act. Young, we know what we talking about. It's slightly attractive when they put on that act, but the thing is that you have to know it's an act. You know what I'm saying? Because you can act along right with them. Oh, you want to play dumb? Oh, I'm play dumb too. I'm an old school fool. He said crazy thing. Oh yeah, I remember you were telling me about her. Yeah, that Haitian girl. And then you heard about other brothers that were with her and too. Wait until this play out this summer, Young Jay. You gonna start hearing about Passport Bro on Passport Bro crime, because when they were taking pictures and spreading those pictures in the Passport Bro groups, dudes are like, "Oh, I know her. I know her." I even met a Passport Bro out here. Me and him chilled at the bar and stuff like that. I'm cool with them cats and stuff like that. One of those Passport Bros, and me and the Passport Bro was sitting there talking about it. This dude came here and he don't even know, because them Passport Bros, them hoes will approach you. So he came out here, this dude with the glasses and stuff like that. Well, nice dressed brother, like cool looking brother, right? He came out. I was in Thailand at the time. And he came out here, and the dude spotted me. I didn't even spot him. I knew he was at Sugar nightclub, but I was doing something. I forgot what I was doing at the time, but he ended up spotting me, and then I ended up taking him to the club, showing him where the girls at, all the clubs and stuff, what he can do, blah blah blah. And then we just had some drinks, and then, you know what I'm saying, I got into my Uber and called it a night. But anyway, that's a story for another day. I'll tell y'all that story over cigar or something like that, right? Make sure you guys like and subscribe, support the channel. It was this African girl. That's a red flag. I mean, for real, to come out here and meet an African in Thailand, right? Thick as all outdoors, booty, everything, little braids and shit like that. Just she stands out. And he was like, "Oh man, when I got to Bangkok, and I think he went to a store or something, and she walked over to him and introduced herself and stuff like that, and she started giggling, and it was just, it was just magic from there. She's just been with me the whole time." And he took a picture of her. Red flag even for her. Taking pictures of women down Nana. But by the time he took a picture of her and posted it in the group, they were already at dinner. And she was up there looking at the menu like, got him. Gotti. Gotti. By the time he snuck a snapshot of her, I mean, he got a snapshot of her, but by the time he got the real snapshot of her, they were already ordering food. Foodie call. She cute, but did she pull up on 12? Yo, Link, you done made an inside joke, man. You Link that made an inside joke, man. You said, Kuda, look at the story of Julie Nist left her rich husband and child to live with her broke Greek lover in Greece. He ended up switching on her real quick and ended up erasing her. Yeah, I think I heard about that. Let me start that. We're gonna look that up, Cynical. Remind me. I'll start that. Yeah. Yeah. That's the Aladdin effect and shit like that. Fucking I remember when I was giving y'all the just the idea of certain things. I'm like, what if as kids when we were watching Aladdin, we was tripping. You know what I'm saying? Fucking Jasmine, she's a goddamn princess. Her dad's like, yo, man, you know what I'm saying? Yo, my man Jafar, Jafar. You know what I'm saying? Swagged up. Real nigga, he a conqueror. He like, yo, you know what I'm saying? I do my damn thing, you know what I'm saying? Just a nigga need a princess for the type of shit he got going on. And they made that nigga look bad. Jafar, what about Jafar? That's what I'm saying. What about Jaclose and what about Jafar? What if we had him fucked up? What if he wasn't a bad guy? What about Scar? What if we had him fucked up? What if he wasn't a bad guy? They done ran out of movie ideas. Why don't y'all retell the movie, but tell it from the good side of Jafar? What if every time that nigga we ran into him, it was just a misunderstanding? What about that? Jafar sitting up there swagged up and shit like that. And he's like, yo, man, Jasmine, you need to get your mind right, bro. You tripping, bitch. This nigga broke stealing apples from the market and flying around on a carpet. Yo, you is tripping. You are tripping. He hangs out with a genie. I would have been unattracted, bitch. That's what you doing now. That's what we doing. It's cool to jump on flying carpets and hang out with a bum that got a genie. How are you a bum with a genie? Message. You could get everything you want, and you're even a genie dumb. Even a genie dumb. You said a sketchy woman will be a sketchy woman regardless of the appearance. Yeah. What's going on, Star P? Cynical one, you have to move carefully. People going to these places super inebriated, yeah, and pass out and wake up in the jungle somewhere, yeah, man. And they don't really do crimes and shit out here and shit, but it's like they don't do crimes and shit out here. But if you sweet, like come on, bro, like it's like, bro, you left me no choice but to do that to you. You said that brother wasn't that bright. An African chick in Thailand is selling box. Yeah, exactly. By the time he took the pictures, they were already at dinner. Like, ooh, got his ass. You get tricked more out here because it is quote unquote less expensive. Remember when I was in the mall, I was like, man, we got to find another word for cheap. I don't like to say cheap, less expensive. Or cost less, cost effective. You said Jafar had one itis though. It's his fault. Yeah, it is. Yeah. He could pull every bad joint in the land. But I ain't gonna lie, Jasmine, but once you seen how Jasmine was acting and shit like that, like, bitch, I can get a carpet that flies too, with some niggas under it lifting that shit up. I think he got sick too in Thailand though, the guy I'm talking about. You said I think he caught COVID or something. You said but the first chance he got, Jafar wanted to become a genie. Yeah. With all them jewels and all that other shit where Aladdin got that lamp. I think Aladdin's story is like another tale of like Mowgli or something like that from the Jungle Book. Just like Dragon Ball Z and like Final Fantasy 9 is just another tale of the Monkey King. Yeah, he hung out with a monkey too. Yeah. Apu. Or is it Abu or something like that? You said, "Oh, I know what dude you're talking about. He posted those pics in the big travel group I'm in." Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. Shorty was thick. I've seen Shorty though, but she was down Nana doing what we just said that she was doing. You know, she made a pass at me. I'm like, nah, I'm good. Because you stand out, you know. And I'm talking to some of those girls out there, and some of those girls are from Nigeria too. You gotta, and actually too down there in Thailand, there's a bunch of African dudes. They actually stick together. They clicked in with each other. They hang out and they scam. And I can show you the certain parts where they hang out. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing. You know, just don't be down there sweet because you'll get robbed by African in Thailand. And the thing is that a lot of let me give you the game too, y'all. This is what I be trying to tell people that they don't know. A lot of those dudes, a lot of the cops and everybody knows those women are there illegally. There's women here in Cambodia. I have a friend that's from Cambodia. She's there illegally. There's a lot of people there illegally. They just make sure you don't trip. They're not gonna run up on you and ask you for your papers because it's a lot of paperwork and it costs Thailand to deport them. So what they do is that they hang out in groups and stuff like that. They hang out in groups, not individually. So it will be a group of motherfuckers that are there illegally and they overstay in their visa and stuff like that, and they owe. So even before Thailand can get rid of you, you have to pay. And they know they don't have the money, and they can say, "Well, I'm here selling box so I can get the money to pay to leave." So it's gonna cost Thailand more money to get rid of them because Thailand got to pay them to leave, and then they already owe an outstanding fine, and Thailand gonna want that. But see, they don't tell y'all that. Y'all don't know that. Y'all are not here. Y'all don't know that shit. But see, if I sit somebody down, just like I sat people down in the Chevy and gave them a talk, if I sit you down at the bar and over some beers and stuff like that, and I explain everything that you've seen, about to see, or going to see, you know, motherfuckers ain't gonna believe me. Motherfuckers ain't gonna believe me. How it comes when you ask me about shit I know? You know, I understand that I appear to look stupid, but I know what the hell I talk about. You know, but either way, that's neither here nor the price of tea in Thailand. Speaking of tea in Thailand, support the channel, man. You know, by tomorrow morning before we do the show, I would definitely like to go to the market and get some tea and sit down, you know, and kick it with y'all. Tea talk. Shout outs to my brother Beat Boss. What's going on? Welcome to the show. You said if you're talking about Natalie Holloway, they haven't found her, man. A lot of these people dizzed or somewhere off the meth, and you can't recognize them anymore, you know. But let's get into it. Shout outs to Link for supporting the channel and sponsoring this segment of the show. So let's get into it, and then we probably might see what he was talking about with the angry man. Let's get it. Let's go.
Let's talk about passport bros. It's a growing movement of black men who shop for white.
And they're only talking about this, by the way, because it's black men. I was gonna reroute it. Let me mute this channel. I'm gonna be sitting here making beats and listening to this. Okay, let's go.
Wives and girlfriends in foreign countries. They do it because the American black woman has abandoned traditional marriage values and roles. Fearless is coming in hot tonight. Grab your pop.
And listen, and look at the narrative. This is slander. So if y'all were wondering why I got mad at, that monkey that was fucking trying to slander what I said, this is slander. Like, do passport bros really want to be known? Aaron Ferris, you need to get your ass up on that show and talk to this nigga. If you hear he's over at the Angry Man show, you need to chime in and be like, do you really want to be known for traveling because black women in America don't act right? That even strips you of why you're on the plane in the first place. You can't even be this makes me look bad. Now you can't even be a black man that wants to see somewhere. Now you gotta have immigration looking at you like is he a passport bro? This now we gotta go through like a rigorous test or something like that, or make sure he's not a passport bro, or investigate him. He's a passport bro. They're watching you while you're in these countries. Right, Wes, black because black women, Jesus. You see what and it'll be on your own niggas talking this stupid shit. Nigga, I wish somebody would attach themselves to my to not even a movement, but to something that somebody else is doing and saying they're doing this because of black women. Even sisters say y'all should thank us because you wouldn't be in those other countries if it wasn't for us. Y'all niggas need to grab the reins, and it's not a good look if you have Austin Holloman over there and him having that dude on his show as a friend, not saying, bro, don't get on the internet and say because black women aren't acting right. Isn't that what that young man said with that Ty Keisha? Women in the West, they don't cook, they don't clean, they're not right for you, they don't do right for you. Don't ever say no shit like that. Yes, Star P, another programmable response. Another $20 talking point you could throw out there. Already off the rip.
Popcorn. Welcome to Fearless with Jason
cool
Whitlock.
with letting
I am
them
Jason
slander
Whitlock,
you.
your host. Happy Thursday to you and yours. We've almost made it to the weekend. Friday's just around the corner. Apologize for no show yesterday. Weather difficulties here in Nashville and Dallas. Didn't want people traveling on icy roads, so we took Wednesday off. But as I just told you in that cold open, we're coming in piping hot today. We have a fantastic, awesome show planned for you today. Royce White, Shamika Michelle are going to be here to help me discuss Passport Bros. TJ Moe is going to come in and help me talk about a passport bro, Tom Brady, who married and now is divorcing Giselle Bundchen.
Faster, you killing me, man.
The Korean Cosell will be here to talk all things sports related. It's going to be an awesome show. If you thought I was in trouble for my comments on Tucker Carlson, I'll probably get in more trouble today talking about Passport Bros. We'll get into that in a minute. But first, I want to tell you how to get a good night's sleep with my good friends Cozy Earth. I'm starting the new year just the way I finished it, with one great night's sleep after another, thanks to my Cozy Earth bedding. Cozy Earth was founded to help transform lives by offering the softest, most luxurious, and responsibly sourced bedding in the world. And with over 5,000 five-star reviews on their website, they're already doing just that. No wonder top designers choose Cozy Earth. Cozy Earth uses only luxury materials such as the finest premium viscose made from highly sustainable bamboo. And Cozy Earth bedding, which comes in 6 awesome colors, is super soft, lightweight, and temperature regulating, so you sleep more comfortably year-round. Whether it's their luxury sheets, loungewear, pajamas, or plush bath towels, you'll love shopping at Cozy Earth. Plus, Cozy Earth bedding comes in a beautiful reusable canvas tote. So get cozy now. Save 35% now on Cozy Earth. Hurry. This New Year's offer ends soon. Go to cozyearth.com/fearless and be sure to enter fearless at checkout to save 35%. Use my promo code fearless at checkout. Go to cozyearth.com/fearless. 35% off. What could be better, guys? I use this in my own home. As I told you previously, I got 2 different bedrooms I sleep in. One has Cozy Earth sheets, the other doesn't. The Cozy Earth does make a difference. It does keep your temperature. I like a little cold bed, throw a blanket over myself. The Cozy Earth sheets do that for me. You guys will love it. It comes with my highest recommendation. You guys ready for me to start a fire so that you'll need those Cozy Earth sheets? Perhaps you're laying in bed watching on your laptop on your Cozy Earth sheets. I'm going to start a fire and warm you up. Lenny Kravitz is the original Passport Bro. In 1999, the half-black, half-Jewish rock star covered the 1970 Canadian classic American Woman, originally performed by the Guess Who. Kravitz won a Grammy for his version of the anti-American ode. American woman, stay away from me. American woman, mama, let me be. Don't come hanging around my door. I don't want to see your face no more. I got more important things to do than spend my time growing old with you. You've heard the song. Everybody has heard it. Not long after divorcing American actress Lisa Bonet, a star of The Cosby Show at the time, Kravitz dated a series of white foreign starlets. French singer and model Vanessa Paradis, Brazilian model Adriana Lima, and finally Australian actress Nicole Kidman. Now, woman, stay away, stay away. American woman, listen to what I say. American woman, get away from me. American woman, mama, let me be. That was Kravitz's philosophy after dating Lisa Bonet. I bring all this up because things have turned so icy between Black American men and women that there's now a popular movement called Passport Bros, an outgrowth of the Black Manosphere, the collective of YouTube content creators who discuss issues around American culture's demonization of masculinity. Passport Bros are primarily Black men who leave America shopping for wives and girlfriends in Brazil, Colombia, Thailand, Costa Rica, the Philippines, and anywhere outside of America. They're men who believe American women, particularly Black women, have the wrong values, expectations, worldview, and attitude for a serious relationship. Passport Bros chronicle their search for love and or sex on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. They're reviled and ridiculed on most social media platforms.
Damn, dog. Hold on, y'all. Did he just say that? Tell me he didn't just say that. Booker T just retired too, y'all. He said nigga wildin', bro. Wow. Yeah, he is creating his own theory. And he said the Black Manosphere. Uh-oh. And now it's a shit show. Now we got women running the manosphere now. Now the women that would have been able to be like, no, they're not bad people. No, they're actually good people. They're talking about some real shit. They up here selling the space out. You don't think the little broads in the space now wouldn't sell the space out to get on his show to say what they really feel about the men here and turn around and act like they infiltrated the space? Oh, man. Seems like they don't care. They put that OnlyFans girl up there to talk shit about,
A popular movement called Passport Bros, an outgrowth of the Black Manosphere, the collective of YouTube content creators who discuss issues.
What's going on, JR? JR, let me know if you want to do something. I should be free for the next couple of days. You dig? It's 2:06 a.m. in the morning. 2:06 in the morning a.m. here.
Issues around America.
I'm with y'all for the duration of the night. Make sure you guys like and subscribe and definitely support the channel. You can support the channel by hitting the super chat. You can also support the channel by definitely hitting the Cash App, which is more preferred. Or you can use the PayPal. You dig? Or super thanks after the show goes off. Let's get it. Let's go.
Masculinity. Passport Bros are primarily Black men who leave America shopping for wives and girlfriends in Brazil, Colombia, Thailand, Costa Rica, the Philippines, and anywhere outside of America. They're men who believe American women, particularly Black women, have the wrong values, expectations, worldview, and attitude for a serious relationship. Passport Bros chronicle their search for love and or sex on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. They're reviled and ridiculed on most social media platforms, but the movement is growing because the untreated disconnect between American Black men and women is growing wider and wider. Black women see their role as leaders of the Black community and the primary breadwinners. The Democrat Party, leftists, corporate media, and the LGBTQ movement have partnered with Black women in imposing matriarchal culture. Newton's third law applies. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. With no institution or individual addressing the major rift between Black men and women, the men are abandoning American women, searching for women in other countries who are not hostile toward traditional relationship roles. The yearning for traditional women and pushback against matriarchal culture explain the meteoric rise of social media influencers such as Kevin Samuels and Andrew Tate. Samuels died unexpectedly last year. He had built a huge following discussing Black women's unreasonable relationship expectations. Tate postures as a hyper-masculine man of the Renaissance man of the world. The Romanian government is investigating him for operating a sex trafficking ring. Tate says the investigation is fraudulent and an attempt to silence a loud voice that fights against the emasculation of men. Tate, who is mixed race, advises men to date and marry Muslim women. Take a listen for yourself.
Yeah. And the only people left in America who are resisting liberal indoctrination are the Muslims, and there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah. And this is why my view, once again.
He did, but the thing is, and this is what I hate about somebody doing their homework. They're gonna lump him into it, Link, because he's in Romania. So even Tate makes Passport Bros look bad because it's like, okay, you're invested in some type of prostitution, even while traveling, right? So I didn't know until my brother P came on here, because I didn't know, and because my brother P, he's converted to Islam. So he was telling me, and he said they're gonna be on his ass right now because recently Tate converted to Islam. And I said, oh man, are you serious? He was like, yeah. And I was like, Sunni? He said, yeah. He said, look into it. And now it's like recently, within the past 2 weeks, and he told me this last month or earlier or late, probably late November, early December. But now they're putting it on Front Street that Tate is Islam now, within the last 2 weeks. And my brother P, aka No Name Narrator, he told me that, So if you aren't already subscribed to him, I see a lot of you guys watching his videos and stuff like that. He only has 22 subscribers. Let's try to get him to 100 real quickly. And, because he knows what he's talking about. If you think I'm a trip and a half, oh, man. Oh, man. But, yeah. So they're lumping Tate into it, y'all, because Romania, obviously, that's not where he's from. And shit like that. They're gonna try to make it seem like they're like Passport Bros are practicing like these big, toot rings and shit. They're gonna act like every Passport Bro is in the street for the dirty meat. And let me tell y'all something. Every Passport Bro don't, to tell you the truth, every Passport Bro don't act like this. And I'm gonna tell you the truth too. Most Passport Bros aren't on YouTube and don't know how to make content to combat this. And that's why I'm putting pressure on BMT and on other people. Yo, you need to come set the record straight about your movement. Okay? Because somebody got a megaphone, and a lot of people got a megaphone. Yeah, 2 trips and a half. Yeah. They're niggas didn't want to hear me though. Niggas didn't want to hear me though, but okay.
And my conservative views are all skewed up because I'm almost on the team of the Muslims now. Jesus. But then the only people you have left who don't want transgenders in schools. Yeah. The only people you have left who don't want to tell kids that being gay is better than being heterosexual.
They're very proudly pro-family.
Yeah, they're the only people they have left who have families and have kids. Yeah. They're the only people, like, you have no one, there's no other allies.
This is very true. And hold on. Hold on, let me pause this for
my
that.
view is super pessimistic.
Because Antisocial Socialite Podcast made a very good point. Andrew Tate is a hypocrite when it comes to religion, and even when it comes to how he made money. Because you can't go on Fresh and Fit and all these other places and be trying to tell dudes about Western women and stuff like that when you run a prostitution ring. But then at the same time, who would know better? Who would know better? Yeah, I know BMT probably ain't gonna do nothing, y'all. He probably ain't gonna do nothing. But it is worth a hey, bro. Can't say y'all haven't been warned. Now, do I look crazy? Now, my appearance over at Bernard Riley's about a month or two ago. Do I look crazy now, y'all? Do I look crazy now? This is what happens when you're trying to explain the stairwell to people that only can see and describe you a pair of steps. Well, Kuda, do you know what the next step is? Of course I know what the next step is, you dumbass. I'm trying to show you a staircase. A stairwell. And you batting my hand when you just thinking about the next step that you barely can even step on. You're not looking at the bigger picture. You don't even think you're looking at a picture. Men can't be like women and say, well, I'm gonna get mines and just shit on this place and then leave. I'm gonna get mines and get, Women can do that. Women can go somewhere, shit on somebody and leave and go somewhere and have and be okay. Men, that shit follows you.
This Muslim's going to win anyway. They're outbreeding, and I think the average English woman has 1.6 kids. The average Muslim woman in England has like 6.8. Like they're just within 30 years, we're outbred anyway. So the fight's over, done. It's done. It's not even close.
Yeah, shout outs to Young Jay. Young Jay definitely was there. I know he was driving, but Young Jay was chiming in. And what was the dude that was over there? He claimed to be in Thailand now. You don't hear from him no more. What is he talking about? Remember the yoga dude? He was trying to hype up Sosua, and my boy Young Jay said, "Listen, bro, I'm a Sosua vet. You can't, you're not about to hype. You're not about to sell that shit to me." That nigga Young Jay stopped this man right in his tracks. He's like, no, brother, that's a lie, and it's not like that. Don't. You're not gonna sell that shit to me. You probably can fool them other people, but you ain't gonna fool me. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Chris G? Did that rhyme? Shout outs to Ism. You can fool everybody else, but you ain't gonna fool me. What's going on, Chris G? I'm glad Young Jay was up there to really put it in like that. Now do me and Young Jay seem like what we're saying is crazy? Yeah, it was straight up telling fairy tales. Now do we seem like we crazy? Shout out to my brother Young Jay. If you really want to know, and we talked about this. I even played the podcast from Young Jay's channel. Good information on Young Jay's channel. Yeah, and I didn't I didn't try to do it. I gotta go pull up on Ism and see what's going on with him. He was tagging me in some stuff too. I gotta check it out. I gotta tap back in my player partner, man. That's probably why I'm falling in some traps now and shit like that, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. Now I don't look stupid, huh? Bernard Riley and all them other Manosphere cats that was trying to silence me, they don't care because they're not traveling. They're not traveling. This is one of the best times now to have a woman and be traveling with her because this passport bro shit, you can hide behind your woman. Oh no, bro, I'm not a passport bro. My wife right here, But if you single and you're traveling the world to go see different things and stuff, man, shit. These niggas putting an X on your back and on your passport. You're going to have an extra, don't be surprised if you have an extra number or letter on your passport.
Overpass us. So at least they have ideals which don't completely go down the liberal lunacy. Yeah. And it's amazing to me that the left, what's funny is they're cognitive dissidents. The left, they idolize Islam and they idolize all their other bullshit, and they're completely non-compatible. Yeah. We were talking earlier about frame. Muslims have the best frame on earth. Like I said, this is why I piss a lot of conservatives off, but this is the truth. A lot of the reason the Taliban are fighting Americans, a lot of the reasons they're literally fighting wars they can't win with an AK against a predator drone, is because they're fighting for the right to have their virgin wife in a burqa. It's powerful. They look at Western cultures and look how Western women act, and they think, I don't want that.
Yeah.
I don't want my women to be like, there's no wives there.
It's crazy.
I want this.
Yeah.
And this is my society. And they're coming along telling me they're going to blow this up and take this away from me. No, I want a virgin wife at 16 who's going to obey me. That's what I want. And if I have to fucking die to protect it, that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. And this is literally, that's the level. I had a friend who's I won't say his name. He's you can Google him up. He's a really rich guy, lives in Dubai. And he comes to London to party all the time. And we're in the clubs, whatever. And he looks at me and says, look around. And we look around. He goes, there's girls here to f***. There's no wives here.
Yeah.
He goes, I'll f*** your, he says, I'll f*** your Western women, but I'm marrying a Muslim woman.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is how they view the world.
America feels like that, man. There's plenty of girls to f***, but it's not the best in the world, but it's pretty good.
Yeah.
But, to find a wife or a mother for your children, it's tough for the f***ing nails. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
And this is why we are the age we are and we're not married. And if we lived in an Islamic country, we would have been married at 21.
Yeah.
And we would have 5 kids by now.
Yeah.
And this is the reality of the human condition. And this is the reality of the Western world. And most people don't want to accept it. We can talk about countries, we can talk about governments, all these things. Without children, there's no future and there's nothing else. So you destroy the motivation for people to have kids. You're going to lose to the people who do have kids.
This is an issue that needs to be strongly addressed within the Black church. And give me a second here to unpack a little bit of why I'm circling back to this. This is just a continuation of the conversation we've been having all week about single motherhood, the problems created in the hood, and for the most part, we're dancing around these issues. No one wants to take it head on. It's the biggest crisis. Don't go anywhere. It's the biggest crisis. Don't go anywhere. It's the biggest crisis going on within the Black community. The fall of the Black family, not raising women worthy of marriage or even interested in marriage. And we mostly dance around this issue. And this week, when I started talking about the family and people thought it was interesting, like the Shade Room picked it up. And the Shade Room is a aggregator, a popular social media account. And it's not surprising, like later that day, and I don't know if it's true, but later that day, I started seeing rumors that TD Jakes and his family have some sort of financial stake or involvement in the Shade Room. And the Shade Room is very secular. But I thought it was interesting that they picked up my Tucker Carlson comments and didn't just really try to assassinate me with their promotion of it. And then you have to remember that TD Jakes, maybe 6-7 months ago, he started trending and people started talking about him when he did a sermon about we're raising Black women to be men. And it's true. Everybody's dancing around and nibbling at this issue. And TD Jakes went after it in that particular sermon and people talked about it. But this is like something that probably needs to be discussed every single day, every single Sunday. Churches need to be marriage factories. That should be their goal. Because if we don't restore the family, there's no future. And so corporate media basically forbids any discussion that promotes a Christian male heterosexual perspective. Just look at the reaction to my comments on Tucker Carlson's show last week. I argued that the destruction of the nuclear family drives the chaos, violence, and bad policing we see in Black communities. I argued the absence of male leadership dooms Black communities. Rather than debate these obvious facts, reaction across most social and mainstream media platforms focused on the timing of my comments and or whether I was fair to Cyril and Davis, the female police chief installed to fix Memphis's violent crime problem. We're basically forbidden from even discussing the fact that 60 years of great society and legislation has turned Black men and women into enemies incapable of sustaining marriage, developing masculine men, and maintaining order in their communities. Things are so bad between us that success is defined as moving into all-white neighborhoods, being allies to drag queens, and affirming queer theory. It's so bad that Black men of means are getting passports to find women outside of America. Passport bros is a thing because you can't sustain a relationship on racial idolatry or racial victimization. Racial idolatry and racial victimization are popular, pervasive talking points within Black churches. You can't build a relationship on that foundation. That's what we've made into the common ground for Black men and women at this point. Hey, we both experienced racism. Let's date. It's got to be deeper than that. Heterosexual, masculine men seek long-term relationships with women whom they find common ground with about roles in the relationship. Men of faith seek women whom they find common ground with about biblical values. If a woman thinks being an ally to the LGBTQ alphabet mafia is more important than being an ally to God, there's going to be a problem in the relationship. If she objects to male leadership in the relationship, there's going to be a problem. It's inevitable. Our marriage rate is low and our divorce rate astronomical because we don't agree on the basic fundamentals of a relationship. The discord over fundamentals leads to baby mama culture. Baby mama culture leads to train wreck neighborhoods and communities. Baby mama drama is driving men to acquire passports and look elsewhere for relationships. You can lie to yourself and claim these men are bitter or aren't man enough to deal with a so-called strong Black American woman. Lenny Kravitz already told you. American woman said, get away. American woman, listen what I say. Don't come hanging around my door. Don't want to see your face no more. I don't need your war machines. I don't need your ghetto scenes. You can be upset with me. You can just say I'm bitter and I'm just focusing everything on the Black woman and I'm taking no accountability.
Now, there's a lot of things that he got wrong, but there's a lot of things that he's saying, y'all, and I think I'm seeing this from the chat too. I don't necessarily agree with, but I don't necessarily disagree with what he's saying. Are y'all getting that vibe, or what's the temperature of the chat? How are you guys holding up at this point? Do you think that he's getting some things right, or do you think he has a good? I know he's reading the script, obviously, but do you think he has a good kind of description of what he sees going on? And Young Jay is true. It's the older now. I ain't gonna lie, 50 ain't 50 now. 40 ain't 40 now, as we can see nowadays. It's different. Not to criticize it or make fun of it, but just to understand that, okay, shit a little different. You know what I'm saying? I used to look at basketball players from the 90s. Like, it'd be like a balding ass nigga that looked like George Jefferson, and the nigga be like 29 and shit. He's 29. Like, nigga, he looked 50. Shit, 30s and 20-year-olds don't look the same anymore. What's the temperature of the chat? You said some. Toya said he's making points. Yeah. Okay, so you guys are kind of, you're kind of like, all right, you saying a little something. Let's see where you're gonna go with it. Let's see if you're gonna put a spin on it, or let's see where you're gonna go with it. Cause he's bringing up some stuff that, okay, you probably know a little something. You probably did a little homework. He said Black community is a false rhetoric because Black community is a false rhetoric because not every Black family in America see themselves as one big community. Yeah, that's true. If Black people were more community minded, we wouldn't be here today in these topics. That is very true. Star P said only sounds somewhat cool because what he's saying is agenda based. Yeah. So y'all are with me too. Y'all looking, okay, where's the spin? it might be coming up soon. There it is. Where to spin. Chris G said some. Fasten said he's throwing poop in a wall, hoping something will stick. He has no idea what he's talking about. Okay, let's see if that holds. Fasten. Young Jay said I agree with most of what he said. Okay. Shout outs to Wes. Wes said, question is, what self-respecting man is still in church? That's true. There's no masculinity in church like that. That's why women don't go to church to find men like that. A lot of those dudes are feminine. Even the women will tell you. You said nothing wrong. Gonna get done waiting on God to fix it. That's interesting. All right, man. We in this thing. You know what I'm saying? Make sure you guys like and subscribe if you're on the way in. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Let's let the like match, and make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. And yes, definitely support the channel. 26 to 25, almost 30 people in here fluctuating. Let's see if we can get 3 supporters. Let's get it. Let's go. And then I'll come back with my thoughts. Let's see if he's gonna spin it, y'all. Let's see if he's gonna spin this thing. Or let's see, is he gonna kind of lean towards what the passport bros are talking about? But then again, we know the game behind that, because it's like, bro, they got the wrong people representing them, because even he came on here with a false talking point. But let's see where he goes.
Really no responsibility. Anybody that's watched this show knows that more than anybody you ever see in the public space, I take accountability for my mistakes. I talk about them constantly. I don't let anybody off the hook. But the facts are, we have embraced a culture that does not develop or produce women worthy of, capable of pulling off successful marriages. That's just a fact. That's not me taking a dump on them. That's if Kenny, who's working the camera, if he shouted out, you know what, Kenny, just shout out, Jason, you're fat. Jason is fat. I can't be offended by that. It's a fact. I just can't be offended. I'd prefer he didn't shout it. But you know what? I actually would prefer he did shout it rather than let me live in a state of denial that I don't need to lose weight. He's shouting that I'm fat because he wants me to continue losing weight. He wants me healthy. And so I'm me and others, this whole manosphere, I'm trying to say to the Black woman, if you don't course correct, this chaos, this destruction, this lack of success is going to continue. And you're going to be sitting at home with a vibrator and some batteries, or a girlfriend or whatever, no man, maybe some kid you got from a one-night stand or whatever. But, as Kevin Samuels talked about, all these high-value men are going to become passport bros. And I'm not a passport bro, but because I didn't even know what passport bros were until yesterday. I've seen it over Twitter and thought, what is passport? I didn't even know what it was about. And then someone sent me an email yesterday. I was like, oh, that's what they're referencing when they talk about passport. And so yesterday I started doing research and I was like, oh, because trust me, I thought about being a passport bro. But I was like, oh, there's a movement doing it. And I'm like, you know what? Let me be like everybody else. I got the means. Let me go elsewhere, because the solutions perhaps aren't here in America, because our culture produces competitors for Black men. It produces women who want to be leaders in a relationship, want to outwork and outperform you in the workplace, wants to be the major breadwinner, wants to be the shot caller, no interest in being a helpmeet. It's our culture, and you could say, hey, we can't trust you. You guys play around. You guys want to go out. You want some woman you can just run over and you can go screw whoever you want. That may be the man, your choice of man. But there are guys out here that have a biblical worldview and have sincere religious faith that would love to make it easy to find women that look like their mama that's on board with their program. But it's
all right. Peace, y'all. Okay, let me catch up on the comments, see what you guys are saying. You said question is what self-respective man is still in church? Okay, that definitely talked about that. You said there's nothing wrong with all churches, but a lot of people like sin, but they also like complaining. They don't join churches that condemn what they yeah. And then I hate to say it like this too, not because people are running with me they're running, they're slandering. I'm being slandered, you know what I'm saying? But you have a lot of women, that are preachers and pastors now. So a lot of women have taken over the church, and a lot of women, the night before, shit, you got women wearing thongs in church and revealing outfits and twerking and shit in church and shit like that. But a lot of women were in the club before coming to church. People still party, they still, So the church, to a certain degree, has become a shit show. And I bet he does have a passport. These guys be traveling and stuff like that. So they have an invested interest in this stuff also. Whether they've been traveling lately, some of these guys haven't been traveling since COVID. So they tooting another horn. You dig what I'm saying? Sigma lifestyle. That is it. What's going on, Walt? Shout outs to my brother Walt Diddy in the building. Shout outs to Walt Diddy in the building. What's going on, player? How you doing, man? Hope all is well. Happy New Year. He said, peace, DJ Cool. Yep, yeah, Walt Diddy. He said, peace, DJ Cool. Walt Diddy. He said, Jason Whitlock is taking a passport bros to a conservative audience. Dude from ESPN, Fox Sports. He's on Tucker Carlson all the time. Okay. He just remind me of if y'all don't know who this guy is, you probably know who he is, Walt. And some of the people here that are new, they probably don't know who he is. He reminds me of Sean James. He reminds me of Sean James. There's nothing wrong with Sean James, but he kind of reminds me, appearance-wise, of the Sean James type. You dig? Shout outs to Walt in the building. He said just did a show with Aldez on Passport Bros and BMO Black Men today. Okay, good. Damn, definitely gotta check it out. Angry Man just went live too doing a show. He just went live too doing a show saying why do people disagree with him. So the more I'm hearing him talk, he's not off. He knows a little something, but I'm kind of seeing where he's going with it. The thing that we're looking at now, though, Walt, is if he's gonna put a spin on it. Does he know what he's talking about and then put a spin on it? Or is his spin gonna, if he does put a spin on it, is it gonna consist of somebody that doesn't know what they're talking about? So that would mainly be the a point or the point of contention. Give me 1 second, y'all. But let's get back into it. I'm definitely actively listening and I'm multitasking. I'm gonna get back to making these beats and listen, but I'm checking in with the chat. Make sure you guys like and subscribe and definitely support the show. Yeah. Depending on it. I like what he's saying so far. He knows a thing or two. He's not fully right, but he's not saying nothing too wrong. With a little correction, then we can get somewhere. But let's see if he does spin it though. That's what that's what we're looking out for. So let's go.
It's nearly impossible right now. They all think they're the kings. The Woman King movie and all that, The Equalizer. They think they can jump off balconies at 50 years old at 270 pounds and beat up men. It's a joke. We'll roll out to Minneapolis and bring in Morpheus, Royce White, the most interesting man in the world. Royce, let me see where I want to start and bring you into this conversation. Right now, I'm arguing that, the divergent values and instincts and roles have basically made relationships between the black man and black woman unsustainable and a pipe dream.
Absolutely. And we've talked about this before, but the the Willie Lynch address, right? The Willie Lynch address described this perfectly, and many people argue or debate whether the Willie Lynch address is actually authentic or not. But whether it's authentic or not, I don't think anybody who reads it, who grew up in the black community, can deny its accuracy from a cultural standpoint. We're raising our kids in reverse roles, and it's not by accident. It's not by accident. Women have a much less impulse to revolt. Women have a much less impulse to violence. And that was what Willie Lynch described, or what is described in the address, is that if you can, if you can shatter the image of the black woman of the black man in the black woman's mind, she'll be your greatest guard dog. And that's a terrible realization when you really think about it. It's dark, and it's quite perverse, but it is the reality, and it is what has happened. The black woman has served as the outer bastion for the entire neoliberal, neocon establishment, and she stifles any real revolt from black men to either revolt in a real way, or even just get together politically, socially. Everybody has to be home by 9 p.m. or else they're out cheating and whatever else. So, yeah, the black woman has become the greatest tool of the establishment, no doubt.
I love you bringing, I wasn't prepared, but I love you bringing the Willie Lynch letter into this. And look, there's controversy about whether it's real or not, but there are some essential truths that are espoused in that. And I like how you basically point out, like, she will be the guard dog for and that is what the Democrat Party has done. If the black woman is like, if you're a black man and express conservative values, if you don't vote the way they think you should vote, if for some reason, again, the number one crime you can commit as a black man is not hate Donald Trump. Right. That woman will then, you don't hate Donald Trump, can't date you, don't want to be around you, there's something wrong with you. And so she's so powerful, and too many men are so desperate for what's between her legs that they fold. In order to keep peace in the home and to keep the relationship together, they pretend like they hate Donald Trump. And again, I've had to deal with this with a lot of my own friends. And again, not all, but a lot of my own friends, where I've had to call them. I was like, you can't sit in front of me and pretend like Donald Trump is some sort of evil or has said something that you haven't said or done. He's no more or less immoral or moral than you, my friends. And I'm just talking about many of them, not all. I don't want anybody of my friends, wives watching and thinking I'm talking about everybody, but I'm not talking about everybody. But I know my friends, and I know who their friends are. And if it ain't them, they're friends with me. You wouldn't like me if you thought everything Donald Trump thought and did in his personal life was out of bounds, and that means you gotta hate me. If not that I've ever said grab him by the P word, but I've said close, and I've done close. And so you gotta hate me. I'd have to hate my uncle. I would have to hate my father. I would have to hate everybody at the Masterpiece Lounge, my favorite place on earth.
Shout outs. Hold on, y'all. My bad. I stepped away for a minute, but I was listening. I could hear everything. Shout outs to my brother Walt Diddy in the building. Hold on. Thank you for dropping a huge 10. Thank you for dropping the huge 10 on the super chat. I was thinking about that too. I'm glad you said that. He said ESPN and Fox fired Jason for not cooning. That's what I was gonna say, because I was gonna say, like, is he gonna spin this at some point? Because, you know, people got their, you know, white conglomerates and, you know, people at these stations and stuff like that. But nowadays, what's good about what we're doing, and young brothers like myself and other brothers in the black manosphere, because sometimes we're not even the voice for people at the bottom. Sometimes we're the voice for people at the top. But nowadays, we live in a society where you don't have to work for Fox. especially if they gave you their name and you've been known for your voice and you've built their ship. You can quit your job today and take your viewership over to your own show. If you just learn how to run your own studio and learn how to do little things, you can now become your own Fox and pocket everything. If you pocket something. What I'm saying is now you can do it on your own. I gave y'all the game where that stupid therapist got fired from being a therapist. But I said that's nothing bad. Since they want to fire her for being on TikTok, she better get over that shit and just realize that TikTok hired her. So now she can be a therapist for more people. Isn't it funny how you can get fired from your therapy job for being on TikTok saying certain things that you shouldn't have said? But isn't it more funny that you could be some random person saying all kinds of shit on the internet and become a therapist? Jobs don't even understand what the hell they're talking about. You can do that to become that, but you can get fired from that if you're this. But if you do this, you can become that. Yeah, she's still talking shit. She's stupid. I was going to do a video on her. She's still talking shit. She's stupid. She's still wearing Target t-shirts and stuff like that. Like, dress yourself up a little bit. You're getting on camera for the world to see you. Look a little bit halfway decent, you know? Now, I know I come on here looking any old way. I'm a guy, you know? I'm a guy. But her as a woman, like, she like she stink. It just don't even... Y'all look out for that pre-record. It's on the way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, talk to me nice. You dig? You said Whitlock gave props to KS a long time ago. Yeah, I've heard of Jason Whitlock. I just never really looked into him too much. You know, I was too busy building what I got. You said half truths are a motherfucker. That's so true. Some of them broads will beat your ass. That's so true and get away with it. Women get away with murder. Yeah, guard dog. Yeah. You know, it's hard for you to be in corporate, but it ain't hard to find a sister with an attitude that'll stop your ass from being in corporate and stuff like that. Hey, Keisha, what do you think about J Mar? Do you think he should be promoted, or if she like J Mar or she don't like J Mar, that determines if he gonna be promoted or not. If she want to work with you or not. Could you even work with her? You know? So that's what it is, you know? That's what it is. Yeah, she took her little passport and was kissing her own. If she can't use her passport, though, you know? And it's sad because a black woman got her fired. Black men don't do no shit like that. When she got fired, I already knew who the culprit was. Oh, it must be one of them sisters. Because a sister will undercut another black woman to get on top. While that black woman is sitting up here thinking that those sisters are with her because she talking shit about black men. Oops. Whoops. Whoopsie.
I was like, hold on, man. I used to go to Hugh Hefner's house for parties. What do we? So you hate me too? I'm so so. I love and I would want, if you can, if there's more meat on the bone, I would love for you to unpack just more about how the woman acts as the guard dog and the overseer, and how much control she exercises over the black man, and why that is leading many black men to say, screw it. Let me grab a passport and go get me something else.
Yeah, well, for sure. And let me address two things first, and they correlate. The first is that the hatred of Donald Trump, or the lack of support or the disavowalment of Donald Trump, is not that we don't know men who act like that, or we don't know men who are much worse than that. The dislike for him is that we don't want our elected officials to too closely represent the reality of who we are. We like that our public officials have this sort of pristine, clean-cut persona where we can convince ourselves that they're doing much better than any of us in representing us, which is a lie. And I want to start with this as well. Make no mistake about it. I feel bad for what's been done to women in this narrative, in this cultural Marxist communist narrative, because I understand from a historical standpoint, the communists and the cultural Marxists, they always go after the women first. They always join up with the women first because it's the oldest dividing line in human history. And it's easy to draw up a narrative on it. And I'll show you an example here in Minnesota. This is local. The Crown Act. It was just passed by Tim Walz, or it's being passed now in legislation. The Crown Act that prioritizes that Black women are not discriminated against in the workplace for the texture of their hair. And don't get me wrong, Black women. This is where the counter movement, the Republican conservative movement, the white, predominantly white Republican conservative movement has completely misled this country. Because if there was ever a time in a workplace where we tell a woman like Shamika she can't wear natural hair, we actually served as the roadblock to talking about and legislating real issues. And it has happened. And it made it easy for the Democrats to now come behind and say, hey, Black women, we got you. Don't worry about the war in the Ukraine. Don't worry about nuclear holocaust. Don't worry about the natural textured hair women in Africa or the Congo that won't have wheat and will starve to death. Don't worry about them. We'll just make sure that your hair texture is protected in the workplace here in America. And that's exactly, I mean, this isn't a conspiracy theory. The governor of the state of Minnesota has touted this legislation as a huge progressive improvement in race relations and the overall circumstance of racism in this country and in this state and in the city. And so, Black women have been marched around out front as a battering ram for all the minority groups to line up behind her and completely distract us from what's important. And the relationships are a byproduct, but it's not even really about the relationships. I mean, to be honest, the relationship, women being miserable in their late 50s and 60s. I mean, that's part of that accepted casualty rate. And that's what's really pervasive and really malicious about it. Karl Marx was a beta male. He was a cuck. He didn't believe in God. He probably despised his father, and he probably despised his mother for being with his father. He probably despised ever being born. And women are following this guy, and they don't even realize they're following this guy for the most part. It saddens me. It really does.
What I find really hypocritical.
Oh man, this brother right here going in. This brother right here is going in. Jesus, peace. Even on my OP1, you know that other little groove box that I showed y'all, that it's across the room, but that white groove box, it has a sequencer in it that's that basically works as like an Etch-a-Sketch. You know, the little Etch-a-Sketch with the red thing and like you can shake it and make stuff disappear. You can make it disappear. And like basically I'm using a sequencer as an Etch-a-Sketch. And when you first get the machine, it says Karl Marx was right. You understand what I'm saying? It said Karl Marx was right. Marxism and stuff like that. And it's funny that he mentioned, this guy knows what the hell he's talking about. It's funny that he mentioned Marxism a little bit and how women are following it and don't even realize it. And I'm like, damn, I didn't even think about that. You know, I've been distracted with a lot of stuff and I've talked about it. And guess who actually told me that too on many occasions? Shout outs to my brother, War Master 7, because I ask, like, anytime I think about like certain things, I actually try to run it by War Master. War Master was talking about that, and he touched on Marxism and stuff like that. So shout outs to my brother War Master. If he comes through or if he's already here, definitely wanted to definitely would like to talk to him about that. Definitely would like to see his views on that, because War Master knows about all of that stuff, and I definitely trust his judgment on that. So shout out to my brother War Master 7. But when you look at a lot of people that were highly regarded, a lot of those guys would have been considered beta, because there was another book that I told you guys about called Thus Spoke or Thus Spake. Thus Spoke Zarathustra. And he was talking about the Superman concept and stuff like that. And honestly, if you have read the Bible and you've wrote Thus Spoke Zarathustra, you would be like, oh man, it'll kind of change your perception. Not even on the Bible, but like God and man and his concepts and stuff like that. But Friedrich Nietzsche, Nietzsche was more like beta. He had problems with women. The girl that he wanted, he had one-nighters. He didn't want him back. And I started seeing videos of him like just when he was just sick and he was just quiet and he wasn't this lively, vibrant guy like in his works or his literature. So it was just kind of really, you know. So I don't know too many black people that reads Nietzsche and Carl Jung and all of that other stuff. That's the type of conversation that quote unquote black pilled YouTubers and black pilled black men should be having, but they want to sit over there and discuss jawlines all day. The irony, the irony, the irony, the irony. You dig? Walt said, "Told you spin." Young Jay said, wait, so they passed the Crown Act and still wear hair hats. You can't make this shit up. Yeah. But you know what they hide behind too? And I know this because I have dreads. They hide behind dreadlocks. Dreadlocks is like a good scapegoat, a good scapegoat proxy to all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because it's natural hair and stuff. There's a difference between afros. They hide behind afros and dreadlocks when it comes to this. They've been doing this since the 70s, you know, and yet every single generation of women still falls for it and stuff like that. This brother eloquently put that out there, how they hide behind that. Shout outs to Walt. He said they study manosphere and the content. Yeah, because we go deep into it. I've heard Angry Man and DJ Kuda say almost 5 years ago, yeah, man. And the women come in here. And basically regurgitate some of the basic stuff we're saying. And they never get challenged on it because they don't know where it comes from and why we say some of the stuff that we say. And it's crazy, man. It's definitely crazy. You know, you said he mentioned the Congo too. Okay. You said with the knobs. You said, oh man, y'all got to stop using that term. That term is funny as hell, but hey, man, it is what it is. Fasting. You said Royce White got kicked out of the NBA for not flying on planes. Dude was a lottery draft pick. He'll be on the Alex Jones show now. Okay, got to check that out. I think the space should have went over to Rumble too. Shout outs to War Master and everybody, Wes and everybody. They've been telling me to get Rumble. I do have Rumble. I just don't have an account on there, and it's gonna take. I'm gonna have to probably take some of my stuff here and put it on there. You know, honestly, like when these shows go off, instead of privating it, just let you know and put the link in there. Be like, this show will be available on Rumble. But the only thing about it is that I want to get the chat room also. You know, I want to include my audience. I just don't want to do a show and then, but either or, Shout outs to Dion. What's going on, player? How you doing? You said Walt Kendall, aka Austria D. You said discussing Nietzsche, Alan Watts, and those guys. Yeah, I like Nietzsche, Alan Watts, and all of those guys. Yeah, Earl Nightingale. He's a black man too. Okay, thank you, bro. Thank you for the tip. Definitely. Let me while I'm here, let me take a picture of that, and I definitely will. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Nature Knows No Color is a great book. Okay, man, you guys are definitely, man. We chopping up some good game tonight. All right, let's let this go, man. I kind of like this discussion, man. Definitely like this discussion, and definitely shout outs to my brother Walt Diddy in the building. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to his channel. Got a really good channel. He is not. If you think, hold on, y'all. If you think I'm sending you to like a super manosphere channel, no, Walt Diddy's not super manosphere. He's a very smart, intellectual black man that thinks for himself. And if he has criticisms, he's gonna voice it. If he has pushback, he's gonna voice it. And he's gonna state his case, Real good brother, real stand-up brother, knows about equipment, knows about everything. There's a lot of things you can learn from him, even just off of just watching him and just seeing the things that he talks about. So you'll get a good a good subscription if you head over to that brother's channel and subscribe. Now, I like what Jason is talking about. I like this conversation right here. This conversation definitely does move the needle and move the goalpost on the things that black men and the black manosphere should be talking about, instead of abandoning their talking points to talk about passport bros. Yet these dudes don't cam up. You have not seen them on one island. They can't show you a palm tree. They can't even show you a black hand cutting open a mango and eating it or doing anything, okay? So this is what I think the elders and a lot of the older brothers in the space kind of should be talking about. And look how they're talking about something instead of taking on the talking points. They're talking even like being on the perimeter of it, but they're discussing it in a great manner and getting into some real history, letting you guys know, okay, who is Karl Marx? A lot of people don't talk about him, but this brother definitely stated some really good stuff about it. So, a lot of good information here. Run to it, not from it. Let's go.
Critical, particularly about the Trump line, and is because we've loved to celebrate Bill Clinton as the first black president. That's like a running joke among black people. And I'm like, okay, so Trump's morality is a bridge too far. And this isn't me, because I don't think any of these people, any of these public politicians, none of them have any more morality than any dude that hung out at the Masterpiece Lounge or any woman that hung out at the Masterpiece Lounge in Indianapolis in the inner city. And my uncle, who I'm just going to tell you how, and I'm just confessing and just telling you just how screwed up some of my values have been. But like my uncle, one of my favorite human beings to ever walk the planet, he left me his porn collection in his, like, that was his gift to me. He knew he was dying. Jason, you can have my porn. That's my uncle. And I love this dude, and everybody in my family loved this dude. And I used to, when women in my family, they want to complain about Trump, I was like, what about Uncle John? Huh? I mean, did we not love Uncle John? Was he not great? But the thing about it is, like, they love Clinton, who's in the White House getting serviced by an intern. But his morale, well, we're good with that. That's no problem. He's more moral than Donald Trump. It's also illogical, and that's been it's instead of admitting, like, hey, a lot of the stuff I think is illogical, let me submit to some male leadership. Instead, they're going to go, you know what? You know who our allies are? LGBTQ. And that's the other thing that drives me crazy is you'll see a Jamel Hill and these other people, LGBTQ, the transgender, they're our allies. And what's unstated but inferred and insinuated is the black heterosexual Christian man is our enemy. That's the ultimate betrayal in my view. And it's happening, and I'm not going to sit here and lie about it. They'd rather partner with the LGBTQ alphabet mafia than the black man. What's a bigger sellout than that?
There is no bigger sellout. And it's completely taboo for you to bring any criticism to the black woman in this country whatsoever, because many of our just cultural, stories that we tell is the oppression of the black woman. And it's not that the black woman wasn't oppressed. And it's not that she hasn't had a very tragic and traumatic experience in American history. That's not the point. The point is, where are we today? And honestly, if you can look out at the world and see where we are today and not understand this dynamic, you probably are in on it too, because it's that obvious. I mean, look, and to your point about the politicians, it's not just the guy that goes down to the strip club, right? Or the politician that's getting prostitutes. Let's be clear. There is a clear link to sexual perversion and Satanism in the Democrat Party. And Bill Clinton, our friend Bill might be the shining example, who was palling around with Jeffrey Epstein, and Hillary Clinton hasn't come out and denounced it yet. She has yet to come out and denounce Bill Clinton's friendship with a known pedophile, a convicted pedophile. These are the people who the Democrats completely overlook all of their sexual and moral claims to vote politically or to participate politically. And it's like, do they think really it's an insult? It's an insult to the rest of us, but it's actually, you have to wonder, are they tricking themselves? Do they really believe it? Because if they really believe it, now we're into what's called mass formation psychosis. If they really believe that there is no contradiction in the way that they vote and the way that they hold the moral sword over everybody else's head, then they're completely delusional. And we should in no way try and reach these people anymore. That's my prescription. And I think that's the real impulse towards the passport bros. We're not going to try and reach these women who go to these massive twerk classes and say that it's for their physical fitness, right? And there's 50 of them, and there's one or two gay guys sprinkled in there. The one gay guy's black. He identifies as a white liberal woman. We're not going to try and reach these people, and I understand the impulse. I think in the final analysis here in this country, it's a little anti-Christian, in my opinion. We should be trying to convert people. We should be trying to minister to people. We should be trying to spread the gospel. And if we don't, we may end up with a Muslim world. And we may think that that's a good thing now, but that may turn out to be one of Satan's ploys as well. We don't know.
I'm probably repeating myself a little bit here, but I want to be transparent. People always over social media will tweet at me pictures of me out socializing with friends of mine or whatever. And there's some famous ones of me with some white girls and me with some Asian girls that they get sent to me constantly over social media. And you know, some of them are in context, some of them aren't, some of them are just, but I'm not going to try to put it all in context. I'm just going to say this. Black men and women do not share the same values. And that's what this Passport Bros is representing. I, just in transparency, that's been my issue. And it's why I have tended to date non-Black women. It's why I've tended to date white women. It's been about shared values. And it's like, I'm not going to compromise my values to start a relationship with someone who doesn't share my values. I'm not jumping over to her side of the values table. She's got to get on board with mine or it just will not work. It's just not happening. And if you look at our divorce rate and our lack of marriage rate or whatever, somebody's out of line here. And I just happen to think it's the Black woman. She's adopted values that don't sustain a marriage. And there were many values of mine that don't support marriage and be able to pull off a successful marriage. I've changed on those, and I've acknowledged like there was things I was bringing to the table that was corrosive to a marriage. But someone earlier today sent me stats about sexual partners and the sustainability of marriage. And when you start having more than one or two sexual partners in your life, your chances of pulling off a marriage go further and further and further down the tube. And so there is a actual justification, reason, logic, science behind abstinence and not just being sexually promiscuous. It limits your chance of pulling off a successful marriage. And it's certainly men's philosophy, particularly as it relates to women and promiscuity. They may go into a relationship because, oh, this is great sex, blah, blah, blah. But their level of respect for that woman, if she's had, Cardi B may get married one day, but trust me, whoever marries her, I don't care how many women he slept with, he's never going to respect her fully because he knows he's marrying a hoe. And Kanye and Kim Kardashian, part of the reason that thing never worked is because and Kanye can be all in love with her and because she got him in a sexual trance. I've been there, I know what that's like, but fully respect her. Oh, Cardi B is married. I'm sorry. Whoever you married to, Cardi B, he don't respect you. He knows you're a hoe. But it's the shared values thing. And I don't think men, particularly men of faith, particularly men that are looking for a woman with traditional values, we shouldn't compromise on that.
Well, I think, we've created an entire Captain Save-A-Hole culture in America. And, if you make all the women harlots, then by default, all of the men have to be willing to save a hoe in order to have a woman or in order to have children, be married. And, you could go back to the Bible and say that Jesus found a way to love Mary Magdalene, and Jesus spent a lot of time with the lowest of us, right? With the degenerates, with the gamblers and the thugs and the thieves and the prostitutes. And there is some real Christian direction in that part of the parables. I will say it's the narrative that's been spun, and Black women, their cultural motif right now, as it stands politically, as when it comes to being an American, being in the sexual marketplace, whatever you look at, their narrative is we are the oppressed of white supremacy, unless you're white and you'll tell me that my natural hair is pretty, or you'll tell me that I've been oppressed, or you'll tell me, how beautiful my big lips are, or you'll get butt injections to try and look like me because, that it's a sexual pursuit. Or this is the cultural motif. It's completely built around superficial affirmation, and it has nothing concrete or substantive to it. That's why we can't put women in charge of monetary policy. That's why we can't put women in charge of the military. I saw a meme the other day, and it had a group of women that looked like they were around what would be like a slave mine or a slave dugout or something like that. And there were a bunch of men with the neck shackles in their underwear, and these women had on these what looked like latex or leather one pieces with the high heel boots, and they all had whips, and they were whipping the men. And it was like, this is what the future needs to look like, right? And so, they've been caught in that narrative, and it's widespread, it's pervasive. A lot of people who are on the fence, or maybe don't spend as much time on the internet, or maybe aren't in my age range, they might not understand just how prevalent this thinking is. This was the emergence of OnlyFans, this type of mentality. And the main story that's been told, again, to go back to it with Karl Marx, and I hate to beat a dead horse, is about labor and resources and price. And Karl Marx wanted to reduce the human existence down to price. And he went after the woman first because he's telling a story that women deserve the same pay, the same spot in the natural order as men do. And here's one example for you, and I'll give you the sports example. Recently, in the World Cup, all of the women's soccer players took home about $30 million out of an allotted $131 million that was generated from the Women's World Cup. 131 million generated there. The men took home 400 million out of an allotted $6 billion. Now, the narrative that Rachel Maddow and Don Lemon and New York Times and Nancy Pelosi and Michelle Obama and her little cuck man Barack and Bill and Hillary and all these people will tell you is, look at the disparity between what the women get and what the men get. It's completely illogical. It's completely illogical. The men drove in more money, and if you actually look at the facts, the women are getting a bigger portion of the total revenue than the men get. And in that way, you see, in that example, where the women are being used in a narrative to suppress and subvert men asking for their proper cut. That's why the nuance matters. That's why the details matters, because Satan is that intelligent. He's actually using a narrative baked to look at the unequal distribution of revenue between the two sexes as a way to have women beat down the working man. The narrative is completely backwards from what the reality is.
This guy right here is cooking. This guy right here is definitely cooking. And what Walt Diddy was saying is true. These are manosphere talking points. These are manosphere talking points. You know what I'm saying? And it's stuff that we've been talking about. The average woman don't want the average man. And this is something that we've been saying and I've been saying for the longest time. Average women can actually get ballers and they can actually get, you know what I'm saying, these different types of guys. Like, you know, as a matter of fact, like guys like Drake and a lot of celebrities and stuff like that. You know that every other couple of years there's a trend where they're getting with just regular average women. Do you know that even the groupies that they entertain, sometimes they are regular average women? Regular average women. Plain Jane. I hope her health is in good standing, but we were talking about just pearly things earlier and stuff like that. And when the brother DS1 was on here and we were talking about certain things, I was like, yeah, well, you know, I did a whole show talking about how a lot of guys in the black manosphere like a girl like just pearly things or that real femme sapien chick because they're plain Jane. They seem more believable. They seem more attainable. A Melanie King talking that manosphere shit. That's why Melanie King had to change up her whole stilo for a little bit. A Melanie King talking that manosphere shit is less believable because they can't see themselves, you know, with a woman like that, or at least getting a woman like that. So it's less believable. But the thing is that I know exactly how you brothers operate. Then when you say, okay, well, look, because like, and I found this out when me and my friend, we were going out to nightclubs and getting women, right? And one of the rules in pickup is when you go into a nightclub, you work your way, you go, like, you find the baddest joint in the room. I didn't know what it was until we was really doing stuff like this for the most part, or whatever we can get access to, because sometimes I couldn't approach the baddest joint in the room. They in VIP, I ain't paying to go back there and stuff like that. And then at the same time, approach anxiety kicks in. I ain't gonna approach this girl. I say the same thing y'all niggas say sometimes. So let's say you go to a club and you want to pick up women. They said approach the baddest joint in the room and then work your way down to the average girl. Because most dudes will say, okay, damn, the baddest joint in the room. Okay, she in VIP. Okay, she guarded and shit like that. Or she on her phone or whatever. I'm going to go holler at the little joint over here with the titties. Or this little joint over here with less to no clothes on, shaking her ass on the dance floor. She not bad, but she got a nice little body. You know what I'm saying? Or she this, that, and the third. Like, that's exactly what happened as a collective. You have a lot of guys starting to make some money, getting themselves out of a financial hole and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, look, I'm not the richest nigga. I'm a Henry, probably a high earning guy, not rich yet. And I want to go look for a little average girl. Then you realize that average women don't want the average men. And then a lot of things too has transpired. Like a lot of average women don't even realize they're average. And then if you do something that's even more dumb, not being a player, and I know what the hell you're talking about, trying to judge women on a scale of 1 to 10, we should really just judge if you're attracted to them or not attracted to them. That average girl, she goes up and down the spectrum. She'll never know her number. Some women will know that they're a 6 probably, but when they get dolled up and shit like that, they go to a 7 or a 7.5. Or when they get a new haircut or something like that. That's why women are always rearranging and changing themselves up so that number can change, because they're never satisfied with what number they put on themselves or what number they actually really are. So that's them going through the motions of that, you know, because she could just wear some sweats and some other stuff, and she could be, shout outs to my boy Rayology. He was in here last night. I didn't get a chance to say what's up to him, but she could be sneaky fine. You know what I'm saying? Or she probably looks even worse with the sweats and all that stuff on. So, and then this is the thing too, mind you, beauty is power. Beauty, like I said, with the club scenario, would stop a lot of brothers from approaching women to a certain degree because, oh, she might get guys approaching her all the time. That's why they even had the 30-second rule or the 3-second rule. You know what I'm saying? Because you'll talk your way out of it, especially the more beautiful the woman is. You put them on the pedestal. And if you're using a scale of 1 to 10, you're going to adjust their game and try to treat 10s like they're 10s, 9s like they're 9s, 3s like they're, when in all actuality, sometimes you need to treat that 8 like she's a 4 to get her. Sometimes you need to treat or refer to that 7 like she's a 3. Because that's just the amount of effort you probably need to get a woman like that. Oh, he not really moved by my looks and stuff like that. Okay, let me see what he talking about. It happens like this all the time. But then again, y'all don't need no game, right? Game ain't nothing real. It's fake. Oh, y'all don't need no game. Okay. It don't even matter if you don't play the game. The person beside you is, and everybody else around you is. The environment can be the game. You not playing the game doesn't stop the game from going. That's just you being a fucking ostrich and sticking your head in the damn sand with your ass out in the air, expecting something else to happen. I mean, expecting nothing to happen to your ass, you know? So I'm just giving you the game. Like I said, lay paint where it ain't and do what others can't. Make sure you guys like and subscribe and definitely support the channel. So, average women are actually out here getting more play than beautiful women. Even though beautiful women are getting passed around, average women are getting passed around. They're getting one night stands. They're getting all kinds of stuff. Average women have always gotten more play than beautiful women. Even look at Cleopatra. Cleopatra wasn't a dime. Cleopatra was actually pretty plain Jane and average. But guess what? She's a queen. You understand what I'm saying? She's a queen. You dig? Jesus Christ. Nicer. What the hell? Oh my God. Nicer, reach out to me. Come on the show. I definitely want to speak to you. How are you? What the hell? Shout outs to my girl Nicer with the huge not 70. Well, YouTube takes its cut. Huge $100 super chat. I appreciate you. Make sure, let me know when you need the link, okay? Definitely would like to speak to you. I got so much stuff to run by you. I'm trying to, y'all, this month I'm gonna try to see if we can get Nicer a artist page. So I'm gonna take $20. Shout outs to Nicer. I'm gonna take $20 of that money. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. You know how much that means to me. And we're gonna put that aside, and we're gonna set up Nicer's Spotify and her artist page and everything on air or off air, either or. You know. So shout outs to Nicer. Thank you so much for supporting the show. You dig? So we're gonna get her artist page popping and stuff like that because, you know, definitely owe it to her. Definitely owe it to her. Nicer says, supporting an incredible man with a heart of pure gold who just want to see everyone win. Salute to DJ Kuda. Please put some respect on Kuda's name. Thank you so much, love. I really, really appreciate you. And we're definitely, Nicer making it rain in the building, right? So, yeah. So her artist page is coming real soon. So if you guys can definitely go on my community tab or head to her page. We're trying to get Transcending Turmoil over 1,000. If y'all haven't noticed, all of her videos are coasting over 1,000. All of her videos, if you check all of them, they damn near all of them are coasting over 1,000. You know, so that should let you guys know where she's headed. You know, so definitely got to keep our heads in the game. And gotta remain making beats and working on our craft. Definitely. This is a prosperous month. This is capable season. Anything that you want, you're capable of. Just put your mind to it. Shout outs to Nicer. Yeah, dropping a huge 100 piece, you know. So let's get back into it. Nicer, let me know when you need the link. I got you. Let's go.
Love your point because it takes me to a basketball example of what we keep seeing. I've even seen Kyrie Irving jump. Yeah, these WNBA players need to fly private. And NBA players love to talk about how WNBA players are underpaid. Yeah. And this is a joke. And I'm sitting there like, this is so illogical, but everybody wants to say what's popular over social media and will keep them in the good graces of women, not upset them. No one wants to challenge their illogic. But I'm like, the WNBA is like 20, 25 years old. In the 25th year of the NBA, were they flying private? Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan in that era, they weren't even flying private.
Michael was, but the rest of them weren't.
But women's basketball is supposed to immediately, at 20 years in, they're supposed to fly private just like the men. Even their league isn't generating any money. It's losing money every year. But everybody's in on it like, oh, well, they're getting mistreated because they're not flying private, and we need to make this an issue, and we need men to sacrifice what they have earned and dump even more money into a sport that's not generating money, doesn't have the kind of popularity, and may never have the kind of popularity. But I see men going for it, and we just fold. We have no backbone.
Well, I mean, we were raised by our mothers in many ways, and I don't mean our mothers in our homes. Let's get away from that individual fact, but we were raised by our mothers in the culture, in the country, widely. I mean, this suffrage movement is not new. The corrosive nature of the suffrage movement which was essentially the women going to the white women going to the black woman and saying the black man got to vote before you did. How's that fair? That is the real alliance in the feminist movement. I want people to understand this is not modern. This goes all the way back to the inception of the suffrage movement and the hijacking of the civil rights movement, where the white woman drifted on over into dark part of the city and said and got the smartest young black woman who was a little well-read, and she put her hooks in her and she said, "Why did your man get to vote before you did? That's not fair." And this is what we've lived under. So I think the men doing it, especially in the NBA, this is all they know. All they know is to protect their sexual pursuits, their sexual viability. And this is the genius of hijacking the human reproductive system. If I can take one of the oldest biological systems that God put there for us to navigate the world and to procreate, to be fruitful and to be fruitful and multiply, I got society by the collar, and this is a brilliant move. But no doubt the WNBA, they should not be flying private unless you're talking about from a national standpoint, right? Like me personally, if I'm the president of the United States or if I'm the one calling the shots, it's kind of embarrassing that other countries, women get paid more than the women here. I would say that's true. And I wouldn't let that stand just out of a pride deal, right? National pride. We're not going to let the Russians pay their women basketball players more than we do. Why will we allow that? But that's more competitive, right? And so you can make an argument there, but if we were to do that, it would be a consideration made that has no financial justification. There is no financial justification for the WNBA to even exist, let alone for them to get the same treatment as men. That's just a fact. And at the same liberals, and let me show you how crazy it starts to piss me off, because the same liberals who will say that the women deserve equal pay were the same people telling me when I fought the NBA, they're a corporation. They don't have to deal with mental health. That's not their job. That's not their line of country. They don't have to worry about your mental health. Same young black men who are cucking behind the movement, all of them, all of this entire liberal movement. Those were the same people saying the NBA don't need to worry about mental health. That's not their job. But they do and are expected to cater to women and their place in society. Ain't that convenient? Y'all are trying to get laid. I'm telling you now, if you're trying to get laid out there and you're cucking behind this movement because you can't get any, you are a cuck. That is cuckism. There's no other way to say it. There's no other way to say it. And I'm not following those people. And I pray every morning that there will be a rising and increasing group of men who will not follow these people.
Royce, thank you. Gonna let you go. Great job as always. Gonna move on. Hey, sometimes the only way to survive the insanity from the left is to laugh through it. And Alex Stein is here with the cure. He's Primetime 99. He's the pimp on a blimp. And his new show is coming to the Blaze TV very soon. If you like unscripted comedy that trolls the ridiculous woke ideology, you're going to love Primetime with Alex Stein. Say goodbye to political correctness And hello to Primetime 99, who's always on the grind. Watch Primetime with Alex Stein, premiering February 8th. Use the promo code PIMP on a blimp for $20 off Blaze TV at blazetv.com/primetime. Shamika Michelle.
I just want upon a beat. I just want upon a beat. I just want upon a beat. I just want.
All right, welcome back. Let's roll out to North Carolina, bring in Shamika Michelle, get a woman's take on all of this. Shamika, let's start with just a general question. Have you heard of the Passport Bros? And what do you think of them?
Yes, I have heard of them recently. And when I first saw it, I didn't think much about it, honestly, because I think that men have been doing this for years. If you ask me, Black men are late to the party. When you look at white men who have been doing well in life, a lot of them have married foreign women. You can just look at Donald Trump himself. He had Ivanka and he had Melania, and I'm not sure about that one in the middle, but white men have been doing this for a long time. So I think Black men are just now coming up on it. And it shows that there are a lot of people just plain sick of feminism, period, across the board. So I have no issue with Black men deciding that they're sick and tired of being sick and tired, because what I think is that Black women, they saw this happening, but they never thought it could happen to them. They continue to think you could just put anything in front of a Black man. You could be fat, you can talk back, you can ridicule him, belittle him, and be condescending anytime you're upset, and he's just going to continue to be right there, because where else is he going to go? Now he's showing you he's going to get his passport and he's going to look elsewhere. And it's not about just color. I think a lot of people are thinking, oh, you know, you all, you suffer from colorism. A lot of these men are saying they want Black women. They don't want American Black women, which just shows that if we course correct, as you said earlier, we could stand a chance. But as long as you think they're crazy, I'm right, I'm not changing, you need to bow down and listen to me, then you're going to be, you know, stuck at home with your vibrator.
Can we course correct, or have things gotten so bad that it's not fixable? I mean, we're so far down this feminism path, and the way women are being raised in this country, and you're right, it's not just Black women, but just women in general are being raised in this path. And I'm just sorry, men are always going to maintain a natural instinct to lead and to be masculine and to look for a wife that wants to play a different role than him. Is this fixable?
I don't know about in our generation, Jason, but I do think of the more people that become aware that it's a problem, will begin to teach their children differently. And that's really what I'm hoping, that when I say course correction, that we'll start to teach our children to be different, because we see that it's an issue. So for a lot of people, you know, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I don't think you're going to help these old dogs. Some of them are set in their ways, and they feel like this is just who I am. This is just how I talk. And they think that they're not going to change, and they don't have to. And some type of magical hand is just going to reach out of the sky and say, well, let me give you this man, because, you know, you don't want to change. You don't want to course correct. You don't want to look at yourself and take a good long look and actually be honest. Let me just bless you anyway. They think that, let them keep thinking that, I don't care. But I do think for those of us that see the issue, we will begin to teach the generations coming after us something different. And we can only hope, Jason, I try to stay hopeful, but we have to realize that feminism has hurt both men and women, because a lot of these men don't even realize how feminism has affected them. they are very feminine. They, mimic their mother's behavior. And so it's going to take a bunch of us coming together and actually realizing that there's a problem and be willing to talk about it and be willing to admit and acknowledge that it's an issue on both sides.
I look at someone like Jemele Hill, and I've seen there's a pervasive mentality among this group of feminist Black women that see the alphabet mafia as their allies. And then what's not stated is they see the heterosexual Black man as their enemy. And Jemele Hill and The Root and other people have just come right out and said it, that the straight Black man is the white man of Black people. I find all of that just very offensive and sad.
It's offensive, sad, and foolish, because what I've noticed with Black women is we applaud our own demise, starting with the worship of liberal white women and feminism. We worship that. We worship the LGBTQ community. We worship being fat and out of shape and not working out. We worship having hair and nails and being more concerned with materialism than actually character and how we carry ourselves. So we always applaud that, hey, yes, hey, girl, yes, queen. That we applaud all of those things that are actually harmful to us. Every time I look on social media and I can see them talking about some new type of shapewear that you can put on and it'll pull your stomach in and lift your butt up. And I'm thinking, why don't you just push away from the table and exercise? But not Black women. They're always looking for some type of cheat code and some type of way out. And I'm hearing they don't even wash this shapewear, walking around with it day after day after day, smelling like piss and corn chips. But we always applaud the things that are going to harm us. And big up it every time, every day.
So I saw this clip, Vivica Fox. They got some show called The Queendom. It's basically a Black version of The View. Fox Soul, I think, puts it out. And Vivica Fox is from Indianapolis, like me. She went to Arlington High School, I believe, with some relatives of mine. And she had upset with me talking about what I said on Tucker Carlson. I think we have a clip of Vivica Fox on this show, The Queendom. Let's play that.
Mr. Clout Chaser, Mr. Unbelievable, uninformed, unintouched Black man, you are a disgrace to our race. And I'm glad every Black woman was proud to tell you, really, the backbone of this country and a lot of wonderful things that are happening are because of Black women. It doesn't matter if they're single or if they're married or whatever they is. They've been there for their children forever and will always be. Wow. How dare you? You're such an idiot. And that's what I think of you. You're a clout chaser.
I don't think that was Vivica. I think that was another woman that was on the show, or was that Vivica Fox? When I looked at it, I thought Vivica was a different woman. But anyway, just your thoughts to the Queendom and the whole just, I'm the worst person on the planet. I'm chasing clout.
Well, Black women are the backbone of this country. It explains why America seems to have osteoporosis right now, because we are just out of place. And I say this, there's no other group of women that think they are in control like that. Take away the weave, take away the lip fillers and the constant injections that it's so obvious that Vivica has. You all talk about you have so much pride and you're so confident and you love the skin that you're in. We can't even see the skin. We can't see your natural hair. We can't see what you really look like. And so you get mad at these men that go elsewhere. You're not even listening to them. If they want a woman that has hair down to their back, why not go get one that don't have to hang hers up at night? So I think that until women stop lying, this is what we're going to see, Jason. And honestly, it's what women deserve.
I want to go back to this whole allyship with the LGBTQ deal. Beyonce, her last album, queer friendly. Now there's stories about her highly queer friendly concert tour that she's planning. And literally, I'm just telling you, there is a devotion among these feminist Black women to doing everything possible to help the queer community. And we must be allies. And so when is Beyonce or anybody, any of these women, Jamel Hill, we're putting on an event that's going to be Black man friendly. We're going to celebrate and uplift. We know y'all got it rough. We know that, things haven't been going well. And I guess maybe their gift to us is Black Lives Matter. They'll cape up for dead Black men. Like a lot of white liberals, they love dead Black men. But for the living, they'll do everything in their power. For the queer community, nothing. Maybe Beyonce feels like she's doing a favor by being married to Jay-Z or whatever, but I just don't see him rallying, doing anything to empower Black men the way they rally to empower the alphabet mafia.
Because they want to be in charge. And you can't lift up Black men and celebrate Black men and think that you're going to continue to run them. I hear a lot of Black women say, I can't find a good man. I think you can't find a good man because you don't think they exist. So in order for you to be able to find a good Black man, you first of all have to believe that they are real, they exist, and they should be celebrated and that you deserve one. So if you continue to think that there's no good Black men, all men are dogs, men ain't shit, those are the only type of men you're going to attract. And when it comes to women like Beyonce, they get on my last nerve. You're so queer friendly, yet you went out here and married a straight Black man and had his children, but you don't push that message to other women. I remember when she dropped Lemonade because she thought, or it was said that Jay-Z had gone out and he had been cheating, and all of the women were standing around saying, ooh, this is the breakup anthem of the summer. And I said, don't be tricked. Don't be fooled. Beyonce is not leaving Jay-Z. This is not the breakup anthem. But women were running around here breaking up with their men because Beyonce dropped Lemonade. And then Beyonce turned around and got pregnant with twins. So y'all are real ignorant when you sit and even follow behind these women who will tell you one thing. Beyonce will say, women run the world, but you ran yourself right around in that kitchen when you found out your husband was cheating because you didn't go anywhere. So stop pushing this message, or stop listening to the message that these women are teaching when they aren't even living by it themselves. And what I've noticed, and it doesn't bother me, Jason, but Black women are start ridiculing other Black women and calling them pick-me's. And I'm older, so I'm like, whatever, cool, I've already done what y'all are trying to do. But for some of these younger girls, it really bothers them. And I constantly tell them, it's better to be a pick-me than a picked over. Stop listening to these people ridicule you because they are bitter and they are angry, and just block them out. And it's unfortunate that these hoes and these loudmouth women are the ones that are pushed to the forefront. But as we band together, I think that Black women and Black men alike will see that there are good people right here in America that share values. It's just some of this riffraff that has gotten in the way.
First thing I need you to do is just, I see the term pick me all the time over social media. Some of our audience may not know what's meant by that. If you would explain to the audience.
So a pick-me is supposedly a female who says or does anything to be picked by a man. So anytime a Black woman a lot of times says something favorable about a Black man, you'll hear a lot of feminists and even beta males to start ridiculing that woman and calling her a pick-me because she wants to be picked. And why not? Like, why would you not want to be chosen? A man that finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord. So you want to be a chosen woman? Why would you want to be overlooked? Like, there are women out here that want to get married, that want to be a wife, that want to be a mom, and they're.
So let me tell you, and shout outs to Walt for definitely pointing this out, because when we point this out, they be like, no, that's not true. They're not stealing y'all talking points. Let me tell you what they're going to start doing now, because this is what they've been doing. The Urban Dictionary and people that write for the Urban Dictionary and all this other stuff, they've been stealing talking points that came from the Manosphere, that came from my show Third Shift, and all of the talking points and all of the terminology and some of the stuff I made up and some of the stuff people here in the space made up. They've been stealing our talking points for years and bastardizing it and trying to bring it. We've been controlling Black society for a good 2 to 3 years, honestly, and the conversations that's been going on with it. So when people are like, oh my God, this is terrible, who's going to have the conversation? It was us that was having those conversations. It was us. Now I'm going to tell you some real shit. And I know what they done, because this is why I talk about people stealing for the whole time. What they do is that they can act like they're the ones that came up with it, and they're the ones that's been doing it for the longest time and talking about it for the longest time and using all of these $20 words, is because people put it in the Urban Dictionary. So now that people put it in the Urban Dictionary, now it's fair game for them to use it and say, oh, well, I wasn't watching the Black Manosphere. But Whitlock just told y'all the Black Manosphere. He basically, they watch us. They're watching us now. Day in and day out. Like clockwork, they watch us. Some of these avatars be these people trying to get some pushback. That's why when somebody be in your chat room and they ask you some weird question that if they've been watching your show, they would have known the answer to. Sometimes it's these people doing journalistic work. Okay, well, I asked somebody in the Manosphere, obviously somebody here. You just think it's a random avatar asking you a question, but it's this nigga or somebody else. Not respectfully, but it's somebody else. You understand what I'm saying? So sometimes they come here and they do journalistic work. They do field work in the space. And ain't nowhere else popping but the space. I swear to God, if you got cable TV and you found the Manosphere, you're not watching that shit. You here. Nobody watching no goddamn TV. With all this shit going on. Let's go. Especially now. Apparently, y'all chose Black History Month. This the month y'all chose for violence.
Expressing themselves that way. They have no problem with women being on Instagram, half naked, talking crazy. You never see people in their comments ridiculing them for the conversation that they're having. Yet when you come across comments under women who are actually saying favorable things about Black men, you always see them being ridiculed and called pygmies. And it's crazy to me. It shows how sick we are as a culture, that we value things that actually have no value, and we uplift things that can actually hurt and harm us.
You've landed at the next point I wanted to make, in terms of, like, we basically outlawed correction of the Black woman and Black man as well. And so you'll see things over social media, on people's Facebook or Instagram. It's like, man, that's incredibly ghetto. That's a bad look. Them 6-inch fingernails, don't nobody want to be bothered with that. You can't even wipe your rear end. Why would a man want to be bothered? You're loud, you're in someone's face, you're arguing and bickering publicly in a loud way. And we're all just supposed to ignore it and not criticize it. Whereas a woman that wants to be picked or chosen, we're going to ridicule her and her behavior. But let a woman be out in public and loud talk and get up in the face of some man, but you just can't handle a strong Black woman. Why you always? And it's like we've illegalized good advice and corrective behavior for Black men and women, but I just, someone
that's so
has to
true,
tell
Faster.
these women, no matter what's said over social media, There's no man, and I don't care, he could be the biggest simp in the world. He can be the biggest idiot in the world, but he does not want some loud, profane, ghetto. And if he does want that, you need to run away from him, because that man is, if he wants some loud woman that gets up in his face and is profane, that means he wants that smoke. And that's eventually he's gonna turn into a man. He's gonna punch you in the face and be like, "I thought that's how you liked it. That's how you're a strong black woman." You don't. But it's like we can't correct each other. We can't steer each other a positive direction.
Yeah, if he wants a woman that's constantly ridiculing him, you have to look and see if that's trauma bonding. Like, how was he raised? Because why would you even want to enter into something where you have to constantly fight and argue and explain? Who has time for that? You certainly won't be a successful man if you have to have a woman that you have to control when she says, you know, I need a man who can control me, or I need a man that can handle me. Well, you need to go and live at the zoo, because that's where they handle people. They handle animals at the zoo. So if that's what you want, you don't even belong out here in society, because we ain't got time to be trying to handle and manhandle women. You need to be able to have control over your emotions and have respect for yourselves in order for a man to want to deal with you. So if he wants something else, he's not even a good man to start with. And we have to stop acting as if we are choosing the right man when we start belittling all the other men. Like, if you ran into a man, most of the time you've seen who he is. There are red flags. If you ignored him, that's on you. And people hate when you make generalizations, but I just feel like people should be smart enough. If you know it doesn't pertain to you, if it doesn't fit, you must have quit or whatever, you know. Be able to realize when you fall into some type of category and when you don't. That was one of the things that irritated me about that Fox Soul piece with Vivica Fox and the other women. Why are people having such a hard time separating the issues here? Separate the issue from the death and what is happening and what we can actually see going on in America. If you want to pretend like this matriarchal culture is not harmful for us, then keep pretending, keep living in la la land. But we know that it's an issue, and you're right. Black men and Black women don't want to be corrected, but let's be honest. It's really the Black woman that is above correction. It's the Black woman that has an excuse for everything. And my kids say this saying, excuses are tools of incompetence. So when you hear her constantly throwing out an excuse, that's a prime example that she's incompetent, period.
Good stuff. We'll end on that note. Thank you, Ms. Shamika. Great job as always. You can email me and us, fearlessblazeshow@gmail.com. Got another batch of great emails yesterday.
Shoot, we might have to get her to come on some of these Manosphere shows. See if she really sticking behind what she talking about. Or maybe she is just an older woman that spent a little bit of time here in the Manosphere and don't know what all of this shit means and goes by the Urban Dictionary definition of it. But I like what she was talking about. Let's get it.
Today, keep them coming. Love to hear from you guys, particularly those of you that have been given the preborn or using one of our sponsors or coming to the roll call event that we're having April 15th. Need you guys signing up for that. We're eventually going to escalate the cost of the tickets for roll call, and that's why you want to sign up early before we raise the rate to attend roll call. TJ Moe, discussion about Tom Brady and Giselle. Next. Atheists, the secular world, the culture uses our imperfection, our sins to shut up. You can't stand on truth. And if all it was imperfection, it eliminated us from standing on truth, this would be a very quiet place. I'm trying to be as loud as I can and as transparent as I can to try to inspire other men We know you're imperfect. You know you're imperfect. God's grace and mercy gives you the right to stand on his truth and to speak that loudly into the culture. And we have to do that.
You can look around and say, these guys have taken over everything. They own the CDC, the NIH, they got the president. Is transgender surgery for children? Colleges today are nothing but leftist indoctrination centers working fully against the Bible. What's the alternative? So you're gonna stop fighting today and you're gonna let the government raise your kids? And you're gonna turn around and let them chop off your 12-year-old daughter's breasts and let them sterilize your son and tell him that he's a girl? And you're gonna let him make the Bible hate speech? You're the last line of defense here because nobody else is gonna do it. And God's gonna walk with you. This is literally worth dying for. I'm telling you. So it's like everybody, that's a nice little metaphor. This is it. If there's a hill to die on, this is it.
The Overton window has been moved right in front of our children's bedrooms. And there are all types of people that are trying to climb up the ladder. And every good father should be on his post so that when they peek their head up over the windowsill, you kick the ladder back down, let them know you move on to the other house because we're not playing that around here.
Sometimes just standing up, just saying, no, we're not going to do that. Not my marriage, not my kids, not my family, not my community, not my church, not my city. Just declaring that, that's victory enough. In prepping his disciples, he tells Peter, he's like, listen, Satan desires to sift you as wheat, but I've prayed for you. We're going to face some ups and downs in life, and we're not going to always get it together. But if we stay on the path, if we stay chasing after, running after Jesus, running after his way, he's even praying for us. Now, I like it when you pray for me, Jason and TJ. I appreciate that. But to have Jesus pray for me, that makes me feel pretty good. When you make it through this sifting process, go back and strengthen your brothers. So we all have a responsibility as men. Once he's delivered me through this, I have a responsibility to go back and bring some other folk out.
You do a roll call to just let people know you're not alone. Be confident in your positions, and we're going to inspire you. We're going to eat, fellowship, listen to some music. It's going to be the first of many roll calls that we do. So we're looking for soldiers. We're going to put out our best recruiting pitches for soldiers. All right, we're going to switch up topics, talk a little sports. Tom Brady retired yesterday, announced his retirement on the first day of Black History Month. Interesting, don't you think? Anyway, Tom Brady announces his retirement for good this time. And, well, let's hear from Tom Brady himself.
Good morning, guys. I'll get to the point right away. I'm retiring for good. I know the process was a pretty big deal last time, so when I woke up this morning, I figured I'd just press record and let you guys know first. So I won't be long-winded. I think you only get one super emotional retirement essay, and I used mine up last year. So really thank you guys so much, to every single one of you, for supporting me, my family, my friends, my teammates, my competitors. I could go on forever. There's too many. Thank you guys for allowing me to live my absolute dream. I wouldn't change a thing. Love you all.
So Tom got a little choked up. I have to admit, overall, I like Tom Brady. I wish that he hadn't come back this year. I wish that he had kept his word with his wife and maybe he'd still be married. I congratulated him on his retirement over Twitter. And, not that he cares what I have to say, but I did say, hey, man, go pull off the greatest comeback ever and get your wife back and restore your family. That's my wish and hope for Tom Brady. And then yesterday, everybody reacted to Tom, I think, put out a post over Instagram. And Giselle responded over Instagram with a very corporate response, wishing you only wonderful things in this new chapter of your life. TJ Moe, we're going to roll out to St. Louis and get TJ's reaction. A lot of people being critical of Giselle, saying that's too impersonal. It's not strong enough, or it's not personal enough. It sounded very HR-ish. I don't have a problem with it. What is she supposed to say? And I'm sure she said something to him in private, or has over the past year in private, far more personal than that. She just acknowledged publicly that, she's wishing him well. Your thoughts on the retirement and how Giselle's public comments?
I think that was taken directly from a Hallmark card. I have any Walgreens that I've ever been in, I open that up and that's exactly what it says. She did not write that. Maybe her new boyfriend wrote that, or her PR artist, someone who spent a little bit of time wrote that for her. It was certainly not her. If you actually cared about someone during their retirement, which you did not participate in, she has now come out. She is talking through some friends to People Magazine and such, and she's like, "Look, I'm very disconnected to this. I'm not a part of this decision-making process, obviously." And so I would have liked for her to come out and just say, "I'm so glad you're going to be able to spend some more time with our kids and can't wait to have you around more." Right? Just something personal, not straight out of a Hallmark card. So I actually did not like the way she wrote that at all. I mean, I suppose it's better than writing nothing, but it's still a Hallmark card.
Hold it, TJ. I got to stop you. If she says what you just said, everybody goes, "Oh, look at her taking a shot. She clearly upset Tom didn't spend enough time with the kids, and now she's throwing a tantrum saying, 'Now you've got no excuses, Tom.'" That's how that would have been interpreted.
I disagree, because I think it's so well known to anybody paying attention that was obviously true, and it caused a divorce. So why is she throwing a tantrum now? It would just be an acknowledgement that, of course, I want to do that. Well, that's my point. Even if she were to be saying that, she would not be throwing a tantrum. She would just be saying, they're both stationed in Miami now, based on what I'm reading. They're moving from Tampa. She's in Miami. They're both going to be back and forth, I guess, and around the kids. And so Tom has spent it. It's no secret that when you're playing at the level he's playing in the NFL, you don't have that much time for family. As we discussed, I think it was last week, your playbook is your Bible. That's where all your extra time goes, in the film room and everything else. So I don't think it's a shot to say, "I'm so glad you can spend some time with our 10-year-old and our 13-year-old that for 9 months out of the year don't get to see you hardly at all because you're living out of town and you spend more time with Rob Gronkowski than you do our kids."
I don't think she can win here. And so let's get to our approval rating. We can continue this discussion, but let's do it while talking the approval rating on Gisele Bündchen. And it's funny, I already know the results of this. I've actually got a lower score for Gisele than you do, and I'm the one here defending her. But as it relates to job performance, I can't go very high because I see her primary job as mother and spouse, and she's in divorce. She's talking about restarting her modeling career. She's already made a ton of money. I know Sam Bankman-Fried, or whatever, is it Sam Bankman-Friedman or whatever, took a bunch of it, or allegedly took a bunch of it. But So I only gave her a 10 in job performance. She's not doing a great job as a mother and a spouse right now.
Had I viewed it the same way you did, operating as though her primary job was a mother, I think even if you say her job is not primarily spouse, let's say it's mother, your job as a mother is to make sure your kids have a father in a home, right? And so she's failing certainly there. I gave her a 25 because I was evaluating her modeling career, to which she retired, and 5 seconds later, Louis Vuitton showed up and said, "Please come do this campaign for us," at 42 years old. And if you've paid any attention if you follow her on Instagram, which is probably just not a wise thing to do, but I do. And she's 42 years old, in unbelievable shape for a 42-year-old. She's on the TB12 plan. I assume. She's doing the avocado ice cream and everything that comes with that. And she did not skip a beat from who she was when she was a Victoria's Secret supermodel. So if you can go straight out of retirement to a Louis Vuitton campaign, it's hard to knock you, man.
Character, I can't go very high there either. She's getting a divorce. She allegedly already has a boyfriend, which raises questions about did she have a boyfriend before the divorce or before things were officially over? There are rumors that, something was going on outside the marriage. So I gave her a 10 in character as well.
So this is where I evaluated her motherhood and so we sort of switched to here. I gave her a 4, and it's like, if you're not a serial killer, you're probably going to get at least a 4 from me. And so she's not a serial killer, and this is about as high as I'll give her. Again, 42-year-old posing mostly naked, virtually really across the world right now. She's in Costa Rica and all sorts of different places. She was willing to destroy her family and take the father out of the home of a 10 and 13-year-old. I think, and again, I just can't imagine as a 10-year-old looking up on the cover of Vogue magazine and seeing my mom half naked. I just think that's an incredible thing that you would put your kids through. She's also very weird. I mean, I've not read too much about this until we dove into this today. She's got some weird witchcraft stuff, and she's talked about it. I mean, she's joking, maybe. But there's an article on CBS Sports from 2019, and Tom talks about how before every game she makes him an altar and gives him these healing stones and this necklace and these drops he needs to take, and then tells him before each season if he's going to win the Super Bowl or not. And he says she's never been wrong, right? And she says, I think the quote is here basically saying, "Hey, you're lucky I'm a witch. I'm just a good witch." And so Tom said that to the CBS reporter here. So, and again, not a serial killer, so she gets 4 points from me, but that's as much as I'm willing to give her.
Authenticity, I'm kind of down the middle. I gave her a 14. She's thrown herself back into her career. She's fed up. I can't tell if she's doing it out of anger, why she's abandoning her kids. Again, she's got plenty of money. It's time to put some clothes on and be a mother. But she's being authentic to who she wants to be and who women are supposed to be in America and in the Western world now. They're the leaders. They're the breadwinners. They're career-driven, just like men. She's halfway authentic. I gave her a 14.
I gave her a 20, not because I like her, but I think she actually believes this is who she is. I'm with you. I think she was actually dating his name's Joaquin Valent is his name. That's her trainer. Since the divorce, they've been pictured having dinner in Costa Rica together. They've been pictured horseback riding. They've been pictured out jogging together. This is obviously more than just a trainer relationship. She was willing to sacrifice her marriage. I don't know how much more authentic she just decided, here's who I am and what I want to do. I'm a witch. Apparently doesn't have a problem saying that. And sure, I will give up my marriage to one of the most popular men in America today. No problem. So that is authentic. I mean, I give her that. I don't like her for it, but it is authentic. She was authentic enough to come out and say, "Hey, I don't like Donald Trump. Take that MAGA hat out of your locker, Tom Brady." So she's had her moments. She's not afraid. This is who she is. I just don't like it.
Yeah, I don't think I think she does. I don't think it's about not liking Donald Trump, because if she didn't like Donald Trump, she wouldn't be married to Tom Brady. I think it's more about Donald Trump, you and that hat are bad for my brand. Take that hat out of your locker. You're not just hurting yourself, you're hurting me. So now authentic. We get to it factor, where I don't think there's going to be a lot of disagreement. She's a smoke show. She's definitely got it, and she'll have it, it looks like, for at least another 10 years. Hats off to her. I give her a 25.
She also got a 25 from me. She was the world's leading earner in modeling for 14 straight years. So not just a conglomerate over that time. It's from 2002 to 2016. She was number one every single year, making between $30 and $40 million. Fun fact, I think it was Kylie Jenner that overtook her in 2017 as the top model, one of the Jenners. And so she's been on the cover of over 1,200 magazines. If that doesn't give you a pretty high hit factor, I don't know what does. She also created, another fun fact, if you get on Wikipedia, she pioneered the horse walk, which I had never heard of, but apparently is the walk that you'll see every Victoria's Secret model doing on the runway today. And so she's got it. Again, not a fan of her. I mean, I can't say, if you said, hey, what is your approval rating? If we rated her like we do the president, do you like him? Do you think he's doing a good job in life? She'd have gotten like a 10 from me, but the way we set it up, she got a 74.
I've got her at 59 candlelit. You've got her at a grease fire 74. TJ, I just thought of something weird and crazy. Maybe I'll talk with Steve Kim about it. If Giselle really wants revenge, if she's really angry and she's a witch, I think in the next 2 years we'll hear about her dating Bill Belichick. That would be my prediction. I'm just wondering if Bill Belichick would have the discipline to say no. Or he's got, but Robert Kraft just got remarried, so he's probably not a candidate. But he likes younger women.
Yes, he does. In Florida, in beauty shops or whatever, massage parlors.
Yeah, well, now he's married to some young woman as well. All right, TJ, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you. Great job as always. Go to youtube.com/Jason Whitlock. Hit notification, hit subscribe. Korean Cosell, Steve Kim next.
모두 다 빨리 박수 쳐 기다리지 말고 서둘러.
Atheist, the secular. Welcome to Fearless with Jason Whitlock. I am Jason Whitlock, your host. Welcome to this Saturday edition of Fearless with Jason Whitlock. And as we like to do on Saturday, we have a very special guest to help unpack an issue related to a topic we spent a lot of the week talking about. You guys have heard me, I believe on Thursday's show, we started going into a deep dive on the passport bros. And that was an offshoot of the conversation we were having about the Black community and our communities being dominated by single Black women and single Black women that want to be leaders in the community. And I think that was on Monday. And then Tuesday, Royce and I had a long conversation about the discord, the disconnect between the Black man and the Black woman in America. And I think I came back on Thursday and we took the song American Woman by Lenny Kravitz and the Canadian group, the Guess Who, and related that to this whole passport bros movement that is starting to get a lot of attention and a lot of pushback over social media. And we talked about it on Thursday. I wrote an article about it. And then on Friday, it's trending all over Twitter. And I got emails from people saying like, hey man, you really need to understand the history of this passport bros and even the whole manosphere. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but there's this manosphere over YouTube and among content creators of people that are pushing back against the attack on masculinity, and they call it the manosphere. And so between the manosphere, the passport bros, that's like where Kevin Samuels developed all of his popularity, talking about men and the relationship between Black men and Black women. And Kevin Samuels dies. And you know, right at when he was really starting to get traction, I used to tell people, Kevin Samuels is going to end up being the next Steve Harvey. Unexpectedly dies. But yesterday I get emails like, if you really want to know the history, you got to talk to Al Grease. Al Grease is the godfather of all of this And they said you got to go back and read this 2006 article in Essence magazine that talked about black men going to Brazil, and the article was kind of a hit job on these black men that went over to Brazil for a good time, dating, treating it like a trip to Las Vegas, or looking for a wife with more traditional values or a girlfriend with more traditional values. That article comes out, and I think that sparked, well, we'll let Al Grease tell you what that sparked, but eventually Al Grease has, I think, done 3 movies or documentaries about the relationship between black men and black women, and they're titled Frustrated. And so without further ado, let me bring Al Grease in and let him explain for himself some of the history and what went on in 2006 with Essence Magazine and what that sparked. Because, Al, I was told there were a group of you guys that in the early 2000s would go to Brazil, and that's kind of where all of this started.
First, I'd like to say thank you for having me on your platform, man. It's truly a blessing. Thank you for reaching out. I truly appreciate
Thanks
that.
for coming on.
Yeah, it all started as just going on a vacation. I was a gym rat at the time, and I met a young guy that was in a motorcycle accident. And at that time, he didn't have insurance, so he saw me working out in the gym, didn't know what to do. And he asked me if I would help him, assist him in working out, because he said, I see you know what you're doing. And I told him, listen, man, I come here, we're gonna work out, we don't have nothing to talk about. Put your music on, and let's go to work. And after that 6 weeks, I wanted a break. And he recommended, he said, hey man, go to Brazil. You want to take a break? Because I worked hard 6 weeks, and then I want to take a break, let my body take a break. And he said, go to Brazil. And I said, okay, never been. And he recommended, he gave me some information of a gentleman by the name of John Thompson, who was from New York as well. I'm from New York City. He was from New York, and he was renting out apartments at the time. So if you needed a place to stay, John Thompson was the reference guy at that time. And I went, called John up, he hooked me up, booked the flight, had an awesome time. Me and my older brother went, great time. And I got back and went to DC. My cousin lives in Washington, DC. He throws this annual barbecue out in Maryland. And I heard a gentleman speaking Portuguese. And I went over, I said, hey man, are you Brazilian? And he said, no, I'm planning on going, but I took the language. His name is Dr. Larry Davis, intelligent guy, brilliant guy. And I said, man, I just got back from there. And he said, did you read that Essence article that was going on? And I said, no, I didn't. I'm not familiar with that. I don't read Essence. And he said, oh man, you got to check this out. And I read the magazine. I read the article. I called him back up. I said, oh, this is trash. This is garbage. This is not what I just experienced. And he said, well, your cousin told me you're a filmmaker. Why don't you do something about it? And I said, you know what? I am. You're right, I am. So I went back again on my own to get points of reference. And I met another gentleman by the name of Johnny Johnson, American guy who retired out there. And I met several guys, American guys that were retired out there. So I did some investigation, interviewed them, and told them that I was interested in doing a piece and would they like to be a part of it. Some agreed and bailed out at the end, but Johnny Johnson was a stand-up guy, ex-police officer. And he said, sure, man, come on back. And I came out there to interview him and some other guys, and I ran across the Philadelphia firefighters. It was about 8 guys out there together, tripping. I said, hey man, can I interview you about your experience and why you come out here? And that's when they shared that put this delicate, I'm not familiar with your platform, so we'll keep it delicate, but some of the troubles they were having with women in the States, and they found it more soothing to deal with more traditional women abroad, especially Brazilian women. They were fit, they were friendly, and easy to get along with. And they said they preferred that in not dealing with women who were too masculine and kind of like pulling guards and tackles. Really didn't keep themselves up to shape, keep themselves up in shape. And we did the project, and I kind of sat on it a little bit. I said, maybe there's nothing here. And my older brother told me if I didn't release that product, that he was going to do some physical harm to me. So I took it to a film festival out in Atlanta. Went to Atlanta Film Festival, and the guy invited me out. I knew the guy who was running it, And I showed him that, and he was cool. And then he gave me a weird time slot, 8 o'clock in the morning time slot. And I said, hey, man, why you put me so early in the morning? He said, man, it wasn't me. It was the women that was involved that did this to you. I said, okay. I got up in the morning, went out there and worked it, invited guys in. And I saw a gentleman standing there. I said, listen, man, I'll be honest, if you come in and watch my film, I produced it, I directed it. And he said, what's his name of it? I said, Frustrated. And he came in, the documentary played, and they got up, and that's when it started. I knew I had something because the women were angry, and the gentleman stood up and said, brother, I want to thank you. This is really before the whole social media thing, but he said, I want to thank you for inviting me in here. I just booked my flight to Brazil while the movie was playing. I'm sorry I can't stay for the Q&A. I'm going to pack my bags right now. And he held up his phone and showed it, said, I'm out of here. Thank you, brother. I love you. And he took off. And then the discussion came, and women were, well, if you don't make X amount of dollars, you're useless to me. And then they had some older women in there say, well, listen, I make twice as what my husband makes, and I've been married to him for 30 years. I cherish my husband, wouldn't trade him in for nothing in the world. And the young lady stood up and she started crying, stating that she works in some corporate office, and the UPS guy used to come there and she was attracted to him. And her girlfriends, they would say, well, you don't want him. He wears, brown. He don't make as much money as you. He doesn't have the social skills. You don't want him. But she would flirt with him all the time. And she did not pursue that relationship because the women there told her that gentleman was no good for her. And she broke down in tears and how that connected with her. And I released the film, and all of a sudden, it's people started purchasing the film, and some people started, unfortunately, started bootlegging.
What year is the release of the film?
I would say 2011, maybe 2011, 2010 or 11. And they started bootlegging the film.
Let me stop you for 1 second, because I want to play a 2-minute trailer from Frustrated to give the audience a better taste of what you did and the work you did. Let's play the trailer.
Women are noticing that their men are crossing the borders to find happiness, romance, or even just somebody to have a good time, hang out with. I come to Brazil, I sit down at the table, I order food. Young lady places a drink in front of me, opens my straw, puts it in my glass, and I'm chilling. Doesn't make her less of a woman, doesn't make me more of a man. It's just that we have different roles in life, and she knows hers, and I know mine.
Several years ago, I read an article from Essence Magazine in regards to African-American men going to Brazil.
Been a number of articles since the Essence store.
The article was not pleasant at all. It was quite negative.
The article is racially motivated. To me, it's just another attack on the black man.
I feel in conversating with other guys who have friends here, you should come here and experience what she has to offer Brazil.
People that write the article say that they don't understand why we come to this place or any other place are biased because they've never experienced it.
Every black man should come down one time before you put in this earth to see how this country treats you. It's heaven.
You don't want to come down to Rio. I said, because if you do, you're going to come back thinking, how can I get rid of her? And I just said, I can't put it to you. I said, if you married and you love your wife and you satisfied, I said, don't come here.
You be looking for cheap sex with pretty girls. I think to a certain extent, you're almost like a predator.
There's nothing but lies, and it should not have been accepted by the black women. That article is to bridge the gap between you, and that's the reason that article came by.
It's not an issue until the black man starts doing it.
I agree.
So that's the trailer for the movie and the documentary. The Essence article had portrayed this as some sex trafficking trip that black men were taking. That frustrated you, and you wanted to. do the movie or do the documentary to talk about, I would imagine, I'm speculating, but it seems to be hinting at some of the issues we've been talking about this week, is that the Black woman has been participating in the emasculation of the Black man. She's out of her traditional role. She's out of any type of helpmeet or any type of submissive role or allowing a man to be a leadership role here in America. And so you and other guys, like, they got a different culture in Brazil. It's great for men. And am I right and accurate in my description of what transpired?
Yes. And what happened was, once I introduced the culture of Brazil, the film goes more in depth than what the article did. The guy who, Dr. Johanny Cobb, who did the article.
Jelani Cobb, he's on MSNBC. Yeah,
he actually said on
castrated. He's a eunuch. Go ahead.
Yes, he actually went on one city block. He went on one city block in front of the famous nightclub at the time, was called Club Hell, and he sat right there and said, "This is what these guys are doing," and that's it. And I knew at the time, Essence Magazine was owned by Time Warner at the time, that they had way more resources than I did, and I ventured out. I went to the neighboring cities and states and found brothers that were living there and that were married to women there, and they expressed their feelings about how women back in the States were difficult to deal with, being masculine and out of their traditional roles, and they came down to the States, to Rio, and found women that were in their traditional roles, and they were easy. It was like easy to get along with, easy for them to make that transition and marry them. So when I hear back here in the States, women ain't getting, Black people are not getting married at such rate, get married, and they found out that they had to go elsewhere and find Black women elsewhere to do so. Brazil has the largest African population outside of Africa. They have more Africans there than they have in the States. So they go by, the Afro-Brazilian title. And they were easy to get along with, very friendly and feminine. They were real feminine. And that was one of the huge distinction here. Our women were too masculine, way too masculine, and not easy to get along with, not easy to deal with. So from sparking that,
your movie captures Black men not down in Brazil looking for white women. They're down in Brazil looking for Black women.
Look, exactly. They were looking for Black women. And the pushback I got was, well, you want other women. I'm like, what do you mean other women? There are Black women there. They're dating Black women. They're dating Black women there. And to move the story on a little bit, from that and the whole YouTube in the beginning of that started coming on. So people were uploading it, and I was getting calls constantly. Like, you uploaded your movie on YouTube? I was like, no. And a gentleman by the name of Charles Tyler, he passed away, but he was inspired by that film, by Frustrated, and went, once again, found a Black woman he fell in love with, came back and challenged Black men to get their passports and to travel. And he formed the first YouTube group, first Facebook group called BMO, which stands for Black Man's Option. And that's the group that I'm associated with, Black Man's Option. He formed that group, got brothers to get their passport, got them to travel to Brazil. He started hosting an annual beach party, got brothers off the corner, got them out of the neighboring cities where they were scared to leave the States, and they came together, broke bread together, sat down together, networked together, and exposed them to what Brazil had to offer to them. And from that BMO group, guys started coming to Charles Tyler, asking him about, hey man, how can I do something like this? I want to put other groups together. So Frustrated is kind of like the tree, and the fruit from that tree came Black Man's Option, and then other groups started to form from there, and guys will go other places. We're taking guys to maybe Colombia, we're taking them to Thailand, taking them to the Philippines. And from there, that's when the whole Passport Bros got started. Now, I associate with Black Man's Option because we have leadership there. There's leadership there and there's structure there. There's black men that come together from all backgrounds, from different states, from law enforcement, to lawyers, to entrepreneurs. We sit down, no matter where we travel to, we first sit down and break bread together. And we have the guys that first time out, we call them rookies. First time out, the rookies stand up, state their name, where they're from, and we introduce them to the vets. These are the veterans that have been out, so if you get into a little trouble situation, you can rely on the vets to help you. Passport bros are kind of like free agents. They just go on their own. They go on their own and they just travel by themselves and try to make money off of, they make money off of YouTube, has TikToks, but they just come in and just show you videos, show you fun stuff and make money, try to make money off of it, but they have no structure, no leadership there. And that's why the situation came up. The young guy got in a situation there, and they all just attacked him because passport bros don't have the leadership in place. And that's one of the things that I was discussing with other guys in the community. We need leadership. Because now young guys are getting inspired to travel at 23 and 24. BMO's kind of guys in their 40s that's well established, and these guys are going out by themselves, which I support 100%. I support any group, any individual telling black men to get out of here and travel and see the world. I support 100% wholeheartedly. Get out of here. Go see the world. Go see women, feminine women, and black women in different parts of the world and see how the setting and the culture there compare, and you can compare it back here to the States, and you see the wave now of black men leaving in droves. And they're starting to get younger in their 20s now. They're starting to get 23 now. And they figured out a way to work abroad since that pandemic. They found a way, well, I can work abroad now. And the money doesn't have to be that significant because of the exchange rate. Now I can live abroad and I can start my lifestyle at 23, where, in the beginning, the BMO guys started a little later because that wasn't available, but the young men are taking advantage of it now.
Al, walk me through a bit of your history in terms of where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to college? What was your background in terms of dating and what made you have an epiphany of like, hey man, it's hard. What I'm looking for just really isn't here in America. I got to expand my options. Walk us through that process.
Well, I'm born in New York City. In the Bronx, and I went to high school upstate New York in Amherst, New York. I lived with family members up there. Had an opportunity to get a good education in the suburbs, and I played football upstate, but for the local high school team there. And a buddy of mine talked me into going to Arizona with him. I talked to the football coach in Arizona, went out to Arizona, not realizing playing in the cold in Buffalo and going to playing in 100-degree heat. I struggled a lot. And to the point where I had to leave. I wasn't performing up to standard, but I couldn't, that heat I wasn't used to it. And my older brother, who was in the Navy, got out of the Navy and just purchased a house in Atlanta and said, listen, man, you don't have to go back to New York City. You can come live with me in Atlanta, come to school in Atlanta. And I signed up, wanted to play ball in Atlanta at Morris Brown. Talked to the coach at Morris Brown, and I got a job working at the Doubletree Hotel in the gym so I could work out for free while I worked. And I got introduced to all of them. At that time, they had the Georgia Peaches, and all them beautiful black women, saturating all them beautiful black women. And I lost focus. So when the coach called me, "You ready?" I said, "Coach, I ain't gonna waste your time. I'm not gonna waste your time." And I just signed up to the local college and went there, and I got introduced to the Georgia Peaches. Now they're plums. They no more peaches. They got Georgia plums now. But at that time, and I went to school, was working and dating, and my older brother set me down. He said, "Listen, man, you need to focus. You need to focus. I see that you're having minor issues right now with women. I see you having minor issues. I can tell by the conversations you you have on the phone, but the more you focus on yourself, and you'll find out that you'll get a better grade on woman. So that was it. And he traveled the world, and he said, "I've been in the Philippines, I've been all over Asia in the Navy." So don't invest so much here. Wait till you get a little bit older and you get some more experience under your belt. And being hard-headed as a young man, I got into a relationship and it turned violent on me. It got violent where she became physical and aggressive. And it led to a bad situation where police were called, and they took us in. Charges were dropped against me because of self-defense on myself, was attacking me. And once again, my older brother, I'm fortunate that I had an older brother who set me down again and said, "Man, I'm trying to explain something to you because now you're putting your life in jeopardy. You're putting your life in jeopardy, especially with the domestic violence laws, how they can hinder you as far as getting employment and stuff. You don't want that. I'm telling you, you don't want that." So I wind up taking an offer to move to Alaska. I was working for a financial company in Alaska. And one of my clients, I went to her house. She was in a car accident. So I was bringing her some paperwork to her house, and I saw all these scripts on her desk. And I asked her, I said, "Are you a producer or something?" She says, "No, I read for TriStar and Paramount Pictures. They send me the scripts out here, and I read them." And I said, "You know what? I always wanted to write one." She said, "Oh, you want to write one? I'll show you how to write one." And she took me through the whole process, and she didn't charge me anything and said, "If somebody ever asks you how to do it, pay it forward." I did. I wrote this beautiful script, went to LA, tried to shop it around, and didn't have success. And I got disappointed. And I laid down. I remember I was in a hotel. I was down to maybe last $5 in my pocket. I was eating out of 7-Eleven. They're eating hot dogs for dinner and chips after dinner. And I laid in the bed and I said, "Oh man, this ain't working." And my conscience and God spoke to me and said, "Listen, man, why don't you go learn how to make them?" I said, "No, I don't know how to make no movies." He said, "Well, you didn't know how to write them 6 months ago. You didn't know how to write them. Let's go. Let's get on out of here and I'll show you how to make them." And got out of there, went back to Atlanta, found a film school in DC area, went there, learned how to make them. And I started, I got real excited, wanted to be productive. So I made some movies. They were awful. Some films, they were bad. But when this came about, a chance to do a film on this, and I had the funds to do it, I said, "You know what? Let's do this. Let's do this." And I did it. And that's how frustrated I got about. But as far as my relationship and women, I'm gonna tell you, my high school sweetheart at the time, I dated an Italian chick, and she took great care of me. And to the fact that even I was on the basketball team, she would bring me food because the varsity team played late. She would make sure, "Hey baby, here's some food." And the coach would be like, "Don't be eating that. You're not gonna be able to run up and down the court eating that. Don't bring him no food." She took great care of me. Was my high school sweetheart, and so I got exposed to that. But I had a strong attraction towards Black women. When I went to Atlanta, I seen all them peaches. And I said, "Oh, I got to get my hands on them." But I come from a 2-family home. So I saw what my father meant to my mother. And I see what my mother meant to my father. I was raised in a 2-family home. And my father provided, I'm the youngest out of 7 kids. And I seen my father work 6 days, 7 days a week to provide for his family. And didn't want to take days off, and would watch football with us and then get up and go to work. So I was looking for that, and I wasn't finding that. I wasn't finding that in Georgia. And I said, wow, I was struggling. But moving forward, when I started making these projects and I started getting introduced to foreign women and traditional values, and with traditional values, and with the femininity was big for me because I wasn't coming in contact with feminine women. I was coming more in contact with masculine women who, if they didn't get their way, felt that they could put their hands on you. They can challenge you in certain ways. If you said no to something, that didn't suffice, and what the hell, and wouldn't put their hands on you. But when I got introduced to traveling, I didn't get that. I didn't get that. If I had food on my mouth, she would get the napkin and wipe my mouth and nurture me and kiss me. Thank you, baby. When I went to Thailand, I took a young lady out to eat. She would not touch her food until I got my food and I took the first bite. And you struggle with the menu a little bit. And she got her food. I said, why you not eating, baby? She said, I can't touch my food until you touch yours first. I said, what? She said, you bought me food, you bought me dinner. The least I could do is wait till you get yours. So I got mine. Being the youngest out of 7, if you didn't eat fast at my house, my older brothers, I got 4 older brothers, they go on your plate, take your food. So I eat fast. I developed eating fast. And she would, I was eating it and she pushed her plate towards me and you want mine? I said, no, I don't want your food. She said, no, if you want, you can take mine. You can take mine if you want more. And so I started getting introduced to that and then traveling with groups of brothers. So we experienced that all at the same time. So to see the joy on these brother faces, and I see why the movement is moving so fast and is getting to the younger guys now who turn on YouTube and hear these stories and said, you know what, I'm not going to deal with this. I'm not going to deal with this. I'm going to go overseas and see what these guys are talking about overseas.
Al, thank you so much. I needed that background. I'm glad you made some time for us today. I had no idea because literally I just heard about the Passport Bros this week and it was like, well, let me look in, did some research, and then someone said, now you got to go to the root. And so we've done that, and now I feel far more educated about what this whole thing is about, and I'm going to dust off my passport.
Well, listen, I tell you, I had a good friend of mine, big guy, the dark-skinned guy, big guy, and when we went to Thailand, the people ran out of the malls like he was LeBron James. You thought Michael Jordan or something was in town. They love black men there. Black men. They told me I wasn't black enough. They said, you too light. But your friend, they told me I wasn't black enough. But your friend, he was treated like a god there. And they would wanted to take pictures of him. The men would fight with their wives. Take the camera. Let me take a picture with him. Baby, no, my turn. I seen it in the mall. They were treated like rock stars. And the darker you are, and he said, man, you know what? Back in the States, I get ridiculed for being for my skin tone. Here, I get ridiculed by women, calling me, you black so and so. So here, they love me for my skin color. They love me, and brothers are starting to experience that. Now we won't see the true effect of this until the next maybe 10 or 15 years, when these women still with the mindset they have. The entitlement, no lack of accountability. So what? I got 3 or 4 kids by 3 or 4 different men. You're supposed to take me the way I am. So what if I'm not feminine, I'm masculine? You got to take me and accept me the way I am. And what you see now is them peeking in. They're starting to peek in the Passport Bro movement. They started to peek in at BMO and start to single guys out. But BMO, Black Man's Option, is more solid because we have leadership. We have good guys in place. And the Passport Bros are kind of, like I said, free agency. They're out there by themselves, so they're easy to get picked off one at a time because they'll isolate one incident with one individual and try to classify all of us that way, which is not true.
Well, I got an adopted son that he swears by Filipinos. He's married or lives with one and has been telling me forever, like, you got to get you a Filipino one. You got to get you a Filipino. They know how to take care of you. So,
well, you know already, Jason. You know, you got your son. He's already telling you. You know already. Your son is at home, and it's starting at home with your son. And the word has got out, man. And I tell you, I had a friend, my best friend from high school. I told him, I said, listen, because he was going through a bad relationship back at home. I said, man, listen. Come with me to Brazil. I want you to experience some joy. Just come with me to Brazil, man. And he got on, all right, man. I don't want to fly out. Just come on. We went. When it was time to leave, I said, I got the driver downstairs. We got to go. And he was just standing there. And I said, hey, man, come on, let's go. and he yelled at me. I said, wait, what's going on? And I looked, man, and tears came out of his eyes. He started crying, man. He said, I don't want to leave, man. I have not experienced something like this. I don't want to leave. I've seen men cry. The joy and then the disappointment knowing that they have to go back and break down in tears and saying, man, something's got to change. I can't live like this back in the States. I refuse to live like this.
Well, I've been saying for years, when I was younger, I'd get into a relationship. You just don't want to be challenged. Yeah, I really don't. I got a career that's challenging. When I come home, I want peace. I don't want to be challenged. That's no fun for me. That's not. I got enough iron out there sharper than me.
Well, it depends on how you're going to challenge me. Now, if you challenge me physically, that's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. If you're going to be supportive of me, challenge me to do better for us as a whole, that may work in a certain way. It depends on how you come at. But that's when femininity comes in. If your woman is feminine and she knows how to relax you and calm you and come at you, I can give her the world. And most men will tell you, this is my woman, I'll kill you over this. Don't come here. Don't knock on my door. No man knock on my door. Because they got something that's priceless in a man home. But when you got a woman that feel that she can challenge you and put your hands on you and challenge you in certain ways and challenge your manhood, that's not gonna work, Jason. That's not gonna work. And that's what I try to explain.
Thank you for the time.
Yes, man.
Thank you for the time.
Anytime.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you so much. That's our Saturday edition of Fearless. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to go home and dust off my passport and start looking at my globe.
All right. Here we go. Hold on, y'all. All right, sitting here making a beat. He said he's going to go home and dust off his passport. Well, this is the thing. His passport was already dusted off. You gotta pretend like you about to go home and go dust off passport. Well, listen, for the smaller group of people that are listening, news just in. SKC is calling out your girl Sexy Red. Look at God. I keep telling y'all, that she ain't got my protection now. So I don't know what she thinks she about to do in this space. At this point, she done burnt the last bridge to be burnt. You understand what I'm saying? He done called her out. She knows he's live, and she not showing up over there, but she over here and she over there and she everywhere and she in everybody business but her own. And now she's turning into a coward. Once SKC start calling her out about some slander about him and slander about his business. You know how SKC does a lot of intros for a lot of people here in the manosphere and people around the space. Now he's calling out Sexy Red for some of the stuff that she said. So apparently she was involved with a couple of people trying to dox Mad Bus Driver doing fuck shit around the space. Just like I said. So I'm telling you right now that she don't. I said this day before. I'm gonna say this again. It ain't even me she got to worry about now. She wanted to pick fights with people and shit like that. Well, you gonna have enough fights lined up for you right now, because the person that was shielding your ass now, hey, not there no more. You are going to play with the wrong one, or you're going to do something wrong, and you are going to get your ass roasted. Shit gonna start getting real. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't know shit. You don't know your audience. You are stupid, and you're just, now you're done. Burning that bridge with me. I got you, Nicer. Burning that bridge with me. Definitely, like I said, and you don't even realize it. You done put a clock on yourself. You done put a whole clock on yourself. You don't gotta worry about me. I'm not gonna do nothing to you or say nothing to you, but you know, you might wanna pipe down and maybe switch your content for the better, even though that's really not gonna help you because now everybody about to look at you. And it's cool. Everybody was over there laughing, keying, and oh my God, you know, congratulations, you know, you done you done burnt Cooter after he helped you get monetized and all this other stuff. Yeah, Ben told y'all. Look how quick. You know, the pride comes before the fall. The pride comes before the fall. You know, you might have to apologize a little bit sooner than you think. Can't hide. You can't. You didn't even realize you were hiding behind me for shelter. Oh no. It don't work like that. Oh man, Nick Taylor. Oh man, it's over for you. You can't go nowhere around this bitch. You can't go nowhere. Why? Like, how do you burn all these bridges? Like, how does that work? Like, I thought you were cool. This is indicative of your character, man. Hold on, y'all.
Aloof about concerning his motivations and all of that. Nevertheless, hey, you know, it is what it is. Way back when
She ducking that smoke.
Releasing this just for a little bit. Let me put that on screen, man. Way back.
Damn, that's crazy. Well, you getting the attention that you want, man. Hope it was worth it, man. You getting the attention that you want. I hope it was worth it. Hope you're smart enough as a content creator to figure out how to do something.
The sound to it.
How to do something with this attention that you're getting. Hopefully you got enough. Remember you were trying to tell me what it's like to be a content creator? Remember you start saying the stuff that I told you? Not remembering who told you the shit? Hope you have enough of that character and charisma you told people to have to flip this in your favor.
Well, at least I can't hear it. Just in that, just to show you some of the effect.
Let me tell y'all something with your dumb ass. Now you done got yourself into something and somebody else gonna come out after you. But I'm gonna tell you something with your stupid ass. Because you're not smart enough to do this. Same thing with me before you turn it into some stupid shit. If you go over there and go up on that panel and just simply apologize, you would be okay. But you're not smart enough to do that. You're not smart enough to do that. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. And you need to watch the bridges that you burned. How is it that I'm catching you in my snare trap and you trying to run around here like you did something to me when you didn't? You just made yourself look stupid. You want a sympathy tour talk about something. I'm innocent. You got to state your innocence before you even get into certain places now with your dumb ass. Ain't nobody about to listen to you now. All that hard work you done did. All of that game I done gave you. It just went right to shit. Because you're a dumbass. I could have gave that shit to another young man and he could prosper because he wouldn't do something as dumb as you did. Sitting up here talking when you should be listening. You ain't hear a damn thing people in the manosphere was talking about, huh? God damn. This pains me to even be saying this to you. Come on, man. You were just active. Come on, Playboy. You had so much to say to me. Come on now.
out of bounds.
Wait until the women start coming in. Oh, the women are next, baby.
That your account can get suspended.
The women are next.
I made replies to certain people about some of the things that they wrote, and I was just doing my editorial thing and said, "Hey,
give me a second, y'all. Let me go get me something to drink. It's gonna be an interesting night."
And some people went and got my account suspended there because it leans heavily left. And that was my original avatar way back when, as I stated at the very beginning of all of this, and in the title of this live stream. Avoid the succubus. That used to be my little thing. Right there. 78 followers. It went from like 5 to 78. It was just almost overnight. People remember back in the day when Gab Talks used to have panels of people and talking and blah, blah, blah. All I did was just brought up one of Gab Talks' original videos. And bang, right there in the bottom, all these dudes.
Shit.
You got that was Amiri Brown.
Let's see if her big dumbass go live today now. With her dumbass. You could have went out like anything else. She gonna go somewhere and cry if she ain't crying right now. I know how the fucking dumbass Aquariuses are, bro. Big babies and shit, especially the women. They perpetually need somebody to leech off of, or they fucking, they're a danger to their own damn selves. Could fucking copy and paste every single thing I said to my ex, and it applies to this fool. Fucking big dumbass. Thank you, Nicer. I'm sorry. I'm just really putting this shit together. People done gave you all this help. You done got all this support less than 24 hours ago. And damn, dog, that ain't gonna change you, bro. You is not gonna last at all around this bitch. Yeah, let's see if she go live today. What she need to do is rally up her troops. She not gonna go nowhere alone. She not gonna go nowhere alone. She's a coward. She's not standing on nothing, man. As a matter of fact, she live right now. Let's see if she gonna respond to something. She's gonna try to fake respond to me. An honest mistake exposed to fake feminine emotional management. Yeah, she over here listening. That's why. Well, hey man, you got the attention that you wanted. Don't talk to me. You gonna have other people on your line. You don't have to worry about me. I ain't gonna do shit. You had a lot to say to me. So give me 1 second, y'all. Let me cut this live stream, and I'm gonna come right back, and we're gonna make some beats. So give me 1 second, y'all. Peace.